The once beautiful Rose Castle now lay in complete ruin, filled with fire, blood, and chaos, as members of the Ragnar clan were slaughtered without mercy from every direction. In the middle of that madness stood Theo, the young lord of the Ragnar clan, desperately trying to hold his ground against an unknown enemy faction. This wasn't just a random attack, it was a full-scale internal conflict, a brutal battle for the throne between different houses of the Ragnar clan. Yet Theo still had no idea which house had betrayed him. The Ragnar clan wasn't just any noble family, it was part of a grand ducal lineage guarding the northernmost edge of the empire for over 1,000 years. Their strength came from a unique constitution believed to be inherited from dragon blood, granting every member exceptional magical power, stamina, and natural talent with the sword. But Theo, the bastard heir, was the one exception, born without the overwhelming talent that defined his bloodline, making him an outcast in his own family. Facing him now was his opponent, a masked figure who had infiltrated Rose Castle, someone Theo hadn't yet recognized. The man mocked him relentlessly, calling him a worthless fool who brought shame to the prestigious Ragnar name. Then, as the mask came off, Theo's eyes widened in shock as the truth hit him hard. It was Rendon, his own instructor and sword tutor, the one who had guided him all this time. Rendon laughed coldly, saying he had watched Theo train every morning despite having no talent, calling it a pitiful sight because no amount of effort would ever change his useless nature. Theo gritted his teeth, furious, but unable to deny the years of struggle that never paid off. He shouted back, accusing Rendon of infiltrating the castle just to teach him meaningless techniques, before betraying him. Annoyed by the defiance, Rendon swung his sword without hesitation and cut off Theo's arm, leaving him screaming as blood poured out before collapsing to the ground. Rendon grabbed him by the head and lifted him up, forcing him to look at the burning castle while telling him everything happening was his fault. Every death, every scream, every bit of destruction existed because Theo was too weak to stop it. As if that wasn't enough, another man dragged Theo's mother's lifeless body across the ground and dropped it in front of him. Rendon coldly stated that her death was also his fault, emphasizing that in a clan full of powerful warriors, Theo was the only useless trash. Completely shattered, Theo made one last desperate attempt to fight back, grabbing his sword and charging forward. But before he could even reach Rendon, a blade flew through the air and pierced straight through his body, throwing him several meters away. The one who launched the attack complained impatiently, telling Rendon to stop dragging things out and just finish him already. Rendon casually apologized, saying he got carried away reminiscing with his disciple. As Theo lay there dying, he felt everything around him fading away, his vision blurring as his life slipped through his fingers. In his final moments, he thought about how pathetic his life had been, how no matter how hard he tried, he was always powerless, always lacking talent. But just as it seemed like everything had ended, a system window appeared, announcing that his death had triggered a special trait and that he would be sent back to a regression point. Theo opened his eyes again, and the first thing he saw was Rendon standing right in front of him, and found himself in the middle of sword training. Rendon snapped at Theo, trying to pull him back to reality after noticing how absent-minded he was acting. But Theo still had absolutely no idea what was going on, and couldn't make sense of the situation at all. He wondered if he was experiencing some kind of flashback from his past, and out of all the memories he could have revisited, he couldn't believe the face in front of him was Rendon's annoying one, making it feel like the universe was playing a cruel joke on him. Suddenly, a strange system window appeared right in front of his eyes, and Theo just stared at it blankly, completely confused by what he was seeing. The message instructed him to punch Rendon in the face as part of a tutorial quest, which only made Theo even more confused about what the hell was happening. He questioned whether this was really how flashbacks were supposed to work, because none of this made any sense. And then he noticed something even stranger. Rendon couldn't see the system window at all. That detail alone made Theo pause for a moment, but instead of overthinking it, he decided not to complain. Without hesitation, he dropped his training stick, clenched his fist tightly, and gathered all the strength he could before throwing a solid punch straight at Rendon's face. The impact landed cleanly, but strangely, there was no visible reaction from Rendon at first, as if he couldn't even process what Theo was trying to do. Meanwhile, Theo smirked slightly, thinking to himself how unbelievably real everything felt, like this wasn't just some illusion or memory. That brief moment didn't last long, because Rendon's expression quickly shifted into anger, and he immediately retaliated with a powerful strike that sent Theo crashing backward. Theo felt the pain vividly, and got annoyed, thinking that even in a supposed flashback, he still had to deal with this kind of suffering. Rendon let out a sigh and spoke coldly, saying he understood Theo might be frustrated, especially with the awakening ceremony approaching and his lack of improvement, but he made it clear that he would never tolerate a student raising their hand against their master. Hearing the mention of the awakening ceremony completely shocked Theo, because that event had taken place nearly 10 years before his death, which didn't align with the idea of a simple flashback. Rendon continued to criticize his behavior before turning away, stating that he would see him at the next lesson, leaving Theo behind. Around him, The other trainees began whispering and laughing quietly, mocking him as a hopeless fool who blamed others despite being completely talentless. As their insults continued, something finally started to click in Theo's mind, and he crouched down, scratching the ground beneath him, clearly feeling its texture through his fingers. He then looked at the injury Rendon had just inflicted and felt the pain coursing through his body with perfect clarity, which made the truth hit him all at once. This wasn't just a flashback. He had actually gone back in time to when he was 17 years old, 10 years before everything ended. Right on cue, another system window appeared, congratulating him for successfully completing the tutorial quest, and as a reward, something called Ragnar's talent had been activated. The system asked if he wanted to accept the reward, and without any hesitation, Theo selected yes immediately. A surge of arcane energy shimmered within his chest as the system confirmed the reward had been granted, stating that all his stats would now grow at an extraordinary rate. Meanwhile, back at the Rose Palace, Rendon was calmly sitting and drinking tea with Theo's mother, reporting to her that he had never seen anyone as talentless as her son. However, right after saying that, he smiled broadly and added that it was exactly the reason he had taken this role, claiming that as a true teacher, he would do everything possible to make Theo strong enough before the awakening ceremony in 5 months. Theo's mother, Cecilia Ragnar, listened calmly and said she would leave everything in Rendon's hands, trusting his ability completely. She then handed him a pouch filled with gold coins, asking him to pay extra attention to Theo. The man accepted the money without hesitation and assured her she had nothing to worry about, while Cecilia responded with confidence that she wasn't worried at all because she believed in her son. Later, Rendon walked down the corridor with the bag of gold coins in his hand, grinning shamelessly as he enjoyed the thought of getting paid such a ridiculous amount just to teach Theo absolutely nothing. He mocked them in his mind, thinking both mother and son were complete idiots because not only was he earning money from the Ragnar family, but he was also receiving rewards from his real master for leaking Theo's secrets and sabotaging his growth from the inside. For him, this was a perfect opportunity he had never experienced before, profiting from both sides while doing absolutely nothing honestly. At the same time, Theo was sprinting through the corridor at full speed, moving so fast that he passed right by Rendon in a blur, barely even noticing him. Rendon scoffed as he watched him rush past, calling him an idiotic loser under his breath, completely unaware of what had changed. Theo, however, had only one goal in mind, and that was to reach his mother as quickly as possible. As he approached her, he called out desperately, and the moment she turned around, she saw him standing there, completely out of breath. Without saying a single word, Theo rushed forward and hugged her tightly, breaking down into tears as the overwhelming emotion of seeing her alive hit him all at once. That moment alone confirmed everything for him. This wasn't a dream or a hallucination. He had truly returned 10 years into the past. The painful memory of Rendon forcing him to watch his mother's lifeless body flashed in his mind. But now, seeing her alive right in front of him filled him with genuine happiness. At that moment, Theo made up his mind completely. He would change the future no matter what. If that mysterious system was real, then with Ragnar's talent now activated, he believed he could grow stronger. This time, he would have enough power to survive the brutal war for the throne. And more importantly, he would become strong enough to take revenge on that filthy bastard Rendon. Soon after, the second tutorial quest appeared, instructing Theo to train his body to its absolute limit. It was still early morning. The sun hadn't even risen yet, but Theo was already pushing himself relentlessly, fueled by nothing but revenge and determination. He knew that if he wanted to survive what was coming, he needed to become stronger immediately. In his previous life, Theo had been part of an intelligence organization known as Black Snow, but he was stuck doing information work and never given important roles because he lacked combat ability. Now, he realized that the knowledge he gathered back then could actually be useful in this life. One crucial piece of information he remembered was a powerful enhancement potion known as the Bloody Sword Emperor Elixir, whose true value would only be revealed later through hidden manuals. He also recalled the intense training methods he had once abandoned due to his lack of talent, but now things were different. With Ragnar's talent awakened, he believed that effort would finally translate into real strength. As he trained, his face twisted with excitement when he noticed his running speed increasing, and the system window displayed his progress clearly in real time. Other trainees began gathering in the training hall, and they were completely baffled seeing Theo run without getting tired, wondering if he had always been this physically capable. After that, Theo moved on to sword practice, and he could clearly feel that his swings were faster and more precise than before. Days passed, and one night, he was still training without rest, pushing his body far beyond normal limits. That was when the training ground manager, Evelyn Nereville, noticed him, yawning tiredly as she observed his relentless effort. She began to question whether he was truly the talentless fool everyone claimed him to be, because what she was seeing didn't match that description at all. Meanwhile, Theo's body was on the verge of collapse, exhaustion hitting him hard, but the rising progress bar kept him going. Just the night before, he had reached 90% completion, but the moment he paused to rest even briefly, it dropped back to 89%. That single setback pushed him into an almost obsessive state, forcing him to continue training without allowing himself any breaks. Now, he had reached 98%, and knowing he was so close, he pushed himself even harder, increasing his speed, despite his body screaming in pain. After one final burst of effort, he was barely able to breathe, completely drained, yet there was still 1% left. Somehow, through sheer willpower, he forced himself to continue, pushing past his limits until finally, the number he had been chasing appeared in front of him. The system immediately congratulated him for completing the tutorial quest, and announced that he had obtained the dragon heart as a reward. However, before he could even read the full details, his body gave out completely, and he collapsed from exhaustion. The system window hovered above him, asking whether he wanted to claim the reward. With trembling hands, he barely managed to lift his finger and press yes. The moment he accepted it, a blue light engulfed his entire body, and Evelyn watched in complete disbelief as Theo underwent a transformation right in front of her eyes. A while later, Theo woke up inside a quiet room, slowly opening his eyes and scanning his surroundings in confusion before Evelyn appeared beside him, calmly explaining that he was in the break room of Training Ground 4 and reminding him there was no need to push himself that hard during training. The moment Theo saw her, he recognized her instantly, which caught her off guard since she didn't expect him to remember her, so she introduced herself properly as Evelyn Nereville, the manager of the 4th training ground, and explained that he had collapsed earlier while training alone, so she carried him here to rest. Theo thanked her politely for helping him, and she handed him water while casually reminding him that within the Ragnar clan, opening one's mana hall before the official awakening ceremony was strictly forbidden. Theo didn't understand why she suddenly brought that up, but he nodded anyway, saying he was aware of the rule, though that only made her question him further as she asked why he broke it. Still confused, Theo asked why she was interrogating him like this, and that was when her expression hardened as she explained that right before he lost consciousness, she sensed a mana wave identical to someone opening a mana hall, then demanded to know directly if he had done it. Theo was completely lost at first, unable to understand what she meant, but then the memory of what happened before he fainted suddenly came back to him, and everything clicked together in his mind. He remembered receiving the dragon heart as a reward, and on top of that, gaining the magical power equivalent of 10 past lives as a bonus for clearing the quest early, which left him stunned because something like a dragon heart wasn't something anyone could obtain easily. A dragon heart was special because it could house a mana hall within itself, allowing it to function far more efficiently than a normal one, but humans were never able to do that, since their hearts couldn't withstand that level of power, so they usually formed their mana halls in the lower abdomen instead. That was why warriors, especially those from the Ragnar clan, coveted dragon hearts so much, because it was the fastest way to gain overwhelming power without relying on the standard method. However, no human had ever overcome that limitation before, which meant Theo's current situation was extremely dangerous, because while the reward was absurdly powerful, it also placed him in serious risk if discovered. To make things worse, the person in front of him was Evelyn Nereville, a former high-ranking swordswoman who had lost her left arm and retired to become a training ground manager. But she was still incredibly dangerous. She had once commanded the white-armored dragon cavalry, and her skills were so exceptional that even a demon dragon respected her, while her personality was built on strict principles, meaning she had zero tolerance for dishonesty or cowardice. She didn't care about status or lineage, and in the past, she had even stepped down from being Theo's instructor because she found him lacking. If she discovered the truth about his dragon heart and mana hall, there was a real chance he could lose his head on the spot. Despite all that, Theo smiled slightly, because he already had a plan, knowing that as long as he didn't get caught, everything would be fine. Instead of panicking, he responded with a sharp remark, questioning how she could talk about executing him based purely on her assumptions, and asking if she was prepared to deal with the consequences of making such accusations. His words caught her off guard, leaving her momentarily silent, unable to respond immediately. Theo pressed further, reminding her that he was still an heir of the Ragnar clan, and if her suspicions turned out to be false, it would be considered an insult to the clan itself. She acknowledged that he was right, and admitted those were indeed the rules. But Theo didn't stop there, leaning into the pressure as he asked if she knew the punishment for humiliating a Ragnar heir. Without hesitation, she answered that it was execution, which made Theo nod in satisfaction before telling her to think carefully before speaking next time. Evelyn was visibly shaken by this sudden change in his attitude, wondering if this was really the same person she had known before, but despite that, she was still convinced that what she sensed earlier was definitely a mana wave, so she decided to confirm it herself. Even if he belonged to the Ragnar bloodline, rules were rules, and she intended to enforce them properly, so she examined him closely, only to realize that there was no visible mana hall present at all. Her expression shifted instantly as doubt crept in, making her realize she might have been mistaken. Theo, now feeling confident, asked if she was satisfied with what she saw, and in response, she immediately dropped to her knees at his feet without hesitation, bowing deeply and asking him to execute her for her mistake, claiming she would pay for her sin with her life. As she lowered her head further, Theo revealed internally that a dragon heart functioned differently from a normal mana hall, since it was essentially a freely controllable core, allowing him to hide its presence completely at will. On top of that, the knowledge that humans could even possess a dragon heart wouldn't be discovered until years later, which meant no one could accuse him of something they didn't even know existed. interested. Instead of accepting her life, Theo gently placed his hand on her back and told her there was no need for such drastic actions, then turned and walked away, saying she had simply done her duty and that not many people would risk their lives to uphold the truth against someone of his status, which he respected about her. However, the real reason he spared her was far more practical, since she was one of the strongest individuals around, and keeping her alive would benefit him in the future. Before leaving completely, he explained that the rule about not opening mana halls before the awakening ceremony existed to prevent dangerous mana overflow, and added that he appreciated her concern even for someone like him, a bastard of the Ragnar clan, then left her sitting there quietly, still processing everything that had just happened. A few days later, Theo found himself dealing with that same annoying bastard again, with Rendon yelling non-stop and ordering him to swing his sword slightly more to the right while continuing his usual stream of insults. Theo was deliberately pretending to be weak, but honestly, listening to this guy's constant yapping was getting harder by the second, especially since every word out of his mouth was pure garbage. At the same time, Theo began noticing something off. Rendon wasn't just being useless. He was intentionally teaching strange and flawed sword techniques, which made Theo even more certain that this guy wasn't acting alone. Someone else had to be pulling the strings behind him, and Theo was convinced that the one who dealt the final blow in his previous life was the real mastermind behind all of this. With that thought, a smirk slowly appeared on Theo's face as he figured out exactly what he needed to do next. Meanwhile, Rendon kept barking orders like a broken machine, completely unaware of what was coming, until Theo suddenly snapped the wooden training stick in half without warning. That single act immediately shut the atmosphere down, as Theo finally spoke up, saying he couldn't tolerate listening to this trash any longer because every lesson he gave was completely useless. He didn't stop there either, going straight for the throat by asking how someone like Rendon even managed to become a mid-rank swordsman with skills that pathetic, then adding that he would probably struggle even against basic demonic beasts. Of course, that was more than enough to trigger Rendon, who instantly lost his composure and started fuming with rage, but Theo didn't back down in the slightest. Instead, he walked straight toward him and doubled down on the insults, making it absolutely clear that he considered Rendon nothing more than a fraud with garbage-level ability. What Theo was doing here wasn't random at all. His plan was simple: provoke Rendon enough to force him into resigning or making a reckless move. And if things escalated badly, Theo was certain this guy would contact whoever was backing him, which would finally expose the real mastermind behind everything. The scene then shifted to the Camellia Palace, where a loud guy burst into a pub with a huge grin, clearly excited as he shouted out that the bastard heir of Ragnar was going to duel his own master next week. Sitting there quietly was the man he was addressing, Axion, who didn't even react properly at first, unable to lift his glass as he listened. Meanwhile, the loudmouth kept running his mouth, going on about how Theo had the nerve to blame his instructor for his lack of talent and confidently predicting that Theo would end up crippled after the duel. Before he could continue any further, the glass Axion was holding suddenly smashed straight into his face, knocking him out instantly with a single brutal hit. Axion clearly didn't care about the situation itself, stating coldly that it didn't matter if some useless bastard ended up half dead. After all, to him, Theo was just another Ragnar, and not even a notable one at that. Axion Ragnar, known as the Dark Tiger and one of the four hounds of the North, had no reason to care about someone like him. Standing nearby was another powerful figure, Remington Narcio, also one of the four hounds, known as the Silver Lion, silently observing the situation. Just then, another man entered, Ed Troyven, the Nine-Dragon Sky Dragon, and unlike the others, he looked visibly concerned. He warned that things could go wrong if they underestimated the situation, suggesting that letting their guard down might lead to unexpected consequences. Axion dismissed the concern immediately, saying that kind of risk only applied to people with actual talent, and since Theo was nothing more than a brainless nobody, there was no reason to worry about him. But Ed didn't agree so easily, pointing out that when it came to the Ragnar clan, even the smallest possibility could lead to something unprecedented. Axion, however, simply brushed it off again, saying that Theo picking a fight with Rendon was actually a good thing, because it meant the instructor would deal with him personally, and there was no way Theo could handle someone like that anyway. A week later, Training Ground 4 was packed with people, and it wasn't just regular clan members either. Even high-ranking figures and influential spectators had gathered to witness the upcoming duel. Standing in the arena, Theo looked visibly tense under the watchful eyes of hundreds, cursing himself internally as he remembered how all he originally wanted was to get Rendon fired after humiliating him. But now things had spiraled way out of control. Still, despite the situation, he wasn't entirely shaken because this outcome was somewhat expected, and deep down, he was burning with the desire to get revenge on Rendon. Right then, a system notification appeared, confirming that his third tutorial quest was to fight Rendon and win, leaving no room for backing out anymore. The scene briefly flashed back to when Theo had confronted Rendon earlier, boldly declaring that he was fired and should get lost immediately. Rendon had tried to argue back, insisting there was still time left on his contract, but Theo shut him down by stating that once the employer dismisses him, the contract no longer matters, ending the discussion completely. Although Theo had wanted to punch him right then and there, he hesitated because he wasn't fully confident in his strength yet, while Rendon, on the other hand, couldn't afford to lose his position since he hadn't completed his real mission. As he stepped closer, trying to convince Theo to reconsider, a system window suddenly appeared again, stating clearly that Theo must fight and defeat Rendon, catching him completely off guard. At that exact moment, Evelyn stepped in and proposed settling the matter the traditional Ragnar way, which followed the law of the strong, meaning a sword duel would decide everything without needing any formal judgment. Whoever won would have the final say, making the result absolute. Rendon instantly seized the opportunity, agreeing enthusiastically and calling it a perfect solution, while Theo stood there uncertain, unsure if he was ready for something like this. Evelyn continued pushing the idea, clearly believing it was the best course of action, leaving Theo with no real way to refuse, and eventually, he found himself standing face to face with Rendon in the arena. Around them, the crowd whispered among themselves, mocking Theo openly as they talked about how pathetic he was, saying he barely knew how to handle a sword and that there was no way he could win against a mid-rank swordsman. Many were already convinced he would end up crippled by the end of the match. Rendon, full of confidence, smirked and told Theo that if he apologized now, he would pretend none of this ever happened, implying there was no need for him to throw his life away over pride. Theo, however, didn't back down at all, firing back immediately and telling Rendon that he should be the one apologizing instead. He warned him coldly that if he didn't want to end up as a one-armed swordsman, it would be better to accept being fired and leave quietly while he still had the chance. Rendon's grin only widened at that response, clearly thinking this entire situation was already under his control. In his mind, this was the perfect chance to kill Theo and make it look like an accident during the duel, eliminating him without raising suspicion. As the fight officially began, Rendon calmly invited Theo to attack first, offering him the first move as his so-called teacher. Theo didn't hesitate and charged forward with his sword raised, and the moment the spectators saw him rushing in so recklessly, they were stunned, unable to believe how clueless he looked, like someone who didn't even know the basics of swordsmanship. Rendon responded with a series of precise strikes, but surprisingly, Theo managed to block and defend against them, holding his ground despite the pressure. Rendon continued attacking relentlessly, pushing Theo back step by step as he cornered him, thinking this was exactly how things should play out. In his mind, Theo wasn't even at the level of a proper swordsman. He was still just an apprentice, far below his own rank. While he admitted that Theo's movements seemed slightly improved compared to before, he believed it still wasn't anywhere near enough to challenge him. To Rendon, the outcome was already decided. Unless Theo somehow reached the level of the Four Hounds of the North, which he considered impossible, there was no way this so-called talentless heir of the Ragnar clan could ever defeat him. The scene shifted to a few days earlier, where Theo turned toward Evelyn and questioned what she was thinking when she suggested something as extreme as a duel. Clearly confused by her decision, she responded calmly, saying she was trying to help him, explaining that if he truly wanted to remove Rendon, he needed to approach it strategically instead of acting impulsively. She made it clear that she strongly believed Rendon had someone backing him, so simply firing him wouldn't solve the real problem at all. Theo asked how she could be so sure about that, and she replied that it was obvious from the way Rendon had been teaching him such a bizarre and flawed sword style, which raised immediate suspicion. She revealed that she had already ordered someone to investigate him in secret, which left Theo genuinely surprised, because in his previous life, she had never gone that far. Yet now she was actively trying to expose him, all because he had caught her attention during the Manhwa incident. She continued explaining that the investigation traced all of Rendon's connections back to Camellia Palace, which didn't shock Theo at all, since he had already suspected something like this. Instead, what annoyed him was the realization that everything tied back to the same miserable war for the throne, dragging him into it once again. Still, he pushed that frustration aside quickly, and admitted it was impressive she managed to deduce that much information. Then he got serious and told her that with his current level of skill, he wasn't confident he could defeat Rendon yet, asking her what she intended to do about it. Evelyn didn't hesitate and told him directly that he could win, urging him to stop underestimating his own potential, because she clearly saw something in him he hadn't fully realized yet. Back in the present fight, Rendon kept launching attack after attack, but Theo deflected every single strike smoothly, making it look almost effortless. This completely confused Rendon, who couldn't understand how this brat in front of him was no longer the same Theo Ragnar he used to bully so easily. The momentum had completely shifted, and now it was Rendon who was struggling to keep up, while the tension in the arena grew heavier as the spectators began sensing that something was wrong. Among the crowd, Remington watched the fight closely, clearly impressed by what he was seeing, while Evelyn observed everything with a faint smile, almost enjoying the situation as if she had expected this outcome all along. The scene briefly shifted again to reveal that over the past week, Evelyn herself had been training Theo personally in secret, even though she admitted it technically broke the rules for her to do so. She didn't care about that at all, stating bluntly that someone like Rendon didn't deserve to be a teacher in the first place. Hearing this, Theo couldn't couldn't help but smirk, feeling both excited and strangely satisfied, thinking that gaining Evelyn's support like this was completely worth it. Still, there was something bothering him, so he asked her what her real reason was for going this far to help him. She admitted that the Manhwa incident played a role in her decision, but also added that there was someone she knew who would likely take interest in Theo, someone obsessed with collecting talented individuals. Returning to the present, the fight continued, as Rendon grew increasingly desperate, starting to suspect that Theo had been pretending to be weak all along. In the middle of the battle, Theo suddenly asked him directly who was backing him, which immediately provoked Rendon into lashing out and questioning what he meant by that. Theo didn't back down and reminded him that he already knew about the deliberately flawed training, then bluntly asked if he was working with Camellia Palace. That single question froze Rendon for a moment, and his reaction alone was enough to confirm everything for Theo. Without wasting another second, Theo moved instantly and swung his sword, slicing clean through Rendon's arm and severing it completely. The detached hand flew through the air, shocking the entire crowd as Rendon screamed in pain, cursing under his breath. Theo walked forward confidently, finally feeling the difference in his strength, and reminded Rendon of the words he had once said to him in his previous life, about everything being his fault for being weak and talentless. With a cold expression, Theo threw those same words back at him, declaring that Rendon was the weakest one here now, and that under Ragnar's rule of strength, someone like him had no place standing in that arena. Then, with one final decisive swing, Theo brought his sword down and severed Rendon's head completely, sending it rolling across the ground as blood splattered everywhere. Immediately after, a system window appeared, congratulating Theo for completing Tutorial Quest 3 successfully, while also noting that he had exceeded expectations and earned a bonus reward. The system then asked if he wanted to claim it right away, and considering everything up to this point, the answer was already obvious. The entire crowd was left completely stunned, unable to process what they had just witnessed as an apprentice swordsman casually slaughtered a mid-tier swordsman in front of them. It was something that simply shouldn't have been possible, and yet it had happened so cleanly that it left everyone speechless. Meanwhile, Theo stood there feeling nothing but embarrassment, thinking that this old bastard had been ridiculously weak all along, and it was honestly humiliating that in his previous life he had suffered at the hands of someone like that. Still, he acknowledged that things were completely different now, and this time, he wasn't the same powerless fool anymore. Right then, a system window appeared, informing him that the ability called Observation had been activated as a reward, and on top of that, he had also gained 1 full year's worth of magic power as a bonus. But before he could even process that properly, something crashed down from the sky like a literal meteor, slamming into the ground with overwhelming force and shaking the entire area. Theo barely had time to react before the man shouted his name with a wide grin on his face. The figure standing before him was none other than Julius Ragnar, the demon dragon and the commander of the white-armored dragon cavalry, and the moment Theo realized who it was, he was completely stunned. He couldn't believe that someone of this level was standing right in front of him, and immediately started wondering how long this man had been watching the fight unfold. Around them, the crowd completely lost their composure, panicking and whispering frantically as they recognized the commander, unable to understand why someone of his status had appeared here at all. At the same time, Evelyn looked absolutely devastated as she stared at the destroyed ground, clearly frustrated that he had wrecked the training field with his dramatic entrance. Meanwhile, Julius himself radiated overwhelming presence, looking like a beast in human form, and his intimidating aura made Theo sweat slightly, unsure of how to even respond. But that tension didn't last long because Julius suddenly burst into laughter, his mood completely different from what his appearance suggested. He began patting Theo on the shoulder repeatedly, though those so-called gentle pats were anything but gentle, and commented that he was genuinely surprised to see someone carrying this level of talent. He casually added that killing one's own teacher might be considered disrespectful, but openly admitted that Rendon had deserved it anyway, before laughing loudly again. Without hesitation, he extended an invitation, asking Theo to join the white-armored dragon cavalry right then and there. Evelyn didn't look surprised at all, as if she had already expected this outcome, but the rest of the crowd was completely shaken, unable to believe what they were hearing. The idea that someone like Julius Ragnar would personally recruit an inexperienced apprentice who hadn't even gone through the awakening ceremony was beyond absurd to them. Among the spectators, Remington appeared once again, calmly asking someone nearby if they had ever heard of a case where an apprentice swordsman was scouted like this before. The man hesitated and admitted he had never heard of such a thing, which only confirmed what Remington already knew. It had never happened in the entire history of their world. Meanwhile, Theo remained calm as his thoughts ran deeper, understanding that it was impossible to fully judge someone's potential while their mana hall remained closed. Even if his swordsmanship had improved, his magical power could still be lacking, so, logically, even someone like Julius shouldn't be able to determine his true potential yet. Still, a part of him wondered if the demon dragon possessed some ability to see beyond that limitation. Despite all that, Theo didn't hesitate for even a second and flatly refused the offer, his expression completely steady without showing any doubt or hesitation. Julius froze slightly, looking like he had just bitten into something sour, clearly not expecting that response at all. Even Evelyn dropped her cigar in confusion. The entire crowd was left in shock once again, staring at Theo in disbelief as he casually rejected such an overwhelming opportunity. For a brief moment, complete silence filled the training ground as everyone struggled to process what had just happened. As the day went on, news of the incident spread like wildfire throughout the Ragnar clan, and everyone was talking about how Theo, the so-called imbecile, had completely destroyed his own teacher in a duel. On top of that, what shocked people even more was that when the demon dragon personally tried to recruit him into the white-armored dragon cavalry, Theo had outright refused the offer without hesitation. This split opinions across the clan, with some thinking he was being humble, while others believed he was just acting arrogant beyond his place. The scene then shifted to Camellia Palace, where a furious woman stood, clearly displeased that everything had gone off track after Rendon's death. She was Emil Ragnar, the lady of Camellia Palace, and her frustration was obvious. A man stepped forward to calm her down, telling her not to worry since Rendon was nothing more than a disposable piece, a low-level pawn assigned because of his lack of real skill. She dismissed that explanation, saying his death itself wasn't the issue, and the man speaking to her was revealed to be her brother, Ed Troyven, the same one seen earlier at the pub. Emil explained that the real problem was that the demon dragon had personally approached Theo, and rumors were spreading that Evelyn had influenced that decision, which complicated things further. This meant they could no longer interfere by assigning Theo a new instructor, cutting off one of their main methods of control. If Theo continued to gain attention, it would become increasingly difficult to seize control of the Rose Palace without drawing suspicion. At that moment, Axion entered casually, questioning why they were so tense over this situation, acting like it wasn't a big deal at all. He reassured them that there was no way the clan head would take interest in something like this, so their plan could continue as intended without disruption. Emil immediately challenged that attitude, reminding him that their entire strategy depended on Theo remaining weak and insignificant, since that was the only way to take over the Rose Palace without offending the clan leader. Axion acknowledged her point, but remained completely confident, stating that Theo was still powerless no matter what had happened recently, because someone like him couldn't have changed that much in such a short time. He believed that Evelyn and the demon dragon had always been drawn to underdogs, so there was no need to overreact to this situation. However, Ed wasn't convinced at all, and warned him not to underestimate the situation or treat it so lightly. In response, Axion pulled out a letter with a sly grin and said that if they were so worried, he would personally deal with Theo, treating it like a game and reminding him of his place in the hierarchy. Later, the scene shifted back to the training grounds, where Evelyn praised Theo for his performance during practice, acknowledging that he had done well. Theo thanked her sincerely, saying that learning under a proper master like her felt completely different compared to before. She then brought up the topic of the white-armored dragon cavalry again, mentioning that it might have been better for him to accept the offer, and asking why he turned it down. Theo paused to think, realizing that in his previous life, joining that elite force had been his dream, and rejecting it now wasn't something he could honestly say he didn't regret. However, he understood that accepting it at this stage would limit his growth, since he had much bigger goals this time. Compared to the advantages he could gain by rising to the top after the awakening ceremony, joining the cavalry right now didn't seem nearly as valuable. So instead, he simply smiled and said he didn't want to rely on special treatment, adding that he still felt unprepared and preferred to continue training for the awakening ceremony. Evelyn responded by pointing out that the commander would likely be disappointed after being rejected so directly, which made Theo think further. At that moment, he decided to test his observation skill for the first time, activating it and reading Evelyn's stats instantly, confirming that she was indeed a high-ranking swordswoman. Alongside that, he could see her thoughts and emotions, learning that she admired his humility and character, and that teaching him gave her a sense of purpose she hadn't felt in a long time. He also noticed something unexpected, a lingering feeling of nostalgia, as she clearly missed her time with the white-armored dragon cavalry. Theo was genuinely impressed by how useful this ability was, realizing it gave him access to information far beyond normal perception. As he focused on that final detail about Evelyn missing the cavalry, he found it particularly interesting, which made him think more deeply about her motivations. Just then, another man entered the scene and introduced himself as Sybil Drea, stating that he had come from the Southern Inspection Post and had something important to discuss with Theo. Theo didn't know what this was about, so he immediately activated observation again to gather more information. This time, the result made him uneasy, as he discovered that Sybil had a strong desire to spar with him, which instantly made Theo nervous. The thought of fighting someone with such an intense, lustful aura made him sweat. Right on cue, a system notification appeared once again, revealing the 4th tutorial quest. The objective was to discard the title of Ragnar's imbecile, and the progress bar showed that he had already reached nearly 28% completion. Sybil stepped forward and openly declared that he wanted to follow young Master Theo, admitting without hesitation that he had once been among those who ignored him as nothing more than an untalented failure. He confessed confessed that he genuinely believed the title of Ragnar's imbecile suited him perfectly back then, and while Theo appreciated the honesty, he couldn't help feeling slightly irritated because the guy was basically insulting him without even realizing it. Sybil continued, explaining that his opinion had changed after learning that Theo trained every single morning harder than anyone else, showing relentless effort despite his reputation. What truly changed his perspective, however, was witnessing the duel against that fraud Rendon, where he had watched the instructor's head fly through the air in a moment that completely stunned him. Seeing Theo's growth with his own eyes left a deep impression, and the image of the demon dragon Julius Ragnar personally inviting Theo to the white-armored dragon cavalry had burned itself into his memory. From that moment onward, Sybil declared that Theo had become his idol, explaining that he himself had once been labeled the idiot of the Southern Inspection Office and had nearly given up on his own path. But after seeing Theo rise like that, something inside him changed, and now all he wanted was a chance to cross swords with the person who inspired him. His words were blunt and completely genuine, which caught Theo off guard because he was usually suspicious of people's intentions. However, after using observation, he could clearly see that Sybil's respect was real and that his only desire was to spar, nothing more. It was unexpected, but Theo felt pleased, realizing that instead of just attracting jealous challengers after defeating Rendon and gaining Julius's attention, there were also people who genuinely admired him and wanted to stand by his side. That meant there were still individuals within Ragnar who carried true pride, and this worked perfectly in his favor since he would need capable and trustworthy people around him if he intended to become the clan head in the future. On top of that, he could use this situation to push forward his current objective of discarding the humiliating title of imbecile, something he had never been able to escape in his past life. Determined to move forward, Theo turned to Evelyn and asked for permission to spar, and she agreed immediately, encouraging him to showcase his abilities properly. Theo raised his blade in salute and formally introduced himself as Theo Ragnar, an apprentice swordsman of the Rose Palace, preparing for the awakening ceremony under the guidance of Evelyn Narraville. Sybil awkwardly returned the salute and introduced himself as an apprentice swordsman from the Southern Inspection Post, mentioning that he inherited the quick sword style of the Kure clan. As soon as the spar began, Sybil launched forward explosively, charging like a madman, aiming to end the fight instantly. Theo met the attack head-on, blocking it cleanly as sparks flew from the clash of their blades. Sybil's speed was undeniable, clearly his greatest strength, and from that first exchange alone, he realized that Theo's skill was absolutely real. Meanwhile, Theo couldn't help but wonder why someone this capable had been labeled an idiot, since in his previous life, he wouldn't have lasted even a few exchanges against someone like this. But things were different now, and Theo quickly went on the offensive, swinging his sword with overwhelming force that sent Sybil flying backward like a rag doll, knocking the weapon right out of his hands. For Theo's current level, this was easy as fuck. Meanwhile, Sybil nearly vomited from the impact that struck his solar plexus before crashing into the training stands. Fortunately, he wasn't seriously injured, and after struggling to get back on his feet, he immediately praised Theo's swordsmanship and conceded defeat without hesitation, showing genuine respect. Theo maintained his composure, returning the salute and acknowledging it as a good fight, carrying himself with calm confidence. As he held his sword up, he caught his own reflection in the polished blade, which suddenly gave him an idea. He activated observation on himself and discovered that it worked just as effectively, revealing his own status in detail. His talents included observation, player, Ragnar, and several others that were still locked, hinting at future potential. He saw that he was currently a level 1 swordsman with balanced stats, but what stood out the most was his abnormally high magic power, reaching 190 points. Now that he could view his stats numerically, everything became clearer, and he realized that completing more quests would unlock additional talent slots, giving him even more abilities in the future. He quickly figured that his high magic power likely came from the combination of his past life's accumulated strength and the dragon heart within him. However, one detail immediately annoyed him. His luck stat was sitting at -49, which looked absolutely terrible. He couldn't help but think that all the misfortune he suffered in his previous life might have been tied to this cursed stat, and he made a mental note to find a way to improve it as soon as possible. While he was busy analyzing his own abilities, Theo failed to notice that a group of young swordsmen had gathered around him, forming a loose circle with unclear intentions. He considered that although Rendon had been a fraud, he was still technically a mid-ranked swordsman, and defeating him while gaining recognition from someone like Julius naturally drew attention. Within Ragnar's rule of strength, people would either envy him or admire him, and from what Evelyn observed, this group clearly belonged to the latter. The young men stared at Theo with visible respect, amazed that the rumors about him were actually true, and many of them imagined themselves in Sybil's position during that spar, wondering if they could even block a single strike from him. That thought alone ignited their desire to challenge him even more, eager to test themselves against the rising talent. Among those gathered, one particular individual stood out, a young swordsman named Eod Nalan. Theo scanned the crowd carefully and felt satisfied seeing their reactions shift toward respect and admiration. His eyes locked onto Iod Nalan, and without hesitation, he called him out, catching the young man completely off guard in front of everyone. Theo calmly invited him forward for a spar, and Iod stepped in without fear, giving a firm salute before introducing himself as the third son of Viscount Nalan, specializing in double ascension swordsmanship. Theo returned the gesture casually, and wished him a good fight without dragging out unnecessary formality. Without wasting another second, both fighters took their stances and immediately engaged, their blades colliding sharply with each exchange. As the fight progressed, Theo could feel his basic swordsmanship improving in real time, each clash sharpening his instincts and control. Iod proved he wasn't just another weak opponent, as he moved with speed and precision, eventually slipping in a clever slash that seemed impossible to counter at first glance. At that exact moment, Theo felt everything around him slow down, as if time itself had stretched for just an instant. He adjusted his grip instinctively and angled his blade perfectly, intercepting the strike with flawless timing. The impact sent Iod's sword flying out of his hand, completely disarming him in a single decisive move. That critical defense didn't just win the exchange, it also boosted Theo's proficiency in the changing heart swordsmanship. Iod stood there weaponless, fully understanding the gap between them, and accepted his defeat without resistance. What caught Theo off guard, however, was the system response that followed. Gaining Iod's approval actually increased his luck stat. That realization immediately sparked a thought in his mind. Maybe his luck wasn't random at all, but tied directly to how others perceived him. If reputation influenced luck, then improving his standing through victories might be the key to fixing his terrible negative stat. The idea felt almost ridiculous, but at the same time, it made perfect sense within the system's logic. Without wasting time, he called the next challenger, Benat Ramiro, and the match ended almost instantly in Theo's favor, making it feel like an easy win. With another approval secured, his luck increased again by a single point, confirming his theory further. Then came Eric Moran, who at least managed to put up a fight, though it was clear from the start that he was outmatched. After that, Theo defeated Manfred Nonbert, and then moved on to Manuel Noir, without slowing down, completely overwhelming him in the process. Even Viro Perenc, who had a rough and intimidating appearance, barely lasted a minute before being taken down decisively. As the matches continued, Theo became completely absorbed in the rhythm of battle, stacking victory after victory, including another clean win against Daniel Riemann. By this point, he was fully immersed, almost enjoying the flow of combat itself as his confidence and control kept rising. When he finally looked around for another opponent, he realized no one else was stepping forward anymore, as if the crowd had collectively decided they didn't want to be the next one to get crushed. Despite pushing himself close to exhaustion from constant sparring, Theo checked his quest progress, expecting a significant jump, but the result left him slightly annoyed. The progress toward removing his imbecile title had only increased by 1%, which felt way too low considering how many opponents he had defeated. After thinking it through, he realized the reason was probably because most of these people already respected him now, so defeating them didn't change much in terms of reputation. If he wanted real progress, he would need to challenge stronger opponents, or prove himself in front of those who still doubted him. Either way, one thing was clear: continuing like this wouldn't be enough, and if he wanted to truly change his standing, he would need a different approach altogether. Suddenly, a man stepped forward, parting the crowd while commenting that Theo looked exhausted after non-stop fighting. Theo immediately brushed it off, saying he would rest later since he could still continue fighting without issues. Hearing that confidence, the armored man formally introduced himself and requested a sparring match without hesitation. He revealed himself as the Silver Lion, Remington Narcio, instantly shocking Theo and the surrounding young swordsmen. No one expected someone of his status to appear here so casually, especially among trainees and apprentices. Remington was one of the 4 Hounds of the North, the strongest of their generation before awakening. The group included Hulkus Lanky, Ray Ragnar, Remington Narcio himself, and Axion Ragnar from Camellia Palace. These 4 held absolute dominance among the Ragnar clan's younger generation, making their presence overwhelmingly significant. Remington explained he had arrived early to personally observe Theo's swordsmanship before the awakening ceremony began. With a relaxed smile, he saluted Theo and thanked him for agreeing to this sparring request. Known as a sword genius, Remington possessed sharp instincts, refined technique, and relentless work ethic. Even so, he seemed genuinely surprised to encounter someone like Theo emerging unexpectedly as a rival. Theo returned the salute proudly and introduced himself formally as Kyle Ragnar's 31st son, representing the northern lineage. Internally, he was stunned, never expecting to meet or fight someone he admired in his past life. When he expressed honor in crossing blades with Narcio's famed young deputy, he meant every word sincerely. Fueled by the thrill of continuous combat, Theo wanted to prove his growth against this elite opponent. Both fighters prepared eagerly, clearly anticipating a battle worth remembering between rising talents. Theo watched as Remington's aura surged outward, radiating overwhelming pressure that felt almost suffocating. For a brief moment, Theo questioned whether his current strength was enough to defeat someone like him. They charged simultaneously, blades clashing violently as sparks burst outward with every collision. Each strike carried immense force, shaking the arena while fragments of steel scattered across the battlefield. Theo remained focused, tracking every movement carefully, refusing to lose concentration even for a second. Remington fought with a confident smile, clearly enjoying the intensity of the exchange as much as Theo. After repeated clashes, one blade finally gave way under accumulated stress and continuous impact damage. Evelyn observed everything carefully from the sidelines, never once letting her attention drift away. The defeated young swordsman stood silently, watching with disbelief as the duel reached its turning point. The arena fell completely silent as the sound of a broken blade echoed sharply across space. It was Theo's sword that shattered, unable to withstand the sheer force behind Remington's strike. In that decisive moment, Remington cleanly sliced through the blade and halted inches before Theo's neck. To everyone watching, the outcome seemed obvious. Theo had lost the duel against overwhelming strength. Sybil struggled to accept it, refusing to believe his idol could fall so quickly during combat. Still, the result spoke clearly, and even he reluctantly acknowledged the unavoidable conclusion before him. Many believed Theo's growth impressive, but defeating a four-hound still seemed completely impossible right now. They held their titles for a reason, representing the absolute peak of their current generation's strength. Even so, Sybil insisted, Theo's fighting spirit alone was more than enough to admire deeply. Then unexpectedly, Remington declared the duel as his own loss, stunning everyone present instantly. He saluted Theo respectfully and thanked him sincerely, maintaining flawless form and undeniable composure throughout. Remington explained Theo's sword had already weakened before their fight even began earlier that day. He also acknowledged Theo's fatigue from constant battles, which significantly affected his performance during the duel. Theo responded calmly, stating battlefield conditions never allowed fairness, so he accepted defeat immediately. From his perspective, losing his weapon meant losing the fight, regardless of external circumstances involved. Remington simply smiled, understanding Theo's mindset, and extended his hand with genuine respect afterward. They shook hands firmly, forming mutual respect that neither initially expected from this unexpected encounter. Remington expressed hope they could fight again under proper conditions, where both could perform fully. Theo agreed without hesitation, clearly wanting another chance to test himself against this overwhelming opponent. The crowd watched in disbelief as one of the four hounds acknowledged Theo openly and respectfully. Many realized the young master was no longer ordinary, but someone genuinely rising above expectations rapidly. The duel boosted Theo's quest progress significantly, raising it directly to 35% completion instantly. From the sidelines, Evelyn released a quiet sigh of relief, knowing the outcome couldn't have been better. Theo finally understood the true gap between himself and the four hounds through this intense encounter. Although he had grown stronger through quests, talents, and secret manuals, this clash revealed his limits clearly. Facing Remington's power firsthand made him realize he still lacked strength in many crucial areas. Even though the duel ended prematurely due to his condition, he still gained valuable experience overall. His luck increased by 10 points, while his reputation rose significantly among those who witnessed everything. Still, the quest remained incomplete, meaning he needed additional methods to gain wider approval moving forward. He understood that creating impactful situations would be necessary to push his reputation even further. Remington then revealed he had another purpose beyond simply sparring with Theo that day. He presented a formal invitation, offering Theo entry into the prestigious Scaled Dragon Society. Hearing that name alone caused excitement to ripple across the young swordsmen gathered nearby instantly. The society was known for its strict selection process and high-status members among rising elites. Being invited personally by Remington made it even more significant, elevating the honor dramatically. Theo asked modestly if he truly qualified for such a prestigious group without exaggeration. Remington quickly reassured him, saying he was more than worthy of joining without hesitation. He downplayed the society, describing it as a gathering of peers awaiting the awakening ceremony together. However, Theo understood the deeper reality behind that group and its hidden political connections. The society revolved around his half-brother Axion and was filled with individuals who despised him. That made it dangerous, but also the perfect stage for advancing his current quest significantly. Joining would allow him to gather information on Axion and Camellia Palace while building reputation simultaneously. Seeing the opportunity clearly, Theo accepted the invitation and thanked Remington for offering it personally. He declared his intention to attend, fully aware he was stepping directly into hostile territory. Remington smiled, satisfied with his response, and shook Theo's hand once more with approval. He welcomed him warmly and offered support whenever Theo needed assistance or guidance moving forward. The meeting was scheduled in 2 weeks, giving Theo limited time to prepare carefully for what awaited. From the sidelines, Evelyn quietly took a drag from her cigarette, clearly concerned about Theo's path. Moments later, news of Theo receiving the high society invitation quickly reached the Rose Palace halls. Cecilia burst into his room with an excited smile, clearly unable to contain herself anymore. Theo had planned to deliver the news personally, but that was obviously unnecessary now. Cecilia had already summoned the palace's grooming team, filling the room with bustling preparation energy. Since it was Theo's first invitation to something truly significant, his mother was naturally thrilled beyond words. The gathering included Axion, Amel's cunning son, along with brilliant talents like Remington himself. These young elites even attracted attention from the council, making every detail extremely important. Cecilia understood understood that Theo's appearance, posture, and demeanor would all be judged closely during this event. Without wasting time, she pulled out a measuring tape and began taking Theo's measurements carefully. Cecilia trusted Theo's etiquette completely, knowing he wouldn't embarrass himself in that regard. However, attire and presentation were entirely different matters that required proper preparation and refinement. Fortunately, this was an area where Cecilia could personally guide him with confidence and experience. After all, she had once been a successful actress, well-versed in elegance and high society standards. She felt genuinely happy being involved, finally able to support her son in something meaningful. Theo understood that his mother had always carried the burden of raising an illegitimate child alone. Cecilia blamed herself for the shameful label placed upon him, even though none of it was truly her fault. In the ruthless Ragnar clan, where strength defined worth, her situation had never been easy. Theo could only imagine how painful it must have been raising a weak child in his past life. Though Cecilia appeared cheerful and excited, deep down she was simply worried about her son's future. She pulled him into a tight embrace, assuring him she would always believe in his potential. Her warmth slowly melted the cold bitterness that had settled deep within Theo's heart. He hugged her back sincerely, holding on to her with genuine affection and quiet determination. This time, he promised himself he would work harder and stop making his mother worry anymore. While Cecilia celebrated his invitation to the Scaled Dragon Society, Theo had very different thoughts entirely. Instead of excitement, he was already imagining crushing that entire nest of arrogant snakes personally. 2 weeks passed quickly, and soon, the night of the society banquet finally arrived. Remington personally arrived at the Rose Palace, waiting outside with an elegant, luxurious carriage. The moment he saw Theo, he paused briefly, almost thinking he was looking at someone else entirely. Theo had completely abandoned his usual training attire, and now wore refined, high-quality clothing. Thanks to Cecilia and the palace staff, his appearance had transformed into that of a noble aristocrat. Remington commented on his impressive change, and Theo initially assumed he was just joking around. However, Remington clarified he was completely serious, genuinely impressed by Theo's transformation. Theo himself admitted that his body had undergone noticeable changes within those 2 short weeks. He had grown taller, his physique becoming more balanced and muscular through relentless training sessions. Surprisingly, Remington had visited him daily during those weeks, training together and growing closer through constant sparring. During that time, Theo also gained a loyal following, with Sybil and others frequently gathering around him. Evelyn ended up managing an entire group of enthusiastic trainees, despite only agreeing to teach Theo briefly. Those 2 weeks were chaotic yet productive, filled with non-stop training and overwhelming attention. Even now, Theo still felt slightly drained from dealing with so many eager followers daily. As he prepared for his first formal banquet, Remington reassured him there was no need to feel nervous. However, he issued a single warning, explaining that his friend Axion could be quite mischievous. It turned out Axion himself had requested Theo's invitation, curious about the so-called rising star. In fact, the entire banquet had been arranged specifically with Theo in mind. Hearing that completely changed the situation, though not necessarily in a negative way for him. If anything, this setup actually worked better for Theo's intentions and future plans. Instead of concern, he found himself looking forward to being mocked and insulted from every direction. Meanwhile, inside the banquet hall, Axion Ragnar was already seated, casually sipping expensive alcohol. The Dark Tiger wore a faint smile, clearly anticipating the arrival of his new entertainment. To him, Theo was nothing more than a toy waiting to be broken for amusement. Soon, the carriage rolled to a halt before a lavish palace, marking their arrival clearly. Remington stepped out first, followed by Theo, who immediately scanned the surroundings with sharp eyes. He realized he was about to enter Camellia Palace, the territory of those scumbags. These were the same people who manipulated Randon and sabotaged his growth deliberately. In his past life, they had destroyed him, his mother, and the entire Rose Palace mercilessly. That bitter memory stirred quietly, fueling his thoughts of revenge as he stood there silently. His focus broke when Remington casually invited him inside, with his usual energetic attitude. Remington mentioned that Axion would personally greet them, and should already be waiting outside. Theo understood perfectly why that bastard Axion had arranged this invitation in the first place. That idiot probably believed it was his responsibility to suppress Theo's sudden rise in power. However, Theo hadn't walked into this snake pit blindly, without preparing something of his own. He fully intended to show Axion exactly who he was dealing with today. As they approached the palace entrance, Theo suddenly halted after noticing something strange nearby. From an upper floor, a faint blue light flickered, clearly indicating the presence of a system quest. That brief distraction pulled his attention away, making him unaware of something descending rapidly toward him. Remington reacted instantly, attempting to intercept the incoming object before it reached Theo directly. Unfortunately, it exploded into a cloud of white smoke before he could reach it in time. Remington immediately panicked, calling out Theo's name to check if he was unharmed. Thankfully, Theo remained completely fine, only covered lightly in white powder from the explosion. It turned out to be nothing more than a sack of flour thrown from above as a prank. Remington's expression darkened instantly, clearly furious at such childish and disrespectful behavior. Theo calmly noted that he wouldn't have dodged that attack in his previous life at all. Worse, His carefully prepared outfit would have been completely ruined if this had happened earlier. For a moment, he suspected Remington might have been involved, but quickly dismissed that thought. Remington's reaction was genuine, filled with confusion and irritation toward whoever pulled that stunt. Clearly, this immature prank came from those smug nobles watching from the upper floors. It didn't take long before a familiar voice cut through the tension confidently. That voice dismissed the incident as nothing more than a friendly greeting between acquaintances. Remington wasn't buying that excuse at all, and remained visibly annoyed by the situation. Soon enough, Axion himself appeared, wearing his usual smug expression without any shame. He casually claimed that the prank was simply a playful welcome for his dear brother Theo. Theo immediately activated his observation skill, carefully analyzing Axion's hidden traits and intentions. The results showed madness, psychopathy, and overwhelming swordsmanship potential within him. At the same time, Axion clearly viewed Theo as nothing more than an entertaining new toy. Instead of reacting negatively, Theo smiled and thanked him sincerely, which completely threw Axion off guard. He continued by praising Axion's welcoming attitude and expressing excitement for the event. That unexpected response only made Axion grin wider, clearly enjoying this new version of his brother. To him, Theo had suddenly become far more interesting compared to his previous pathetic self. With that, both Theo and Remington finally entered the grand banquet hall together. Inside, the room was filled with elite young nobles gathered for this exclusive private gathering. Only selected individuals were invited to dine, socialize, and observe potential rivals closely. Everyone present was focused on today's special guest, Theo Ragnar himself. Most couldn't understand why Axion invited someone widely known as the clan's useless imbecile. Even though Theo belonged to the Ragnar bloodline, his reputation still disgusted many present. For them, his presence alone felt like an insult to the Scaled Dragon Society. However, they couldn't deny one thing. Theo's appearance was undeniably sharp and refined tonight. His overall presence stood out, even among nobles accustomed to luxury and elegance. Many assumed Axion had simply brought him here as entertainment for humiliation. Since these arrogant nobles didn't bother lowering their voices, their insults were clearly audible everywhere. Remington apologized quietly, mentioning that such gatherings were not usually this disgraceful. Theo, however, didn't mind their words in the slightest. In fact, he welcomed their mockery, knowing it would make crushing them later far more satisfying. Meanwhile, his attention shifted again toward the faint blue glow of that hidden quest nearby. He was certain it held importance, but he still needed the right opportunity to approach it naturally. Axion, the host of the party, calmly descended the stairs and approached Theo directly. He asked his brother casually whether he was enjoying the banquet so far. Theo forced himself to stay calm, strictly following the plan he had already mapped out. He smiled lightly and thanked Axion again for inviting him to such an event. Axion then sarcastically apologized for the flower prank from earlier, acting overly playful about it. In the next instant, he closed the distance and grabbed Theo's shoulders tightly. He pressured Theo to accept the apology publicly, putting him on display before everyone present. Remington instinctively moved to step in, sensing the tension rising between the two brothers. However, Theo quickly stopped him, saying there was nothing to apologize for at all. He repeated Axion's own words, claiming it was just a greeting between brothers. That response completely caught Axion off guard, leaving the psycho momentarily speechless. Axion soon laughed it off and patted Theo's back like a proud older brother. He admitted he never expected Theo to have this much backbone and attitude now. Compared to their childhood, Theo had clearly changed into someone far more interesting. Axion found himself liking this new version of his brother more and more. Meanwhile, the surrounding nobles whispered among themselves, observing Theo's reaction carefully. They mocked him openly, calling him nothing more than Axion's personal toy. Some even brought up his illegitimate lineage without any hesitation or shame. They compared him to the noble blood of the Troivan clan, emphasizing the difference brutally. While both Theo and Axion were Ragnars, they claimed the gap between them was massive. After all, the Troivan clan was known as a powerhouse of swordsmanship in the East. In contrast, Theo's mother was just a commoner woman with no noble standing whatsoever. Theo continued smiling as he absorbed every insult thrown in his direction silently. However, the nobles soon shifted their attention toward Remington, questioning his association with Theo. They began insulting Remington as well, calling him an illegitimate son of the Narcio family. That crossed a dangerous line, pushing Remington closer to losing control. He had been tense since arriving, and hearing that forbidden topic almost made him snap instantly. Theo noticed this shift and realized Remington might act if things continued like this. If that happened, Theo would lose control of the stage he was carefully building. He had planned to endure more insults for a while longer, but that strategy no longer worked. Before Axion could lead him elsewhere, Theo suddenly paused. He stated that since he had just arrived, he should greet everyone properly first. With that, he walked straight toward the banquet table where the mocking nobles were gathered. Every single pair of eyes followed him, curious about what the imbecile would do next. Theo calmly picked up a bottle of wine from the table without saying anything. He approached the noble who had been insulting Remington's lineage moments earlier. The man smirked arrogantly, asking if he had said something wrong just now. Theo adjusted his grip slightly, and without hesitation, smashed the bottle directly onto his head. The glass shattered violently, leaving blood dripping down the noble's blonde hair instantly. The entire hall froze, shocked by the sudden and brutal turn of events. Even Remington and Axion were caught completely off guard by Theo's actions. The injured noble clutched his head, screaming in pain while blood soaked his hair. Theo stood above him, still holding the broken bottle without any trace of hesitation. The man tried to curse Theo, continuing his arrogant rant despite the situation. Before he could finish, Theo delivered a brutal kick that shattered the noble's jaw completely. The impact silenced him instantly, leaving only muffled sounds as he collapsed helplessly. Theo's eyes turned cold, his expression losing any trace of earlier calmness. He claimed this was simply his version of a friendly greeting, just like earlier. According to him, he only responded because the greeting he received was unpleasant. The surrounding nobles stood frozen, unable to process what they were witnessing. At that moment, Theo's quest progress silently increased, reaching 43% instantly. Remington watched closely, realizing this behavior didn't match Theo's usual personality at all. He began to suspect Theo was doing this deliberately for a deeper reason. As the injured noble lay bleeding on the palace floor, Theo stepped forward calmly again. He declared that since greetings were exchanged, it was now time for farewells as well. He grabbed the man's arm and forced him onto a nearby platform. The noble begged desperately for Theo to stop, but his pleas were completely ignored. Theo raised his foot and stomped down brutally, shattering the man's arm with a sickening crack. The horrifying sound echoed across the silent banquet hall. Every noble who had been mocking him earlier now stood speechless, fear replacing their arrogance instantly. Theo's quest progress surged again, reaching 58% after that display. The injured noble passed out, unable to endure the pain any longer. Drool and blood stained the expensive palace floor as Theo casually discarded the body aside. He looked around at the remaining nobles. He asked calmly if anyone else wanted to greet him the same way. That single statement pushed his quest progress even further, climbing up to 66%. Suddenly, knights who had been hiding within the shadows stepped forward and surrounded Theo from every direction. 4 sharp swords closed in around him, trapping him completely with no visible escape route. Their killing intent was clear, focused entirely on neutralizing the threat standing before them. They declared that harming their young master was an unforgivable crime that demanded death as punishment. Theo simply smiled. He casually asked them who exactly the man he had just trashed actually was. The knights answered confidently, stating that the injured noble was the 3rd young master of the Hanavi clan, Ian Hanavi. Theo found their tone amusing, almost laughable considering the situation they were standing in. The Hanavi clan was one of the 6 snow clans that served under Ragnar's authority directly. He had already anticipated that the bodyguard knights of such nobles wouldn't stay silent forever. They would never sit quietly while their master was humiliated in front of everyone, especially not when the one doing it was someone they always mocked as the useless imbecile of Ragnar. Theo asked them calmly what the real problem was if he had beaten up their young master. His voice carried arrogance now, laced with something far heavier than simple confidence. He questioned whether the dogs of a Bannerman clan truly had the right to demand his death. He reminded them clearly that he carried the bloodline of Kyle Ragnar himself. He asked them if they could truly bear the consequences of threatening such a lineage. That statement alone hit them harder than any physical attack ever could. Their grips on their swords loosened unconsciously, as fear crept into their minds instantly. The anger they felt for their injured master began to fade under the overwhelming weight of reality. Theo wasn't just some weakling they could bully anymore. The aura he was releasing now felt oppressive, suffocating even seasoned knights standing before him. This was not the imbecile they had grown used to mocking without consequence. Now, they were staring at someone entirely different, someone far more dangerous than expected. They suddenly realized that Theo still held the right of succession as a direct Ragnar bloodline member. Ragnar ruled as the Lord of the North, the absolute authority over the 6 snow clans. Declaring death upon such blood was not just reckless, it was suicidal. Such an action could justify the destruction of an entire snow clan without question or hesitation. That level of protection had been ignored for so long because Theo was considered useless. But now, that illusion had completely shattered in front of everyone present. All 4 knights realized they had made a massive, unforgivable mistake in this moment. They needed to apologize immediately before things escalated beyond control. But Theo had already moved ahead, issuing a command to kill them to someone hidden nearby. A flash of steel cut through the air so fast that no one could even react properly. In the very next instant, 4 heads separated cleanly from their bodies, mid-stance. Blood sprayed violently across the palace floor as their bodies collapsed lifelessly. Theo stood at the center, completely calm, as if none of this chaos even touched him. The mysterious figure responsible for the execution landed gracefully on the blood-soaked carpet. It was none other than Evelyn, revealing her presence before everyone. With more blood spreading across the luxurious hall, the arrogant nobles finally felt real fear. This was no longer a joke, nor some petty humiliation between nobles. Theo's quest progress surged upward, reaching 70% completion at that moment. Axion had no choice but to watch silently, as his banquet turned into Theo's display of power. The entire event he planned was slipping out of his control rapidly. Evelyn then looked at Theo and asked when he realized she had been following him. Theo implied it was obvious, though he didn't question her reasons for being there. Whether he understood her motives or not didn't matter right now. Thanks to her presence, he could flip the entire situation without worrying about consequences. The crowd remained silent, completely stunned, waiting for Theo's next move nervously. The night before the banquet, Commander Julius had secretly visited Evelyn in her quarters. He mocked her for refusing new disciples while training Theo so seriously every day. Evelyn seemed used to his behavior and didn't bother entertaining his nonsense anymore. Julius had recently found amusement in bothering his former comrade whenever possible. That included casually stealing her expensive wine without asking for permission. That night, he demanded to know what made Theo so special in her eyes. Evelyn answered directly, stating that Theo was far beyond expectations in every aspect. She praised his attitude toward training, his discipline, and his talent without hesitation. According to her, he was among the best students she had ever trained. Considering that even Axion had once trained under her, that statement carried serious weight. She went even further, claiming that Theo's potential surpassed Axion's completely. She insisted she wasn't exaggerating or speaking carelessly at all. Julius trusted her judgment when it came to recognizing true talent without question. He believed that such a drastic change couldn't happen overnight without reason. The most logical explanation was that Theo had been hiding his strength all along. It sounded strange, but it fit the situation better than any other explanation available. Evelyn admitted that Theo felt different compared to other students she had trained. It seemed like he was constantly being chased by something unseen. He pushed himself relentlessly, almost like he was running out of time to catch up. That was exactly why she felt uneasy about him attending the Scaled Dragon Society gathering. Julius agreed, sensing that something significant would happen at the banquet. As a Ragnar, he understood how such gatherings naturally turned into battles for dominance. When young predators gathered, they would inevitably clash to establish hierarchy among themselves. Before leaving, he placed a uniform down for Evelyn. He urged her to convince Theo to join his unit once again without giving up. At the same time, he made it clear that he wanted Evelyn herself back in the cavalry. He refused to accept her retirement just because she couldn't ride dragons anymore. After finishing her expensive wine, Julius left her quarters casually, thanking her for it. Evelyn lost a valuable bottle that night, but gained something far more meaningful in return. Back in the present, Evelyn quietly pieced everything together step by step. She realized Theo must have noticed her trailing him and deliberately orchestrated this entire situation. It even seemed possible he joined the Scaled Dragon Society specifically to trigger this exact outcome. Her earlier concerns now felt unnecessary as she reconsidered every moment leading to this chaos. She wondered exactly when Theo had sensed her presence during their journey to the palace. In truth, Theo detected her the moment he stepped into the carriage earlier. With his dragon heart, he could expand his perception, sensing energy like a sixth sense. That awareness allowed him to monitor everything around him without drawing attention to himself. Theo turned toward Evelyn and calmly laid out the situation in front of everyone present. He explained that many nobles here had openly disrespected a successor candidate of Ragnar. Then he asked her what punishment such a serious offense deserved under clan laws. Hearing that, several nobles nearly collapsed, already aware of the consequences awaiting them. Evelyn, always strict with rules, answered without hesitation or emotion in her voice. She stated that depending on the severity, immediate execution was entirely justified under clan law. Theo smiled faintly, satisfied that she had completed the setup exactly as he intended. However, he then acted merciful, declaring the offenders were still immature and unawakened. Instead of execution, he decided removing one arm from each would settle the matter. Evelyn moved instantly, her blade turning into an unstoppable force among the panicking nobles. She struck without hesitation, cutting through them like a machine designed purely for punishment. The second son of the Byron clan lost his right arm instantly. The first son of the Red and White Mercenary Corps screamed as blood burst from his severed limb. The fourth daughter of the Ceres Merchant Guild wasn't spared, her arm falling just as easily. The third son of the Clark clan attempted to flee, but Evelyn easily caught him. At that moment, Theo's quest progress climbed further, reaching 79% completion. One desperate noble crawled toward Axion, begging for help with whatever strength he had left. Axion simply repeated Theo's earlier words, claiming it was just another form of greeting. Before the man could process that response, a blade flashed beside him suddenly. His arm was severed cleanly, blood spraying close enough to almost stain Axion's clothes. Axion glanced toward Evelyn, locking eyes with his former teacher in silence. She met his gaze calmly and nodded, completely unfazed by the situation unfolding. He never expected to encounter her here, especially in the middle of such a brutal scene. Evelyn raised her blade in a formal salute, acknowledging him briefly without hesitation. Axion observed carefully, realizing she only targeted those who insulted the bloodline directly. Theo had structured everything so precisely that even Axion couldn't intervene without consequences. As a fellow successor candidate, Axion lacked the authority to stop this punishment entirely. Within minutes, Evelyn severed the right arms of 14 nobles under Theo's command. While their lives were spared, their futures as swordsmen were now permanently altered. They could seek priests to to reattach limbs, but their skill and careers would never recover fully. Everything had gone exactly as Theo planned from the very beginning. Axion, however, became more curious about how Theo secured both Remington and Evelyn's support. The boy, once known as the imbecile of the Rose Palace, had become something terrifying. Instead of fear, Axion felt excitement, eager to crush this version of Theo personally. With his objective complete, Theo calmly called Evelyn and Remington to leave the palace. They walked out slowly, the remaining nobles watching them with fear-filled eyes. As they reached the exit, Theo and Axion locked eyes silently without speaking. Just before leaving, Theo grabbed Axion's arm tightly, wrinkling his clothes with force. After a brief moment, he released him and waved casually, saying he enjoyed the banquet. That simple gesture marked the end of everything he came here to accomplish. At that moment, his final tutorial quest to escape the imbecile title was completed fully. Axion burned with anger, but restrained himself, knowing acting now would be foolish. Instead, he stormed out, screaming Theo's name in pure frustration and rage. With all tutorial quests finished, no one would dare call Theo an imbecile anymore. However, for Theo, this was only the beginning of something much bigger and darker. His reward appeared as an experience elixir, capable of raising levels instantly under certain limits. News of the massacre spread quickly across Camellia Palace, shocking everyone who heard it. The prestigious Scaled Dragon Society had been torn apart, both physically and reputationally. Meanwhile, Theo's subordinates took him to a pub in celebration of his flashy and gory high society debut. Every one of his followers was there. Even Evelyn stopped by to get some drinks. He wondered how the Scaled Dragon Society was feeling after being done in by a man they loved to call an imbecile. While inside the Camellia Palace, Emil Ragnar is in disbelief after learning that not only did they give the MC justification for his actions, but he also chopped off everyone's arms in front of Axion. Axion answers positively, which makes her feel frustrated since it makes no sense to her, and she remembers warning Axion beforehand not to take things so lightly. She is disappointed to hear that they didn't just try pressuring him into submission, but have given our boy complete authority to go wild. Axion tries to defend himself and tells her that once Theo gets recognition, it will be hard to conquer the Rose Palace, assuring her not to worry. However, she tells him to reflect on his actions and doesn't agree to listen to him any further. She points out his mistakes, which almost caused their great plan to get ruined. Axion decides to listen to her and leaves. Ime wonders who Axion takes after to be so obnoxious. Ed Troyven replies that Axion resembles her when she was young. She's not in the mood to joke around, so he apologizes and assures her that the incident might not be worth worrying about so much. He explains that the Rose Palace has been a part of the clan head's harem, so it's very difficult to get its ownership. Even though it has been outside of the clan leader interest since it's a place where Rifra gathers, it still has the support of the clan leader himself. He shares his plan that all they needed was justification. And thankfully, since Theo has created chaos at the scale of the Dragon Society meeting, he is slowly becoming the representative of the Rose Palace. By using the incident as justification, they can suppress the MC through legal procedures. Emil is left speechless after hearing this and contemplates that the reason she was afraid of Theo becoming stronger was that she feared his power and influence would expand over time if the clan leader focused more on the Rose Palace. However, by using Theo, who is slowly becoming stronger, she realizes the Camellia Palace can suppress him through legal procedures, and the Rose Palace will have no other choice but to bow down in front of the Troyvens. She believes the plan might actually work, and asks Ed how long it's going to take to prepare. The guy assures her that all preparations are already finished, and tomorrow morning when she wakes up, she will hear some great news. He comforts her, and tells Amal that she can enjoy a bath and sleep well for the night, while sharing that he has prepared an aromatic candle for her from the South Akron volcanic region. Emil decides to depend on her elder brother, and shows her gratitude. Meanwhile, inside a tavern, Remington sat there still processing everything that had just happened. He admitted honestly that he was shocked and didn't expect Theo to go that far for him. Theo didn't even understand what he was talking about and found it ridiculous. Watching Remington act emotional after drinking nothing but orange juice felt absurdly funny to him. Remington insisted that despite being insulted himself, Theo never hesitated even for a second. The moment Remington was targeted, Theo stepped forward without any doubt or fear. Hearing that made Remington feel embarrassed. Realizing he hadn't done anything in return, he regretted standing still while insults were thrown and not acting like he should have. Looking at Theo now, he felt even more surprised by everything he had endured. Theo had lived through years of being mocked as a useless, talentless child by everyone around him. Despite that, he never gave up and somehow climbed his way to this level of strength. Even when facing opponents far beyond his reach, he still fought with absolute determination. Remington pointed out how Theo stood against Camellia Palace without hesitation, something nobody dared to do. That level of willpower wasn't something you could fake or borrow from others. He acknowledged that Theo had the courage to swing his sword without fear, and to him, it all looked like Theo did it purely for his sake. That misunderstanding hit harder when Remington started getting emotional, almost tearing up in front of him. Theo instantly realized things had gone completely off track in Remington's head. Before Theo could fix that mess, Remington stood up with a firm expression on his face. He declared that despite his clan's expectations, he wanted to follow a different path from now on. He openly stated that he wished to stand beside Theo moving forward. The people inside the tavern immediately reacted, cheering loudly at the dramatic declaration unfolding. They praised both Theo and Remington, calling them incredible without knowing the full story. Theo tried to correct the misunderstanding, but someone stopped him silently. Evelyn's voice reached him through telepathy, telling him to just let things play out naturally. She pointed out that this misunderstanding wasn't harmful and might actually benefit him. According to her, most people here genuinely wanted to align themselves with Theo now. Hearing that, Theo smiled faintly, but his thoughts shifted inward immediately after that. He knew deep down that none of this strength was truly his own. Everything he had achieved so far came from the mysterious status window guiding him forward. At first, he believed that system was tied to his regrets or some lingering fragment. But now, seeing how detailed and structured it was, he understood it was something entirely different. There was even a faint sense of déjà vu, though he ignored it deliberately. After all, whatever it was helping him grow stronger at an insane rate. Following the Scaled Dragon Society incident, he noticed that his level had increased again. With every level up, the system granted him points to freely distribute across his stats. That realization made him understand just how much control he had over his own growth. He could shape his abilities however he wanted without restriction or limitation. And honestly, that kind of potential felt terrifying even to him. Evelyn noticed the slight, dangerous smile forming on his face and grew concerned instantly. Theo, however, shifted his focus toward what mattered next, preparing for retaliation from Camellia Palace. He turned toward Remington and asked if he was willing to help him. Remington didn't hesitate at all, and assured him he could ask for anything without concern. Theo casually called him Remy, which caught him slightly off guard but didn't bother him. Then Theo pulled something out and handed it over carefully. He explained that the war for the throne between him and Axion would begin soon enough. Because of that, he needed proper preparation before things escalated beyond control. Remy went silent for a moment, understanding the weight of those words. Theo remembered clearly that in his previous life, Remington became the head of the Narcio clan. Under him, that clan grew strong enough to stand against even the Ragnars themselves. That made this moment extremely valuable for Theo's future plans. He handed Remington a piece of paper, trusting him without holding anything back. Remy accepted it seriously and promised that since he had pledged himself, he would give everything. Theo nodded, showing genuine gratitude for that level of commitment. But before anything else could be said, the tavern doors burst open violently without warning. Several knights stormed inside, shouting Theo's name loudly as everyone turned toward them. The atmosphere instantly shifted from calm to tense within seconds. They declared that under the authority of the Sword of Law, Theo was under arrest immediately. The charges included assault, threats, and intimidation during the banquet incident earlier. Evelyn immediately called it complete nonsense, clearly furious at the claim. Theo, however, told her calmly to stand down and not escalate things further right now. He stepped forward and asked to see the arrest warrant personally before reacting. The moment he read it, he realized it was completely legitimate. The ink on the document hadn't even dried yet, proving how rushed this decision was. His enemies had clearly acted fast, trying to corner him before he could respond. After a brief moment of thought, Theo decided not to resist arrest at all. He allowed them to place restraints on him without putting up any kind of fight. As he was escorted out of the tavern, he looked back at his companions with a small smile. That expression showed he trusted them to handle everything in his absence. Remington and Evelyn stood there stunned, unable to react immediately to what just happened. Remy then shifted his attention toward the paper Theo had given him earlier. Whatever was written there suddenly became far more important than before. The news of Theo's arrest reaches the Rose Palace, and his mother, Cecilia, is left completely stunned upon hearing that her son is being taken to the tribunal, collapsing to her knees in shock. Her servant immediately grows worried, but she reassures him that she is fine, and asks why her son was taken away. He explains that it is because of the Scaled Dragon Society, and that Theo is being accused of inciting a rebellion. Cecilia is taken aback, and wonders if her son will be put on trial. The servant believes that Theo will not escape such a situation easily, especially since he completely destroyed the Scaled Dragon Society. Cecilia never imagined that her son's invitation would lead to such chaos, yet she still believes that he will overcome this, because that is the kind of person he is, and she silently wishes for his safe return. Meanwhile, inside a carriage, as the MC is being escorted to the tribunal, they finally reach their destination, and he realizes it has been quite some time since he last saw this place. Having entirely wiped out the Scaled Dragon Society, he already understands that he will not receive a light punishment and will most likely face a formal trial for his actions. He is also aware that, as Ragnar's successor, his qualifications will be questioned. The knights order him to step out, and as he walks forward, he senses that his enemies intend to completely crush him, yet a faint smile appears on his face as everything is unfolding exactly according to his plan. The knights announce that the prisoner Theo has been brought in, and after receiving permission, they escort him inside. The MC thinks that if he is going to reveal everything he has prepared, there could be no better stage than one of this magnitude. Standing before a gathering of extraordinary figures, he feels a slight sense of tension as he takes in everyone present in the room. He notices Julius Ragnar, the demon dragon captain of the white-armored dragon cavalry, along with Ed Troyven, the Sky Dragon, and one of the 9 dragons who protect Ragnar. He admits to himself that in his previous life, he would have been completely overwhelmed in such a situation. He also sees Osa Ragnar, the sword dragon of the Plum Blossom Palace, and Wolfgang Ragnar, the elder dragon and head counselor, both present in the assembly. As Wolfgang looks at him, the MC realizes it has been a long time since they last met, and he had not expected to encounter him here. He knows that Wolfgang places great importance on bloodlines, and that someone like him, a half-blooded and illegitimate child, must appear utterly repulsive in his eyes, something Wolfgang does not even attempt to conceal. Wolfgang questions whether he understands that he has been summoned to answer for his crimes, and goes on to state that the Byron clan, the Sarah's Merchant Guild, the Red and White Mercenary Corps, and even the Hanavi clan are all severing ties with the main family because of his reckless actions. Growing increasingly angry, Wolfgang insults him and demands to know whether he can bear the consequences of the damage he has caused, making it clear that he will be held responsible for tarnishing Ragnar's honor. Theo acknowledges his words, and admits that he had been far too careless, stating that instead of merely severing limbs, he should have gone as far as cutting off their heads. His response leaves everyone shocked, yet he continues, asserting that all those clans are merely their subjects. He explains that the Lord grants them land and honor, and in return, it is the duty of the subjects to offer loyalty and even their lives to Ragnar, as this is the foundation of chivalry. And despite knowing this, they chose to defy their lord. Showing clear frustration, he adds that had he known of their insolence earlier, he would have executed them without hesitation, insisting that they should be punished to restore the principles of chivalry. He makes it clear that he could not stand by and watch the honor Ragnar had upheld for centuries be trampled. The room falls silent, while Julius, in his thoughts, finds Theo impressive and assumes that he will receive a standard punishment after presenting such justification. Wolfgang, however, believes that Theo is mocking them with clever words, but Osa Ragnar understands his reasoning and agrees that he is correct. Wolfgang is surprised by her stance, and Osa explains that while Ragnar is powerful, it is not truly great, and therefore must still heed the voices of its vassals and knights, or risk eventual downfall, as ruling the world cannot be achieved through strength alone. Theo understands her perspective and decides to remember it. The MC observes that the first wife of the clan head, who is also the greatest swordsman in the north, is fortunately on his side and not hostile toward him. Osa, however, expresses that she hopes he understands that the punishment he is about to receive is justified. Theo asks about the punishment, and Wolfgang informs him that he will be placed under probation for 3 months. In response, Theo expresses his desire to participate in the ceremony, which immediately irritates Wolfgang, who interprets it as defiance. However, Osa chooses to consider Theo's request and ultimately permits him to take part in the awakening ceremony scheduled for the following year. Ed points out that it had already been decided that the children Theo injured would also be participating next year. Even so, due to the demon dragon's interference, Theo ends up receiving a lighter punishment. Ed feels satisfied seeing his plans unfold as intended, fully aware that delaying the awakening ceremony brings dishonor upon the Ragnar. Since the MC represents the Rose Palace, bearing such disgrace would weaken its standing and allow the Camellia Palace to move ahead of it. A subtle smile forms on his face as he becomes convinced that once everything is set in motion, Theo will have no way to counter it and will be forced to accept defeat. Ed also knows that if Theo attempts to appeal, it would lead to his death, and he assumes that Theo is not foolish enough to take such a step. Contrary to his expectations, the MC openly declares his intention to appeal, leaving not only Ed but everyone else in shock. Ed struggles to suppress his satisfaction, internally mocking Theo as a complete fool whose arrogance knows no bounds. And he feels even more pleased, as the situation appears to be turning in his favor. Julius questions whether Theo truly understands the consequences of filing an appeal, and Theo confirms that he does, fully aware that it is not something that can be settled with a mere 3 months of probation. Recognizing that the demon dragon must have manipulated the situation behind the scenes, Theo still chooses to proceed according to his plan, stating that within the proud and powerful Ragnar, an appeal is equivalent to declaring war. He makes it clear that he has no intention of accepting even the slightest punishment, insisting that in the end, only strength determines the truth, and he even goes as far as claiming that his actions deserve recognition rather than punishment. His words leave the entire room in stunned silence. Meanwhile, At the hidden northern branch of the Ceres Merchant Guild, the surroundings are consumed by flames as chaos unfolds. Evelyn finishes off the last remaining opponent, and at that moment, Remington approaches her from behind, holding a small box in his hands. He reveals that this was the location where the item had been hidden, exactly as Theo had predicted. Glancing down at the box, he remarks that Troiven's Camellia Palace is now finished. Meanwhile, as the MC stands before all the influential figures, Wolfgang questions whether he truly intends to turn an issue that could be resolved with just 3 months of probation into an all-out war. He calls it pure arrogance and challenges whether the boy genuinely believes he can stand against the combined strength of 15 clans on his own. Theo responds by stating that this is something he must handle personally, especially considering the overwhelming gap in power between both sides. In his view, resolving appeals through proxy battles is a perfectly normal practice. Julius reflects on the nature of such appeals, understanding that they are meant to determine victory and defeat through combat. However, when the difference in power makes a full-scale war impossible to win, each side is allowed to send a single representative, with the outcome decided through a one-on-one sword fight. This system of proxy battle means that Theo would effectively be representing himself. Julius realizes that if things proceed this way, there is a very high chance that Theo will lose, especially since the opposing side's representative is likely to be Axion. He begins to wonder whether Theo has some hidden plan, also recognizing that if Theo is relying on Evelyn or even himself to step in as his representative, he will likely be disappointed. Theo formally requests that the proxy battle be held within a week, in accordance with the rules. Ed observes this and believes he has already figured out Theo's intentions, assuming that he plans to rely on Julius or Evelyn as his proxy. However, Ed is confident that no one will agree to stand for him, forcing Theo to fight personally. With that in mind, Ed decides to send Axion as his own representative, intending to crush Theo and remind him of his place. Just as Ed prepares to announce his choice, a sudden presence interrupts the moment, leaving everyone in complete silence. A man enters, praising Theo's clever schemes while remarking on how much he has changed since their last meeting. It is none other than the clan head, Kyle Ragnar. The moment he steps into the trial chamber, everyone immediately bows in respect, and the MC also kneels, greeting the incarnation of the great dragon god. At that instant, a system window appears before him, assigning a new quest to seize control of the Camellia Palace and uncover its hidden secrets. He realizes that this is his first quest since the tutorial, and wonders if it is connected to the mysterious blue light he had seen earlier. He acknowledges that he had completely forgotten about it amidst everything that had been happening, briefly recalling that something significant was tied to it. He quickly stops dwelling on it and shifts his focus back to the present, now facing his father. The situation has become even more unpredictable with the king's sudden appearance, introducing a massive variable that could easily disrupt his plans. Kyle instructs him to stand and mentions that he has already heard about the entire situation, recognizing that his son intends to proceed with an appeal through a proxy battle. Theo confirms this, and his father acknowledges that it would be difficult for him to fight personally, asking who he intends to choose as his representative. The MC realizes that this is a test, and responds that there is no one suitable to take his place, meaning he intends to step forward as his own representative in the appeal. His father concludes that this choice will lead to his defeat, but Theo refuses to accept such a judgment without even being given the chance to prove himself. He steels his resolve, determined to face whatever comes without yielding to anyone. Hearing this, the king suddenly bursts into laughter and draws the attention of everyone present, asking if they heard what his son had just declared. He expresses admiration for Theo's refusal to bow down, recognizing it as a true reflection of the Ragnar spirit, and openly praises his son for his attitude. Theo feels a sense of satisfaction and begins to smile, knowing that everything is unfolding according to his plan. He understands that the proxy battle is merely a distraction, and since he does not actually intend to fight, he can speak boldly without hesitation. He recalls the tasks he assigned to Remy and Evelyn, confident that they will soon obtain proof of the Camellia Palace's treasonous conspiracy, which would secure his victory without the need for battle. Finally, the king decides to offer his son a chance. As the ruler of Ragnar, Kyle declares that he will personally test Theo by delivering a single strike. Theo is taken aback as his father tells him to disregard the trial entirely, stating that if he can withstand just one blow, all charges against him will be cleared without any punishment. The king then turns and instructs Theo to step forward, but Ed immediately begins shouting in protest, trying to object to the situation. He understands that testing Theo with a single strike essentially means the king is acknowledging him, and if Theo somehow manages to endure it, he would gain the direct approval of the clan head himself. Although Ed is confident that Theo will not survive such a strike, he still decides to interfere, unwilling to let Theo gain favor in the king's eyes under any circumstance. He questions how mere vassals and bannermen could dare to comment on the bloodline of the clan leader's son, and continues to argue based on the rules of proxy battles. But Kyle Ragnar abruptly silences him, making it clear that if a vassal dares to speak against the Ragnars, they should simply be eliminated. Left with no choice, Ed backs down, and Kyle shifts his attention to Julius, asking if he has anything to say after noticing him quietly amused. Julius responds that he is simply surprised to see the king taking interest after such a long time. Without wasting time, Kyle directly asks his son whether he is willing to accept the challenge. The MC realizes that the situation has taken a drastic turn, and although this was not part of his expectations, he smiles and decides to accept it. However, he points out that the condition is far too heavy, explaining that comparing a single strike from the clan leader to a proxy war against vassals and bannermen is completely unreasonable. The king questions whether he is refusing, but the MC denies it, clarifying that he only seeks a fair adjustment since the trial has suddenly become much harsher. With a confident and slightly playful expression, he demands that his compensation be increased accordingly. Kyle asks what he wants, and the MC turns toward Ed before stating that he desires something on the level of the Camellia Palace. This declaration leaves Ed speechless, while frustration builds within him. Wolfgang considers the proposal utter madness, believing that such negotiations with the clan leader himself are unacceptable, as agreements are meant to occur between equals. He is convinced that Theo's arrogance will lead to his downfall. To everyone's surprise, however, the clan leader agrees to Theo's demand, reasoning that if Theo truly aims to become his successor, he must possess this level of courage and boldness. Kyle then asks the Sky Dragon if he has any objections, but the man submits immediately, stating that everything ultimately belongs to his lord and he would not dare oppose his decision. Satisfied, Kyle orders preparations for a stage, declaring that he will personally test his son. Theo feels a slight hesitation, but soon stands facing his father on the battleground, while the other vassals gather at the sides to observe. Ed is overwhelmed with frustration as he realizes that the trap he had carefully set has instead turned into an opportunity that favors Theo. Still, he reassures himself, believing that regardless of Theo's recent growth, there is no way he can endure even a single strike from the clan leader, something that even high-ranking swordsmen struggle to survive. In Ed's mind, Theo is as good as dead. However, the MC sees through his intentions and remains confident, trusting in the reward he obtained during the tutorial. The king notices that something about his son has changed, and wonders if he secretly consumed an elixir. Although he doubts that even an elixir could cause such a drastic transformation, he decides it is irrelevant, as the method does not matter to him. Theo realizes that his father has easily seen through him, something even the 9 dragons failed to notice. The king asks if he is ready, and Theo confirms that he is. Kyle remarks that he usually fights with his greatsword, but since Theo has not yet learned to use mana, he will go easy on him by using a worn steel sword instead. He asks if Theo has any objections, and upon receiving none, he becomes serious and prepares to strike. A massive aura spreads across the battlefield as the clan leader advances, filling the area with overwhelming pressure. Theo feels the weight of his father's presence, realizing that even his mere fighting spirit is enough to dominate the surroundings. The clan leader expresses slight surprise that his son is still able to stand under such pressure, while Theo remains confident, knowing that his strength has nearly tripled thanks to the reward he received after clearing the tutorial, the experience elixir. By consuming it, he gained 5 levels, and invested all of his points into strength. With this newfound power, he feels as though he has stepped beyond the realm of the weak and into something far greater, giving him the confidence to endure at least one strike from his father. As the clan leader launches his attack, everyone watches in stunned silence, while Ed becomes convinced that Theo will die. Theo concentrates entirely on defense, managing to perceive the incoming strike at the last moment. A massive red beam crashes into the ground, obliterating the entire stage in an instant. Once the dust settles, the clan leader smiles, realizing that he has finally found a son worthy of recognition. Theo remains standing, leaving everyone in complete shock. Through sheer will and determination, he proves his worth and withstands the attack. With that, the trial comes to an end, and a system notification appears, confirming that the sudden quest involving a single strike from Kyle Ragnar has been successfully completed. As a reward for his achievement, Theo receives an inventory and a mysterious blue key. After some time, Theo slowly wakes up, wondering where he is. Cecilia immediately brightens upon seeing her son regain consciousness. She explains that he collapsed after remaining standing for too long, and begins crying while holding his hand, unable to hide how terrified she had been when she learned that the clan leader himself had challenged him. Deeply worried, she asks whether he suffered any additional injuries, and assures him that she will call a physician immediately if he has even the slightest fracture or dislocation. Theo reassures her that he is fine, though he still does not recognize the room around him. At that moment, Julius enters and informs him that, under the clan leader's orders, the Lady of the Camellia Palace, Axion, and the Director of Intelligence have all been removed from their positions. Hearing this, Theo quickly realizes where he is and becomes pleased to learn that they are now inside the Camellia Palace. A system notification updates his progress, informing him that the only remaining objective is to uncover the hidden secret. Meanwhile, in the garden of the Camellia Palace, Emil creates a scene as she refuses to accept being forced out of what she considers her own property. The servants desperately try to calm her down, repeatedly begging her not to cause any more trouble. Elsewhere, Ed watches the situation unfold and secretly orders Axion to kill Theo Ragnar. Axion begins discussing his plans for the awakening ceremony, but Ed immediately cuts him off and commands him to eliminate Theo completely by taking his head. Axion notices the intense hatred and desire for revenge burning in Ed's eyes. Once everything settles within the Camellia Palace, Theo reflects on the outcome and realizes that although events did not unfold according to his original plan, the results turned out far better than he had expected. He managed to obtain control of the Camellia Palace without even using his trump card, and on top of that, he gained another authority. Activating his inventory skill, he pulls out an item and casually begins eating an apple. While wondering how such a strange ability is even possible, he admits that it is incredibly useful. Afterward, Theo retrieves the mysterious blue key he recently obtained from the inventory. He is convinced that it must be connected to something important. As he focuses on a nearby door, the keyhole suddenly begins glowing. Deciding to investigate, he unlocks the door and pushes it open, only to find a deep tunnel hidden beyond it. Immediately, the system announces that he has discovered a dungeon for the first time, and rewards him by doubling any experience gained within it. Finding a hidden cave beneath the Camellia Palace, Theo assumes it is tied to another quest and decides to clear it, unwilling to miss such a valuable opportunity for experience. Before entering, however, he remembers that rushing into a dungeon unprepared would be foolish. After some time, he returns with his inventory stocked full of weapons and equipment before finally stepping inside. As he advances deeper into the dungeon, he suddenly notices a massive wolf staring directly at him. The creature is so large that it appears comparable to a demonic beast. Without hesitation, the wolf leaps toward him, but Theo successfully blocks the attack with his shield. He immediately realizes that the beast possesses tremendous strength, yet he forces it back, refusing to lose in a contest of power. The wolf roars and charges at him once again. Theo quickly swings his sword and lands a slash, but the attack fails to inflict any meaningful damage. He realizes that the creature's hide is incredibly thick, and that its speed is equally dangerous, making it impossible to defeat with half-hearted attacks. He concludes that this is no ordinary wolf, and may very well possess strength comparable to a true demonic beast. Defeating it will not be easy. Suddenly, the monster lunges forward again, attacking with its claws. As Theo faces the assault, he recalls the terrifying ray of light he witnessed during his father's strike. He considers it incredible, and attempts to reproduce that pure white arc against the wolf, but fails completely. Accepting that it will not be so simple, he realizes that a single strike is more than just an attack. It is a blow, meant to guarantee death. At last, he begins to understand the principle behind his father's technique. The secret lies in concentrating every bit of strength into one decisive sword strike. Abandoning his shield, he focuses entirely on improving his swordsmanship while recalling the secret sword techniques Evelyn taught him, techniques that rely heavily on speed and precision. Then, rushing forward, he drives his sword directly into the wolf's eye. The monster lets out a painful scream and staggers backward. Seeing the reaction, Theo realizes that his strategy is working. Without giving the beast any time to recover, he attacks once more, convinced that victory is finally within reach. 2 months later, at the training grounds, Eod notices that the number of people gathering there has increased significantly. Sybil agrees and remarks that they may soon need a larger training area. Recently, rumors have been spreading throughout the clan that the clan leader personally taught young Master Theo a single strike. Because of that story, more and more people have started showing up, eager to challenge him to sparring matches. As Sybil continues talking about Theo, someone suddenly approaches from behind and mockingly calls him a lackey. The newcomer is Henry Morris from the Plum Blossom Palace. Henry sarcastically asks when their supposedly incredible young master plans to appear, pointing out that 2 months have already passed. He expresses disappointment, saying he had assumed Theo never missed a day of training. Henry goes on to call Theo a coward, claiming that he must have run away after the rumor spread too far. Sybil immediately grows angry, but Henry keeps talking. He suggests that the entire story might be fabricated since there were no actual witnesses. In his opinion, Theo simply exaggerated everything. He even questions whether the destruction of the Scaled Dragon Society really happened, dismissing it as more fake news. At that point, Sybil finally loses his patience and throws a punch with all his strength, smashing Henry directly in the face. Another member of the Plum Blossom Palace immediately becomes furious and insults Sybil, calling him a dropout. However, everyone present at the training grounds instantly turns their attention toward him with hostile looks. Sybil fires back, calling the man a shitface and declaring that nobody could ever compare to their young master. Eod is genuinely surprised to hear his friend insulting someone's appearance despite having such a face himself. Sybil admits that he was already irritated by the constant visits from the Plum Blossom Palace members who kept showing up just to stir up trouble. He firmly states that he will never allow anyone to disrespect young Master Theo. Drawing their swords, Sybil and his companions openly declare war on the Plum Blossom Palace group. The other side responds in kind, determined to put what they call the dropout losers back in their place. Just as the fight is about to begin, someone suddenly steps between them. In an instant, all of their weapons freeze solid. Everyone is stunned, and Sybil immediately recognizes the newcomer as Ray Ragnar, one of the 4 hounds. Another person soon joins the scene, laughing loudly as he arrives. It is Hulkus Lanka, another member of the Four Hounds. Sybil is shocked to see two members of the Four Hounds appear at the training grounds so suddenly. Looking around, Hulkus notices that someone is missing. He asks one of the Plum Blossom Palace members where the Luster Tiger is, leaving the man completely confused. Growing impatient, Hulkus loudly asks whether everyone there has gone deaf, reminding them that he is looking for the master of the training grounds. He then proudly announces that he has come to challenge Theo Ragnar. Meanwhile, deep inside the dungeon, the MC finally reaches his limit. His sword shatters, and at the same time, the system informs him that he has leveled up. Multiple system windows immediately begin appearing one after another, showing increases to his stats and confirming that he has now hunted 170 demonic beasts. Theo sits atop the corpses of the monsters he has defeated while checking the notifications. The system informs him that only a single monster remains. He drinks a healing potion to recover his strength and reflects on how many times he nearly died during the past 2 months. Every time he found himself on the brink of death, the healing potions managed to save him. In the beginning, defeating the monsters had been extremely difficult, but as he continued leveling up, the battles gradually became easier. Even so, he is surprised by how quickly time has passed. 2 entire months have already gone by inside the dungeon. Looking at the system notification again, he sees that only one demonic beast remains. He immediately suspects that the final enemy must be the dungeon boss, especially when he notices a staircase leading deeper ahead. Theo moves forward and eventually arrives at the 5th floor. Looking down at his shattered sword, he realizes it can no longer be used. Activating his inventory, he searches for a replacement weapon. After checking his remaining equipment, he discovers that only one sword is left. The sight of it causes him to pause. It is the sword his mother gave him as a birthday gift. Memories from his previous life begin surfacing. Before the awakening ceremony, he had frequently clashed with his mother. Back then, he had carelessly thrown the sword into a corner of his room and allowed it to gather dust. Looking at it now, he realizes that it is actually a high-quality ceremonial sword forged from white snow steel. Theo falls silent as the memories continue. In his previous life, his mother had excitedly entered his room to wish him a happy birthday. She had even stayed awake until midnight so she could personally give him his presents. Instead of appreciating her effort, he became irritated and told her that birthday gifts were a waste of time with the awakening ceremony approaching. He had expected more from her, and bitterly stated that no piece of equipment could ever change his bloodline. He even remembered telling her to leave him alone. Thinking back on those moments now, he quietly resolves not to repeat the mistakes of his previous life. Finally, he reaches the boss room. As he steps inside, a system notification appears, warning him to remain cautious because a powerful demonic beast is about to emerge. Inside the boss room, Theo discovers a dragon peacefully sleeping. After taking a closer look, he feels relieved when he realizes it is only a lesser drake. Even so, he cannot help but wonder why the final boss of the quest is a draconic creature. Since the Ragnars are known as descendants of dragons, he briefly questions whether there is some deeper connection or if it is simply a coincidence. Pushing those thoughts aside, he focuses on the battle ahead. The system displays the quest information and confirms that this is the final remaining monster. Theo knows there is no way out of the dungeon without defeating it, but he still questions whether he can actually win against a creature that belongs to the dragon species. After calming himself, Theo decides to use the technique he has been practicing for the past 2 months, the single flash. Although he knows it is nowhere near the level of his father's dragon flash, he has refined it through countless battles against wolves and other monsters. Believing that fully utilizing his dragon heart will allow him to inflict meaningful damage, he charges straight at the lesser drake. His sword pierces directly through one of the monster's eyes, causing it to roar in agony. The successful hit wounds the creature, but before Theo can celebrate, the drake retaliates with a powerful tail strike. He narrowly dodges the attack, and quickly realizes that despite hitting such a vulnerable area, his strike lacked enough power to reach the monster's brain. The lesser drake's rage intensifies as it prepares to kill him, yet Theo remains focused. Seeing possibilities for victory, he rushes forward again, landing several attacks while attempting to distract the beast and search for a true weakness that could end the battle quickly. Suddenly, the lesser drake unleashes a terrifying roar that changes the atmosphere of the entire battlefield. Fear spreads through the area like a physical force, and Theo immediately feels its effect. His body locks up completely, frozen by overwhelming terror. Even though he can clearly see the incoming attack, he is unable to move out of the way. At the last second, he manages to raise his sword and block, but the impact launches him across the room and slams him into a rocky wall. The collision leaves him stunned, and he finally acknowledges just how powerful the dungeon boss truly is. Realizing that he cannot continue taking such attacks for long, he forces himself back onto his feet. As the massive drake advances toward him, Theo desperately searches for a way to end the battle before his strength runs out. Remembering his knowledge of dragons, he recalls that their greatest weakness lies in their reverse scales. Determined to gamble everything on that knowledge, Theo leaps onto the drake's body while weaving through its attacks. Despite the danger, he manages to reach the reverse scales and drives his sword into them. Blood immediately bursts from the wound as the monster screams in pain. Encouraged by the result, Theo repeatedly attacks the same spot, convinced that he has found the key to victory. victory. The lesser Drake continues roaring in agony, and for a moment, he believes his strategy has worked perfectly. However, to his surprise, the monster refuses to collapse. Even after suffering such critical damage, the Drake remains standing, proving far more resilient than he anticipated. Meanwhile, back at the training grounds, Hulkus becomes increasingly irritated with Ray and insists that he should be the first one allowed to challenge Theo. Ray dismisses him as a loser and tells him to stay out of her way, but Hulkus immediately argues back. He points out that his defeat happened 3 years ago and claims that he has spent every single day improving himself since then. In his mind, 3 years is more than enough time to close the gap between them. Ray pays no attention to his excuses and simply calls him a loser again, making him even angrier. Eventually, Hulkus proposes a duel, declaring that whoever wins will earn the right to challenge Theo Ragnar. He swings his massive weapon at her, but Ray effortlessly blocks the attack without showing the slightest sign of strain. Watching from nearby, Sybil and Henry have no idea what is happening anymore, but both become nervous witnessing 2 members of the Four Hounds openly fighting each other. As the confrontation escalates and both prepare to attack again, Remington suddenly appears between them. He calmly tells them to take their fight elsewhere, reminding them that this territory belongs to young Master Theo. He firmly states that he will not allow anyone to cause trouble within his master's domain. Hulkus immediately brightens upon seeing Remington and expresses a desire to fight him as well. Remington simply asks him to listen and understand what he is saying. Before the situation can continue, an overwhelming pressure suddenly spreads through the area. Everyone present immediately senses the terrifying killing intent. Even Remington is startled and begins wondering where such a menacing aura could have come from. Instinctively, everyone turns toward the source. There, standing at the entrance of the training grounds, is Theo himself. Remington is shocked by the immense pressure radiating from him and cannot help but wonder what exactly happened during Theo's 2 months of secluded training. Ray and Hulkus, on the other hand, become excited the moment they see him arrive. Theo's presence alone dominates the entire training ground, and the source of that pressure soon becomes clear. During his battle with the Lesser Drake, he acquired the creature's fear skill, and now that terrifying ability blankets the entire area, leaving everyone feeling the overwhelming presence of the young master. Earlier inside the dungeon, after Theo pierced the Lesser Drake's reverse scales, the monster finally collapsed and died. The system immediately congratulated him for successfully hunting the boss monster. The moment his sword struck the reverse scales, the Drake went completely berserk. For several minutes, Theo genuinely thought he was going to die as the enraged creature rampaged wildly. Fortunately, the monster eventually exhausted itself, proving that the reverse scales truly were its greatest weakness. Once the battle ended, the system rewarded him with the Lesser Drake's tooth and Lesser Drake's claw. The tooth could be used as a weapon enhancement material, while the claw could increase a weapon's sharpness. Since he didn't want to lose the sword his mother had given him, Theo immediately decided that these materials would be used to repair and strengthen it. The rewards did not stop there. The system also granted him a new skill called Lesser Drake's Fear. The unexpected reward surprised him, and after reading its description, he learned that it allowed him to inflict fear upon targets weaker than himself. Theo was shocked because abilities like this were normally associated with only a select few exceptional individuals. Excited by the opportunity, he looked forward to testing it out for himself. As he organized his newly acquired items and stored everything inside his inventory, he couldn't help but wonder whether the skill would actually be useful within Ragnar, a place already filled with powerful people. With the dungeon finally cleared, Theo completed the Camellia Palace quest and uncovered its hidden secret. As a reward for successfully clearing Scenario Quest 1, the system granted him a nest compass. He had no idea what the item actually did and questioned whether it would become important in a future quest. Deciding to worry about it later, he stored it in his inventory and planned to head back to his room for some much-needed rest after spending 2 exhausting months inside the dungeon. His plans for rest disappeared almost immediately when a maid rushed over and informed him of an urgent situation. She noticed the numerous wounds covering his body, but Theo casually brushed them aside and asked what was happening. The maid explained that a massive brawl had broken out at Training Ground 4. Upon hearing this, Theo headed straight there. The moment he arrived, he activated Lesser Drake's Fear and unleashed its pressure across the entire training ground. The overwhelming aura instantly dominated everyone present as he angrily demanded that they all leave because he needed rest. The killing intent was so intense that several people lost consciousness on the spot. However, Hulkus reacted differently. Rather than being intimidated, he became excited and immediately charged toward Theo, eager to determine which of them was stronger. Swinging his weapon with full force, Hulkus attacked, but Theo effortlessly overpowered the strike with a single swing of his own. The spectators were left stunned as Hulkus was blasted backward, unable to believe that his attack had been deflected so easily. Even Theo was surprised by the results of his dungeon training. Despite this, Hulkus refused to back down. Throughout the North, he was known as the weakest member of the Four Hounds, largely because of his lack of intelligence and his tendency to rely on brute force rather than developing a wider skill set. Even so, nobody had ever surpassed him when it came to raw physical strength. Determined to prove himself, Hulkus charged again and challenged Theo to stop another attack. To Theo's surprise, he found himself capable of matching Hulkus head-on. Then, with a single clean slash, he countered the attack and completely defeated him. The incredible growth from leveling up filled Theo with satisfaction as Hulkus coughed up blood before losing consciousness and collapsing. Realizing he may have used too much force, Theo felt slightly guilty and admitted that he should have held back. Fortunately, Hulkus was famous for his incredible durability and toughness, making him one of the few people capable of surviving such a hit. After checking him, Theo confirmed that he had only fainted. The crowd immediately erupted with excitement. Sybil stared in disbelief, while everyone at the training grounds began cheering for the young master who had defeated the Black Bear, one of the 4 hounds, with a single strike. Theo repeatedly assured them that Hulkus was still alive, but nobody seemed interested in listening. Then, to his disappointment, his sword suddenly broke apart as well. The weapon had been a gift from his mother, making its destruction particularly painful. The crowd somehow became even more excited, praising Theo for wielding such overwhelming power that he shattered his own sword with a single attack. Theo could not understand why everyone was celebrating so enthusiastically. Meanwhile, Ray quietly watched the scene and found herself recalling a memory from her childhood. Years ago, Theo had found her wandering outside in the freezing cold, while wearing almost nothing to protect herself from the weather. Concerned, he had wrapped his own scarf around her and decided she still looked too cold. He brought her to his home and planned to return her once the snowfall stopped. Remembering that moment now, Ray smiled to herself before quietly leaving the training ground. Remington happened to notice her expression and was surprised to see her smiling at all. Later, back at the Camellia Palace, Theo found himself growing embarrassed as the maids congratulated him on earning a new title, Luster Tiger. One of them happily remarked that all his hard work was finally paying off and encouraged him to keep pushing forward until the awakening ceremony arrived. She genuinely believed he could succeed. Before Theo could properly respond, Cecilia suddenly appeared and immediately began feeding him a newly prepared abalone dish. No matter how much he tried to resist, she continued stuffing more food into his mouth. While eating, Theo found himself reflecting on his previous life and feeling grateful for the changes that had occurred. He admitted that the food was delicious, causing Cecilia to beam with happiness. However, her attention soon shifted to the broken sword. The moment she saw it, her expression changed completely. Theo immediately became nervous and explained that it broke during training. He apologized sincerely, knowing how meaningful the birthday gift was. To his surprise, Cecilia did not become angry at him. Instead, she became furious at the craftsman who claimed the sword would never break despite being forged from white snow steel and ebony steel wood. When Theo asked whether she meant the rare steel wood from the southern jungle, she confirmed it and explained how valuable both materials were. She felt completely deceived because if the craftsman had truly used such materials properly, the sword should never have broken so easily. Theo was shocked after learning just how expensive and rare those materials actually were, and wondered how his mother had managed to obtain such a weapon in the first place. Determined to get answers, Cecilia announced that she would personally confront the craftsman and demand an explanation. She also intended to make him forge an even better sword worthy of her precious son. Theo tried to reassure her that it wasn't necessary and that he could simply use another weapon, but she refused to hear it. In her eyes, people were finally beginning to recognize his talent, meaning he needed to be more careful than ever. With the awakening ceremony rapidly approaching, she absolutely would not allow him to attend while carrying a worn-out replacement sword. Seeing how much she genuinely cared for him made Theo happy. Once the discussion ended, Cecilia suddenly announced that it was time to leave. Theo looked confused until she revealed their destination. They were heading to the finest workshop in all of Winterra, the legendary Basque Workshop. The Basque Workshop was one of the 3 greatest manufacturing workshops in all of Winterra, a place so massive that it rivaled an entire factory. However, its true fame came not from its size, but from its master. The workshop was run by a figure classified as special rank by the intelligence agency, and one of only 3 Ragnar artisans who possessed the prestigious title of Master Craftsman. Upon arriving, Theo was stunned to discover that the owner was none other than the demon craftsman Kirsten, often called the incarnation of capitalist greed itself. He had never imagined meeting such an influential tycoon in person, and even more shocking was the realization that his mother seemed to know her personally. His confusion only deepened when Cecilia angrily asked why Kirsten was still smoking. The moment he heard Cecilia address Kirsten as her mother, Theo was left completely speechless. Kirsten immediately told Cecilia to stop calling her that, insisting that their relationship was not truly one of parent and child. Theo remembered being told that his mother was an orphan with no family after she ran away years ago, so learning that she was connected to the high elf Kirsten completely overturned everything he thought he knew. He suddenly realized that part of the reason for his unusually handsome appearance was likely because he was actually 1/4 elf. Kirsten questioned why Cecilia had suddenly decided to visit after so long. In response, Cecilia threw the broken sword at her and bluntly declared it a defective product. Kirsten immediately became irritated, refusing to believe such a claim about a weapon she had personally forged. However, after picking it up and examining it, she discovered that the sword really was broken. Cecilia sarcastically asked whether it still wasn't defective, leaving Kirsten momentarily speechless. Curious about the weapon's owner, Kirsten asked who had wielded it. Cecilia pointed to Theo and explained that it belonged to him. Kirsten recognized the boy standing behind her and was immediately corrected when Cecilia proudly declared that Theo was a genius destined to one day rule Ragnar itself. Theo politely introduced himself and expressed his gratitude for meeting the famous master of the Basque workshop. Kirsten recalled hearing about him and praised Cecilia for raising such a remarkable child. When she confirmed that Theo was the sole user of the sword, Kirsten's expression changed. Realizing the matter was more complicated than it appeared, she invited them inside, already sensing that a long discussion awaited them. As they walked through the workshop, Theo asked his mother whether Kirsten was truly related to her. Cecilia admitted that he was correct and explained that, while she never spoke much about it, Kirsten had acted as her foster mother for a period of time. According to Cecilia, Kirsten had a peculiar habit of collecting anything she considered beautiful, whether it was music, jewels, theater performances, or even people. Beauty fascinated her. That obsession was the reason she had taken Cecilia in as a foster child in the first place. Kirsten immediately interrupted and dismissed the conversation as pointless reminiscing. Cecilia accused her of lying, prompting Theo to ask how she eventually left the workshop. Kirsten answered the question herself, revealing that Cecilia had abandoned everything because she wanted to marry the leader of the Ragnar clan. She admitted that she never expected her foster daughter to willingly run away to such a miserable place, and was genuinely surprised that she had survived there for so many years. Cecilia defended herself by claiming she simply could not resist the clan leader's manliness and handsome appearance, as well as the affection he showed her. Kirsten remained unimpressed and reminded her that, despite running away, she had shamelessly returned the previous year begging for a custom sword to give Theo as a birthday gift. Cecilia quickly became annoyed at hearing this brought up in front of her son, and the two immediately started arguing. Watching the exchange, Theo could not help smiling. He had never seen his mother behave so casually and naturally before. Reflecting on his previous life, he realized how little he had cared to learn about her and how ungrateful he had been. He also noticed that despite all her complaints, Kirsten clearly cared deeply for Cecilia. That realization made him wonder why she had never intervened during the tragedies of his past life. Eventually, they arrived at Kirsten's private room. Cecilia immediately demanded that she forge the finest sword possible for Theo as compensation for the broken one. Instead of answering, Kirsten suddenly grabbed Theo, pushed him inside, and slammed the door shut, leaving Cecilia outside. Ignoring Cecilia's shouting, Kirsten decided to skip all formalities and ask a direct question. She wanted to know whether Theo possessed a relic of the primordial dragon. The question confused him. He wondered whether she was referring to the ancestor of the guardian dragon that protected the clan, and explained that he had only heard legends claiming relics of that dragon had been scattered throughout Winterra for Ragnar descendants. Kirsten firmly stated that it was no legend, and demanded to know whether he truly possessed no relic at all. Growing increasingly frustrated, she questioned how he had managed to break the sword she had poured her heart and soul into creating. In her opinion, nothing short of a relic should have been capable of damaging it. She repeatedly emphasized how valuable the sword had been, while Theo could only apologize and recall that it broke during his battle with the Lesser Drake. Realizing explanations were getting nowhere, Kirsten finally decided to show him the answer herself. She led him to a massive casket, completely wrapped in heavy chains, and asked whether he noticed anything unusual about it. The moment Theo looked at it, he saw the same mysterious blue glow he had previously witnessed around the hidden dungeon entrance inside the Camellia Palace. Instantly suspecting it was connected to another quest, he stared at it intently. Kirsten admitted that she could not see anything herself, but Theo's reaction confirmed her suspicions. She dragged the enormous casket closer and explained that despite countless attempts, she had never managed to break its seal or obtain the item hidden inside. She then revealed the truth behind the relic. Long ago, the primordial dragon supposedly removed one of its own fangs and forged it into a legendary blade known as the White Moonlight Blade, often referred to as the Monster Sword. According to Kirsten, if Theo succeeded in breaking the seal, she would give him the sword. However, she also warned him that failure could easily cost him his life. Rather than being intimidated, Theo grinned excitedly. In his mind, the sword already belonged to him. At that moment, the system generated a new scenario quest, requiring him to be chosen by the primordial dragon's relic, the White Moonlight Blade. Theo quickly realized the significance of the weapon. It was the personal sword of the leader of Black Snow, one of the 9 dragons known as the Black Dragon. Very few people even knew the sword existed because everyone who learned too much about it either disappeared or died. He remembered a mysterious encounter encounter years ago when a strange man noticed him despite supposedly being invisible to everyone else. Through sheer coincidence, Theo had glimpsed the sword's true form back then and never understood why the Black Dragon allowed him to live. Now he finally understood that Kirsten had possessed the white moonlight blade all along. When Kirsten asked one final time whether he intended to open the seal, Theo's determination only grew stronger. He declared that the sword was already his. Studying the casket more closely, he noticed striking similarities between it and the sealed door within the Camellia Palace. Acting on instinct, he retrieved the blue key and inserted it into the casket. Kirsten watched in confusion as the lock clicked open. A strange light immediately burst out from within, illuminating the room. Before either of them could react, thick black fog emerged from the casket and wrapped around Theo. Kirsten's expression instantly changed to alarm as the fog began dragging him toward the opening. Theo struggled desperately to break free, but the force was overwhelming. Within moments, he was swallowed completely and pulled into an unknown realm. When Theo opened his eyes again, he found himself standing within the Rose Palace. The entire place was engulfed in flames. He stared around in disbelief, unable to understand why he was reliving these memories again. As scenes from his past replayed before him, he was reminded of how weak and powerless he once was. The experience reignited his determination. He needed more strength, enough strength to defeat Rendon and completely crush the Camellia Palace. Suddenly, a griffin appeared and began manipulating his mind, attempting to exploit his desire for power. However, Theo abruptly woke from the illusion and caught the griffin by its beak, completely catching it off guard. He immediately realized what was happening. This was the reason the white moonlight blade was called the Monster Sword. The griffin was trying to corrupt and dominate anyone who sought its power by preying on their deepest desires. The mysterious creature called him insolent and struggled to free itself, but Theo showed no intention of letting go. Calmly, he explained that he had already conquered the despair and regrets being shown to him long ago. He questioned whether the creature truly thought he would be tempted by meaningless power after everything he had already experienced through countless quests. The griffin seemed genuinely confused by his reaction. While holding it in place, Theo noticed another odd detail. The griffin looked very different from the one he remembered. The creature from his memories had been at least 10 meters tall, yet this one was barely his own size. He briefly wondered whether it had somehow shrunk after remaining trapped for so many years, but ultimately decided it wasn't worth thinking about. Tightening his grip, he declared that the white moonlight blade now belonged to him and prepared to punch the griffin with a fierce grin on his face. Faced with such an absurd situation, the monster quickly abandoned its hostility and desperately tried to talk its way out instead. Meanwhile, back inside Kirsten's room, Cecilia panics the moment she sees Theo collapse, unconscious. She desperately tries to wake him, but no matter what she does, he remains unresponsive. Fear quickly turns into tears as she demands to know why her son is lying there like that. Kirsten finds herself unable to answer as Cecilia breaks down, insisting that she never asked for any of this. All she wanted was a proper sword for her son. As Kirsten examines Theo's condition, she notices something unbelievable. A strange monster-like energy is connected directly to his bloodstream, something she has never seen or even heard of before. She had assumed Theo would be safe because he already possessed a relic, but now she is no longer certain. Cecilia, overwhelmed with worry, warns her foster mother that if anything happens to her son, she will never forgive her. Just then, the white moonlight sword reacts. A mysterious light begins gathering around Theo's chest, causing Cecilia to panic even more as she continues trying to wake him. Moments later, Theo finally opens his eyes. Cecilia immediately throws her arms around him and starts crying from relief. She admits how worried she was, while Theo reassures her that he is perfectly fine and that there is no reason to worry. At the same time, the system appears and congratulates him for hunting the griffin and completing the quest. As a reward, he officially becomes the owner of the white moonlight sword. Theo quickly realizes how fortunate he was to survive the trial. The griffin had only recently been unsealed, making it much weaker than it should have been, and its psychological attacks were completely ineffective against him because of everything he had already endured. Another notification appears, informing him that he has successfully observed the monster energy contained within the white moonlight sword. Instantly, his magical power begins to rise dramatically. The amount surpasses 200, and his entire body starts glowing with energy. Theo learns that his magic power has begun developing divinity and has already reached the level normally possessed by high-ranking swordsmen. Despite the incredible growth, he feels slightly frustrated because he cannot openly use this power yet. Until the awakening ceremony arrives, he still needs to conceal his true abilities. Kirsten remains visibly impressed and congratulates him on succeeding where countless others had failed. Theo immediately reminds her of the promise she made, and she assures him that elves do not break their word. However, he notices that the white moonlight sword is still acting strangely and asks whether it has truly accepted him as its master. The situation makes him slightly nervous, but Kirsten explains that the sword spent 400 years trapped inside that sealed casket. Now that it is finally free, it is simply venting centuries of frustration. To help him understand its power, she suggests swinging it at a nearby wall using everything he has. Theo hesitates and wonders whether that is really a good idea, but Kirsten mocks his concern. In her opinion, even if the sword is legendary, An inexperienced boy who has not even completed his awakening ceremony should never be capable of damaging the Basque workshop. Hearing her confidence makes Theo a little uncomfortable, but he decides to test the weapon anyway. He approaches the wall and begins channeling all of his magic power into the blade. After apologizing in advance, he removes the sword's covering and prepares to strike. At first, Kirsten simply watches. However, the moment she senses the amount of energy gathering around him, her expression changes. She suddenly tries to stop him, but it is already too late. Theo unleashes Single Flash through the white moonlight sword, and the resulting attack completely tears through the workshop wall. Cecilia stands frozen in shock, while Kirsten can only stare in horror. Contrary to all her expectations, Theo does not merely damage the structure. He literally splits the massive wall in half with a single swing, despite not even aiming to destroy it. The sight leaves Kirsten on the verge of tears as she watches yet another expensive disaster unfold, especially after already dealing with the broken birthday sword. Even Theo is stunned by the result. The attack feels absurdly powerful, and immediately afterward he finds himself completely drained. The white moonlight sword consumed every drop of magic power he possessed in order to unleash that devastating strike. Before he can fully process what happened, Kirsten rushes toward him at incredible speed and begins transferring mana into his body. The movement is so fast that Theo barely notices her approach. As she examines him, she realizes that he truly has almost no control over his newfound magic power. Nevertheless, after looking at the enormous crack running through a wall nearly 10 feet thick, she becomes convinced that the boy standing before her is an undeniable genius. For the first time, she feels genuine pride in having a grandson like him. That pride, however, is quickly accompanied by another emotion. As Kirsten studies Theo, countless business opportunities begin forming in her mind. The greedy gleam in her eyes becomes impossible to hide. Placing a hand on his shoulder, she declares that she will personally become his patron from now on. All he needs to do is spread his wings and display his talents to the world. Theo immediately sees through her intentions. It is painfully obvious that she plans to use him as living advertisement for the Basque workshop. The excitement in her eyes resembles someone staring at a mountain of gold, rather than a grandson. Noticing the unmistakable shine of profit in her expression, Theo bluntly points out that he can practically see the dollar signs glowing in her eyes. As night settled over Winterra, Theo and Cecilia prepared to leave the Basque workshop. After exchanging their final farewells with Kirsten, the two departed. Once they were gone, Kirsten looked down at the drake fangs in her possession and smiled with satisfaction. Theo had left them behind as compensation for the massive damage caused to her workshop. Rather than being upset, Kirsten was delighted. The materials from a drake were incredibly valuable, and she was convinced that Theo must have acquired them while obtaining the relic. As she admired the loot, she also found herself feeling proud of Cecilia. The daughter who had once run away had somehow raised an extraordinary son. Just then, someone suddenly arrived and addressed her by her title, Demon Craftsman. The familiar voice instantly caused Kirsten to freeze. Turning around, she demanded to know why he was there. Standing before her was the mysterious crow of Robber Ragnar. He simply stared at her with a faint red glow in his eyes and remained silent, leaving the encounter shrouded in mystery. 5 days passed, and the long-awaited day of the awakening ceremony finally arrived. As usual, Theo and Evelyn were engaged in a sparring session. After exchanging several blows, Evelyn could immediately tell that his swordsmanship had improved once again. His attacks were faster, cleaner, and noticeably stronger than before. Theo responded with a grin, admitting that hearing praise from someone like Evelyn was something he never expected. Around them, the spectators watched with complicated expressions. Most of them felt completely outclassed by Theo's growth. It had only been half a year since he began changing, yet his progress was already terrifying. Evelyn herself was amazed. The boy who once struggled had become strong enough to force her backward during their exchanges. In her eyes, if he successfully awakened his magic power today, an absolute monster would be born. After the sparring session continued for a while, Evelyn praised him once more, telling him he had done exceptionally well, and might even have a chance of becoming the valedictorian of the awakening ceremony. She wished him luck and offered her sincere support. Theo responded with a wide smile, and jokingly declared that if he became valedictorian, he would mention her by name during his speech in front of everyone. Evelyn immediately gave him an exhausted look, clearly wondering why such a thing would even be necessary. Before the conversation could end, several of Theo's companions rushed over and eagerly requested that he mention their names as well. Theo could not help feeling slightly proud of himself, internally thinking that popularity was becoming a burden. Meanwhile, Evelyn simply stared at him with growing concern, convinced that he was becoming far too full of himself. The scene later shifted to the Ragnar clan's central headquarters, where Theo made his arrival. Introducing himself as Theo Ragnar of the Camellia Palace, he passed through the entrance and stepped inside. Immediately, he noticed the enormous crowd gathered for the ceremony. The awakening ceremony was the most important annual event within the Ragnar clan, and every participant dreamed of achieving outstanding results. For young swordsmen, this was their first opportunity to gain recognition and earn honor within the clan. The pressure was immense, especially since nearly every influential figure in Ragnar was present. The clan head, Kyle Ragnar, was there alongside the 9 dragons. Even Hilda Ragnar, the former clan head from 2 generations ago, had attended. Theo found himself studying Hilda closely. The more he looked at her, the harder it became to believe she was over 150 years old. Regardless, he felt relieved to see her attending once again. A loud drumbeat suddenly echoed through the area, drawing everyone's attention. The man responsible was Vanna Ragnar, the judge overseeing the ceremony and a Dragon Gate swordsman. With everyone's focus now on him, he announced the beginning of the preliminary examination. The first stage was simple in theory. Participants would take one of the swords provided, step onto the platform, and attempt to leave a mark on a steel wall positioned there. However, the challenge was far greater than it sounded. Vanna explained that the wall had been forged using white snow steel, making it impossible for an ordinary blade to scratch it. The only way to damage it was by channeling magical power through the weapon. To assist the participants, soma would be distributed. Each soma pill contained power equivalent to 10 years worth of magical energy and had been specifically designed to help awaken and open one's mana hall. Vanna instructed everyone to consume the soma and focus on opening the mana hall within their dantian. Once their mana halls awakened, they would be capable of channeling magical power through their swords and cutting into the white snow steel wall. The depth of the mark left behind would directly determine their evaluation and ranking. After explaining the rules, Vanna loudly declared that he would begin calling names, and each participant would step forward, receive a soma pill, and take their turn on the platform. The very first name announced was Theo Ragnar. Without hesitation, Theo stepped forward. As he accepted the soma pill, memories of his previous life resurfaced. Back then, Axion had stood at the very top and graduated as the valedictorian of the awakening ceremony. This time, however, Theo had no intention of repeating history. Grabbing a sword, he approached the steel wall with determination burning in his eyes. As he walked toward the platform, a system notification suddenly appeared before him. Scenario Quest 3 had begun. The objective was straightforward, but ambitious. Become the valedictorian of the awakening ceremony and clear the quest. At the same time, the perspective shifted to Hilda Ragnar. The 150-year-old former clan head glanced toward Theo and asked Kyle whether this was the boy he had mentioned before. Kyle confirmed it immediately and wondered if she had become interested as well. Hilda admitted that after hearing so much about Theo, her curiosity had certainly been piqued. She wanted to see with her own eyes whether this descendant truly possessed the talent and potential that everyone had been talking about. Theo rolled his shoulders and stretched his muscles while standing before the platform, unable to completely shake off his nervousness. Vanna Ragnar quickly appeared beside him and reminded him to take the soma pill. Theo swallowed it without hesitation, remembering how different things had been in his previous life. Back then, he had consumed soma but failed to control the overwhelming mana it released, severely damaging his dantian in the process. This time, however, he was confident that such a disaster would never happen again. The moment the pill dissolved, an enormous surge of power exploded within him, causing mana to spread throughout the area. Even Vanna was startled by the scale of the mana wave. He knew better than anyone how dangerous soma could be. Participants had to carefully guide the mana into their dantian and stabilize their mana hall. The more talented a Ragnar was, the more mana they possessed, and the greater the risk became. A single mistake could leave them crippled for life. Watching the violent surge of energy surrounding Theo, Vanna became convinced that the boy was about to ruin himself. To everyone's surprise, Theo stabilized the mana almost instantly. A wave of relief and happiness washed over him as he realized that he now possessed both a dragon heart and a fully awakened mana hall. Compared to the struggle he endured in his previous life, the process felt unbelievably simple. More importantly, he no longer needed to suppress the vast reserves of mana stored within his dragon heart. For the first time, he could use his power openly. Gathering his strength, Theo leaped into the air and released everything at once. A dragon formed from pure mana and surged forward, racing toward the white snow steel wall. In a single flash, the attack struck its target and carved an enormous crack through the metal. Vanna was left completely stunned by the display and immediately declared that Theo Ragnar had passed. The spectators were equally shocked by the sheer force and control he had demonstrated. As Theo landed, a system notification appeared before him, announcing that the curse of bad luck that had plagued him was finally gone, and that his fame was beginning to spread throughout the world. A genuine smile appeared on his face. For the first time, he felt like he had finally reached the same starting line as everyone else. The system continued providing updates, revealing that numerous influential figures had taken notice of his performance. Osa Ragnar wished to accept him as a disciple. Julius Ragnar was unhappy with the amount of attention being directed toward him, and Robber Ragnar remained cautious about him. Most importantly, Hilda Ragnar herself had become interested. Theo was thrilled. Catching the attention of the Black Dragon and the Sword Dragon was already a major achievement, but gaining the interest of Hilda Ragnar was even more exciting. After all, she possessed the heart of Garuda. The thought of obtaining something that valuable someday filled him with anticipation. One after another, the remaining participants stepped forward to attempt the examination. Most managed only tiny scratches on the wall, some barely visible at all. One unfortunate participant stared at his thin mark and nearly cried, realizing how far he still had to go before reaching Theo's level. Ray Ragnar, Hulkus, Lanka, and Remington Narcio all delivered impressive performances, yet none of them came close to matching the enormous cut Theo had left behind. Watching all 4 Hounds of the North achieve incredible results, while still falling short of Theo, left many participants feeling completely hopeless. Eventually, it was Axion Ragnar's turn. The moment he stepped forward, whispers spread throughout the crowd. Many spectators were already calling this a battle between the Luster Tiger and the Dark Tiger. Others doubted that even Axion would be able to match Theo's achievement. Hearing himself compared to Theo only fueled Axion's anger. Gripping his sword tightly, he swallowed the Soma pill and unleashed his power. Mana erupted around him, and a gigantic red dragon manifested before charging toward the wall. The resulting strike was so powerful that even Vana found himself speechless. It was the second time that day someone had exceeded his expectations. Axion's attack tore a massive crack through the wall, and Vana immediately announced his success. The audience exploded with excitement because the damage looked nearly identical to Theo's. Suddenly, everyone realized that the final ranking would come down to precision scoring. As evening approached, Vana officially declared the end of the first stage of the awakening ceremony. He expressed satisfaction at the overall performance of this year's participants, and instructed all successful candidates to prepare for the second stage, which would begin in 4 days. With the examination complete, the moment everyone had been waiting for finally arrived. The rankings for the first stage were about to be announced. The entire arena held its breath as anticipation reached its peak. All eyes were fixed on Theo and Axion, the clear frontrunners of the competition. Both stood silently, waiting to hear the results. In the end, Theo Ragnar emerged victorious. Even he was briefly stunned by the announcement. The arena immediately erupted into thunderous cheers. Vana proudly declared that Theo had received a perfect score of 10 out of 10 from the judges. His technique, magical power, control, speed, and overall execution had been flawless in every category. While Theo's supporters celebrated wildly, many participants struggled to believe that he had surpassed Axion. The excitement only intensified when it was revealed that the depth of Theo's cut had come remarkably close to the record once set by young master Thorkel Ragnar. The mention of Thorkel sent another wave of excitement through the crowd. Thorkel Ragnar was a legendary figure, one of the 5 major successor candidates within Ragnar, and widely considered the individual closest to inheriting the clan leadership. Meanwhile, Axion Ragnar was announced as the salutatorian. Like Theo, he had earned a perfect score of 10 out of 10. However, because his sword mark was slightly shorter, he had been pushed into second place. The realization made his frustration boil over. Below them, Remington Narcio secured 3rd place, Ray Ragnar claimed 4th, and Hulkus Lanka took 5th. Once again, the Hounds of the North dominated the upper rankings. Further down the list, Theo's first follower and the infamous fool of the Southern Inspection Post, Sybil Drea, barely managed to secure the final qualifying position in 87th place. Vana then revealed the details of the next challenge. 4 days later, the second stage of the awakening ceremony would begin in the dangerous Winter Mountains. All 87 successful participants were instructed to spend the remaining time preparing themselves as thoroughly as possible. With that announcement, the examinees were dismissed. The first day of the awakening ceremony came to an end, and the event had already taken a completely unexpected turn, with Theo Ragnar standing proudly at the very top. That night, Theo's entire faction headed straight to a tavern to celebrate their success. The building echoed with cheers as everyone toasted the 1st and 3rd place winners. For the people of Training Ground number 4, this felt like complete vindication. The world had finally witnessed the strength they had been talking about for months. Drinks and praise flowed endlessly as everyone celebrated Theo and Remington. Theo thanked his companions for their support, but he knew the awakening ceremony was far from over. The first stage was only the beginning. Pulling Remington closer, he confidently declared that the two of them would aim to become the final valedictorian and salutatorian of the entire ceremony. Even Evelyn seemed caught up in the festive atmosphere. Watching their progress over the past months, she genuinely believed they had a chance to accomplish it. Remington personally congratulated Theo on his incredible performance earlier that day. Seeing all of Theo's hard work finally pay off filled him with pride, but at the same time, he could not stop himself from feeling slightly ashamed for falling so far behind his friend. Theo quickly dismissed those thoughts, claiming that he had simply gotten lucky and reminding Remington that rankings should not matter between friends. Hearing that eased Remington's worries. The two raised glasses of orange juice together and promised to give everything they had during the second stage. Later that night, Theo found himself alone among the snowy mountains. Away from the noise and celebrations, he finally had time to process what had happened. Securing first place in the awakening ceremony was something he never would have dared dream about in his previous life. Even if the examination was not a true battle, he had still defeated Axion fairly and squarely. Thinking about how much he had accomplished accomplished in such a short period left him almost speechless. Clenching his fists, he declared to himself that this was only the beginning. Killing Rendon and exposing his betrayal was not enough. Rendon had merely been a pawn serving much larger players. Theo's true enemies remained Axion and the Sky Dragon, backing him from the shadows. Someday he intended to crush both of them completely, no matter what resources or methods he had to use. For now, however, another matter demanded his attention. The nest compass he had received as a quest reward was pointing directly toward the Winter Mountains, the location of the second stage. Whatever secret the artifact held, he would likely uncover it during the upcoming trial. While lost in thought, Theo suddenly sensed something unusual nearby. His instincts immediately sharpened. Someone was watching him. Theo hated being monitored, and without hesitation, he moved into action. The hooded figure following him suddenly lost sight of its target, only to feel the cold edge of a blade pressed against its neck from behind. Theo demanded to know the stranger's identity. The man quickly introduced himself as Gatsby Yotan of the famous Gale Sword Platoon, and insisted he meant no harm. According to Gatsby, his captain had sent him after witnessing Theo's outstanding performance during the first stage of the ceremony. Theo silently stared at him, already understanding what was happening. Recruitment offers were arriving sooner than expected. Gatsby explained that the Gale Sword Platoon wished to offer Theo an opportunity to take their admission qualification test. Instead of feeling honored, Theo found the proposal insulting. A mere qualification test was hardly worthy of someone who had just become the valedictorian. Gatsby continued praising the prestige of the Gale Sword Platoon, claiming that even receiving a chance to take the test was difficult. Before he could continue, another voice interrupted him, mocking the Gale Sword Platoon as a bunch of fools. A woman carrying a massive greatsword stepped forward and greeted Theo respectfully. She introduced herself as Ayan Sasori, the Fire Goblin and Vice Commander of the Black Iron Cavalry. Unlike Gatsby, she had not come with an examination offer. Instead, she directly invited Theo to join her organization. The sudden appearance of the Fire Goblin immediately shook Gatsby. Anyone familiar with her reputation knew better than to provoke her. However, before Ayen could continue, several more hidden scouts emerged from the shadows. Fearing that Theo might be recruited before they had a chance to approach him, representatives from numerous factions rushed forward with increasingly absurd proposals. The Black Sword Platoon promised to make him a squad leader within 3 years. The Swords of Law and the Security Bureau also entered the bidding war. What should have been a professional recruitment effort quickly devolved into a chaotic argument. Instead of highlighting the benefits of joining their organizations, they were too busy insulting each other. Theo simply watched from the side, amused by the chaos. He decided the smartest move would be to quietly leave before anyone could drag him further into the nonsense. Unfortunately, his escape plan was interrupted. Pink plum blossom petals suddenly drifted through the air, filling the area with a beautiful, yet oppressive presence. A single, elegant voice instantly silenced every scout. Even before anyone turned around, they knew exactly who had arrived. The newcomer casually admitted that some people would probably criticize her greed, but she could not help herself when faced with such extraordinary talent. Standing among the falling petals was Osa Ragnar Prunis, the Sword Dragon and Lady of the Plum Blossom Palace. Her appearance stunned everyone present. Even Ayen was shocked enough to question why the clan head's first wife had personally come to such a place. Osa calmly explained that her purpose was exactly the same as everyone else's. She had come personally to see Theo Ragnar. The fact that someone of her status was willing to participate in the recruitment battle demonstrated just how valuable Theo had become in the eyes of the clan's elite. While Theo found himself trapped in this absurd competition for his future, the newly crowned salutatorian was dealing with his frustrations in a much darker way. Calling Axion a sore loser would have been an understatement. Consumed by rage after losing first place, he vented his anger by slaughtering his own men. Young swordsmen who believed they were merely participating in training exercises found themselves cut down one after another. Axion moved through them mercilessly, treating them like disposable practice targets. Every slash was fueled by his hatred toward Theo. He could not stop thinking about the banquet of the Scaled Dragon Society, where Theo left him humiliated and maimed. He could not forget the overwhelming draconic aura Theo displayed during the awakening ceremony. Most of all, he could not accept losing by such a tiny margin. The closer the defeat, the more it tormented him. Thoughts of killing Theo completely consumed his mind. By the end of his rampage, he had abandoned his sword altogether and resorted to far more brutal methods to release his frustration. When his rage finally subsided, the training grounds were littered with the corpses of young swordsmen who had trusted their young master. Soon afterward, another figure entered the training grounds. Without even checking who it was, Axion instinctively threw his sword with deadly precision toward the newcomer's head. The weapon never reached its target. The newcomer casually caught the blade by its tip in midair. It was Ed Troyven, the Sky Dragon. He immediately berated his nephew, calling him pathetic and reminding him that murdering random subordinates would solve nothing. Once Axion realized who had arrived, he gradually calmed down. Ed advised him to stop acting on emotion and instead focus on creating a proper plan. Fortunately for him, the Sky Dragon had already begun making preparations behind the scenes. All Axion needed to do was follow the path being laid before him. Together, uncle and nephew shared the same objective. They were determined to transform the second stage of the awakening ceremony into Theo Ragnar's funeral. Back in the snowy forest, the gathered scouts immediately stepped aside when Lady Osa appeared. Fear and respect alone were enough to make them realize that none of their offers could compete with someone of her status. Just as they were preparing to complain about how unfair the situation was, the space between Theo and Osa was suddenly severed from the outside world. A mysterious, isolated domain formed around them, completely cutting off everyone else. Ayin immediately recognized what had happened. The creation of such an isolation zone could only mean one thing. The sword dragon was likely planning to personally pass down some of her teachings. Inside the strange domain, the space was vastly larger than it appeared from outside. The snowy woods had disappeared entirely, replaced by a seemingly endless world stretching to the horizon. Theo immediately recognized the technique. This was one of Lady Plumbossom's signature abilities, a perfectly isolated realm detached from reality itself. He had only heard stories about it in the past, yet now he was standing inside it personally. Osa laughed softly at his reaction, and remarked that Julius would probably be furious once he discovered what she was about to do. However, she had no intention of letting anyone stop her from giving Theo a gift. Theo instantly understood what kind of gift she meant. Slowly, Osa drew her blade and began explaining her philosophy of swordsmanship. She described the clan head style as a dragon descending from the heavens, burning and destroying everything in its path. Her own swordsmanship was the complete opposite. Rather than overwhelming power, she pursued endless variation and infinite change. As she moved, the world around them transformed. The snowy path vanished, replaced by a serene field filled with blooming plum trees. Calm water covered the ground beneath her feet, and every step she took sent gentle ripples spreading across its surface. This was the dragon she sought to embody through her sword. With slow, graceful movements, she began to swing her blade. Plum blossoms bloomed everywhere, and countless petals drifted through the air. Her sword moved among them in a rhythm that seemed impossible to follow. She slashed, stabbed, and cut with a tempo unlike anything Theo had ever seen. The petals danced around the blade as though obeying her will. By the time she finished, she slowly lowered her sword, allowing the petals to spiral downward and settle gently onto the ground. The entire demonstration lasted only a single breath, yet what Theo had witnessed felt like a masterpiece beyond comprehension. This was the celestial flower rain, the first full-bloom technique of the plum blossom style. When Osa finally turned her gaze toward him, Theo could only stand there in silence as his heart pounded. He had just witnessed something truly extraordinary. During that single flowing movement, he counted 120 different variations and transitions. The performance perfectly demonstrated why many believed her swordsmanship surpassed even that of the clan head when it came to pure technique. Theo immediately realized how valuable this gift was. If he could incorporate even a fraction of what he had just seen into his single flash, his strength would increase dramatically. Feeling both grateful and overwhelmed, he questioned whether he truly deserved such generosity. Osa simply laughed and assured him that it was enough for her if he enjoyed watching it. Moments later, the isolation zone dissolved. The field of plum blossoms vanished, and the snowy forest returned. Before leaving, Osa told him that if he ever wished to learn what came after the first technique, he was free to seek her out after the awakening ceremony. The blatant invitation left the surrounding scouts completely stunned. Osa explained that she simply wanted Theo to become a new wind blowing through the stagnant Ragnar clan. With those final words, her body dissolved into a shower of drifting plum petals and disappeared. Theo knew better than anyone that he had just received an incredible gift. It would be impossible not to feel gratitude toward her. At the same time, the situation left him conflicted. Joining Osa as a disciple while also entering the white-armored dragon cavalry felt excessively greedy, even by his standards. 3 days later, the second phase of the awakening ceremony officially began. All 87 successful participants gathered in the Winter Mountains near the northern Great Wall. The harsh environment made it the perfect location for the trial ahead. The Winter Mountains stretched across an enormous distance, extending from Winterra all the way to the Demon Sea. For more than 1,000 years, the Ragnar clan had stood as humanity's shield in this region, constantly fighting against the cursed lands beyond the Great Wall. The Demon Sea was filled with countless demonic creatures, and generations of Ragnars had dedicated their lives to suppressing them. Jackie Ragnar, a high-ranking swordsman and overseer of the second examination, reminded the participants that one day they would inherit that responsibility. However, as apprentice swordsmen, they were forbidden from crossing into the Demon Sea itself. Their examination area would remain entirely within the safe side of the Great Wall. Jackie then explained the rules. For the next 15 days, participants would hunt demonic beasts throughout the mountains and collect the colored bells attached to their necks. There were 7 bell colors: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet. Each successive color represented a stronger beast and was worth more points. Violet bell monsters were especially dangerous, existing at a level no apprentice swordsman should be capable of defeating. Nevertheless, they also offered the greatest rewards. The hunting method was left entirely up to the participants. Jackie openly stated that the organizers did not care how the bells were obtained. The only thing that mattered was bringing them back before the examination ended. Everyone immediately understood the hidden meaning behind his words. Stealing another participant's prey or taking bells from someone else was completely allowed. In fact, It was almost encouraged. The examination was intentionally designed to create conflict among the candidates, perfectly reflecting Ragnar's ruthless philosophy where only the strong survived. Jackie also informed them about special totems scattered throughout the mountains. These totems created safe zones that repelled demonic beasts. Supplies had been hidden near these areas, and participants were encouraged to make use of them. With all instructions complete, Jackie officially announced the start of the second trial. The moment he dismissed them, the candidates scattered in every direction. Most shared the same logic as Sybil. Since the examination would last 15 days, securing supplies first was critical before pursuing any other strategy. Hulkus, meanwhile, looked happier than ever. The chaotic nature of the trial suited him perfectly. At the same time, Axion entered the mountains with a very different objective. Revenge consumed his thoughts. Following the instructions of the Sky Dragon, he intended to carry out a carefully prepared plan. All he needed to do was play his role, and Theo would supposedly fall. However, as Axion rushed forward at high speed, completely focused on his mission, he failed to notice someone silently following behind him. Hidden within the shadows was Ray Ragnar. Meanwhile, Theo prepared to begin his own journey into the mountains when a familiar voice called out to him. Remington hurried over and asked whether Theo remembered telling him that they were friends. Over the past 3 days, Remington had spent a great deal of time thinking about those words. He had come to a realization. Not only did he consider Theo a friend, but he also viewed him as a rival. More importantly, a powerful desire had taken root within him. He wanted to surpass Theo. At first, Theo was caught off guard, but he soon broke into a wide smile. He understood exactly what Remington was feeling because he felt the same way. Ever since they crossed swords at the training grounds, mutual respect had steadily grown between them. Theo considered Remington both a cherished friend and a worthy rival. Hearing that filled Remington with relief, as he had secretly worried that the feeling might not be mutual. With renewed determination, he boldly declared that he intended to defeat Theo during the second stage. Theo wished him luck and genuinely looked forward to seeing how far he could go. Without another word, Remington exploded forward and disappeared deep into the Winter Mountains. Watching him leave, Theo felt a strange thrill. Someone as talented as Remington now viewed him as a goal worth surpassing. It was a feeling he had never experienced before, and it reminded him just how much stronger he had become. After taking a moment to appreciate that feeling, Theo pushed those thoughts aside and focused on the task ahead. Opening his inventory, he retrieved the nest compass he had earned as a quest reward. The needle immediately pointed toward a distant location somewhere within the mountains. Whatever secret the compass was leading him toward, it was undoubtedly connected to the dragon's nest. Tightening his grip on the artifact, Theo officially began his search, following the compass deeper into the vast and dangerous Winter Mountains. Deep within the Winter Mountains, near one of the deadly cliff faces, the familiar blue glow of the system shone faintly from somewhere below. Following the nest compass, Theo arrived at the remote outskirts of the mountain range, only to find himself completely confused. There was nothing remarkable in sight. The compass needle, however, pointed directly toward the ground, clearly indicating that something was hidden beneath him. For a moment, Theo wondered if he was supposed to start digging. Unfortunately, he had neglected to bring a shovel, and using the legendary white moonlight blade to excavate frozen soil felt like a terrible misuse of such a priceless weapon. While considering his options, his instincts suddenly warned him of danger. Without hesitation, he drew his sword and turned around. A hidden presence had been following him. Rather than waiting, Theo unleashed a sweeping slash that tore through the surrounding forest. Trees were cut down in a straight line and the ground was ripped apart. At the same time, he released a wave of killing intent toward the hidden observers and coldly demanded they reveal themselves. 3 men eventually stepped out of the woods, visibly surprised that Theo had detected them despite their careful concealment. The moment Theo saw their faces, he was shocked. They were Hyde, Cao, and Loon, infamous figures he knew from his previous life as the 3 scoundrels of Buck Mountain. These men were notorious criminals who murdered civilians while disguising their crimes as accidents during missions. They were a perfect example of the corruption created by Ragnar's survival of the fittest mentality. Theo especially remembered the horrific Buck Village massacre. During his time in Black Snow, he had personally been assigned to clean up the aftermath of their crimes. No one understood the horrors they would commit better than he did. Official records stated that 761 people died during that single incident, while another 220 disappeared. The most disturbing detail was that none of the victims could be properly identified because the scoundrels enjoyed destroying the heads of their victims for amusement. Theo had always planned to eliminate them eventually, knowing the devastation they would bring to the future, but he never expected to encounter them this early. Suspecting a connection, Theo asked whether Axion had sent them to assassinate him. One of the scoundrels laughed at the suggestion and arrogantly explained that they did not take orders from children. Instead, they served someone far higher in the hierarchy. Theo immediately narrowed down the possible culprit and named the head counselor. The reaction of the 3 men instantly confirmed his suspicion. It had not been difficult to figure out. Their obsession with bloodlines and heritage practically gave away their employer's identity. Theo also realized that the absence of any nearby proctor likely meant the examination supervisors were involved in the conspiracy as well. Although the scoundrels admitted that Theo's intelligence was troublesome, they remained confident in their ability to kill him. Their leader openly declared that he particularly enjoyed crushing handsome handsome faces like Theo's. Theo ignored the childish taunts entirely. He refused to take his eyes off them for even a second. Instead of wasting time with words, he attacked immediately. Before the three men could even close the distance, Theo's sword flashed through the air. An ancient dragon seemed to emerge from the force of his strike as he unleashed a new technique. Moving with incredible speed, he executed 3 perfectly timed slashes in rapid succession. The attack, which he named Triple Dragon's Claw, targeted all 3 opponents simultaneously. Theo had no intention of becoming the same type of monster as the men standing before him. However, he also knew the atrocities they would commit in the future. In a twisted sense, he was delivering justice before their crimes could ever happen. Unlike the scoundrels, who loved destroying the faces of their victims, Theo chose the opposite approach. Only their heads would remain intact. The devastating force of Triple Dragon's Claw obliterated their bodies while preserving their severed heads. The attack ended the battle instantly. Theo himself was surprised by how easily they fell. Then again, these men were much younger and weaker than the monsters he remembered from the future. Much of his success came from the inspiration he gained after witnessing Osa Ragnar's celestial flower rain. Over the previous 3 days, he had studied and reconstructed portions of her technique, eventually creating a way to execute 3 single flashes consecutively. By using circles and curved trajectories instead of straightforward slashes, he had opened an entirely new realm of swordsmanship. Although reproducing 120 transformations like Osa remained impossible for him, he had already taken the first step toward that level. After collecting the severed heads, which still carried expressions of pain and shock, Theo casually tossed them over the nearby cliff. He intended for the mountain beast to dispose of the evidence while he returned to the problem of finding a way underground. To his surprise, the head struck something only a short distance below. Curious, he investigated and discovered an invisible staircase built into the cliffside. The blood from the scoundrels had accidentally revealed its existence. Realizing he had found the hidden route, Theo received confirmation from the system. The hidden quest to locate the unseen staircase and explore the blue cave had officially begun. Excited by the discovery, he immediately leaped down and started following the staircase toward whatever treasure awaited below. Unbeknownst to him, a strange bird watched the entire scene from a distant location. Meanwhile, back at the palace, officials were reviewing the earliest reports from the second stage examination. According to the current rankings, Axion Ragnar occupied first place with 41 demon bells, achieved through the combined efforts of himself and 20 subordinates. Ray Ragnar was currently in second place. However, one question dominated everyone's thoughts. What exactly was Theo Ragnar doing? When the messenger finally reached Theo's entry in the report, everyone was surprised. Theo had collected exactly 0 demon bells. Furthermore, he was operating completely alone without any teammates. The most reasonable explanation was that he was either moving cautiously or setting up some sort of ambush. Unfortunately, without direct confirmation from the proctors, nobody could say for certain. Lady Osa's impatience became increasingly obvious as she listened to the report. The head counselor seized the opportunity to criticize Theo, arguing that excellence during the first stage did not guarantee success in the second. He even suggested that Theo lacked the mental fortitude required for real combat, and implied that his status as an illegitimate child, rather than a pure Ragnar, might be responsible. Secretly, the head counselor was convinced that the assassins he hired had already completed their task. At that moment, the old councilman received a telepathic transmission from Ed Troyven. The Sky Dragon directly asked whether he had interfered behind the scenes. Rather than denying it, the head counselor practically admitted his involvement. Although he regretted not informing everyone beforehand, he believed everything had worked out perfectly. Even Ed was irritated by the man's recklessness. The Sky Dragon had his own plans involving Theo, and was furious that the old extremist had acted independently. Ever since the Camellia Palace was taken away, Ed had been searching for a way to seize control of the Rose Palace as well. However, he had never been able to locate the primordial dragon's relic hidden there. Over time, he developed a theory. Theo must possess some clue related to the relic. Ed could feel it instinctively. The boy knew something important and had become far too dangerous to ignore. Through another telepathic message, Ed ordered a guard to hurry Axion along. Meanwhile, Lady Osa could clearly tell that both the head counselor and the director of Central Intelligence were plotting something. Their schemes were far more obvious than they believed. She suggested that precautions should be prepared for Theo's protection. Julius Ragnar immediately disagreed. Unlike the others, the demon dragon had absolute faith in Theo. He genuinely believed that Theo was not someone who would collapse from a challenge like this. Julius trusted his instincts and remained convinced that Theo was perfectly safe, merely caught up in some mysterious situation. Of course, he still had not forgiven Osa for secretly meeting with Theo before the trial. The sword dragon simply pretended not to know what he was talking about, and responded with a playful laugh. Following the hidden staircase down the side of the cliff, Theo eventually reached the location indicated by the nest compass. At the bottom, he found what appeared to be a fairly ordinary cave system. However, The place was crawling with skeletons wandering around the outer areas. These undead creatures constantly attacked intruders with mental assault traps that had been carefully placed throughout the cavern. For an ordinary person, getting caught in one of those traps would likely result in a complete mental breakdown. Fortunately for Theo, such attacks were laughably weak compared to what he had already endured. After surviving the White Moonlight Blade's brutal trial, these low-level mental attacks barely registered. More importantly, the compass continued guiding him deeper into the cave. Wanting to avoid any surprises, Theo activated his sensory abilities and spread his awareness throughout the area. The effect was immediate. Animals hiding nearby fled in panic, and every hidden corner of the cavern became visible to him. Moments like this reminded him just how useful his divinity-related skill was. He could practically see through the entire cave. Putting those thoughts aside, Theo continued forward. According to his memories, he should be the first person to ever reach this place. 3 years in the future, Black Snow would discover this cave, kill the hatchling living inside, and obtain a priceless, legendary item. Quietly apologizing to the future members of Black Snow, Theo admitted to himself that he intended to steal that historic achievement before they ever got the chance. As he passed through the final gate, Theo was instantly frozen in place. The sight before him completely shattered his expectations. Instead of a simple nest, he found himself standing inside a gigantic treasure chamber. Mountains of gold coins stretched across the room. Countless legendary weapons, precious gems, rare artifacts, and valuable trinkets were scattered everywhere. The amount of wealth contained within the chamber was enough to make entire kingdoms go to war. However, all of that treasure became insignificant compared to the creature resting in the center of the room. Sleeping atop an enormous mountain of gold was a dragon, not a hatchling, not a young drake, an actual ancient dragon. Theo stared at the enormous beast in disbelief. The creature appeared to be sleeping peacefully, completely unconcerned with the outside world. Theo was not foolish enough to underestimate the situation. If that dragon woke up hostile, he would not only lose his chance at obtaining any treasure, but he would almost certainly die on the spot. Instantly, doubts flooded his mind. Had Black Snow's records been wrong? Why was there a fully grown ancient dragon here instead of a hatchling? Had he somehow arrived 3 years too early? Whatever the answer, the situation had become far more dangerous than expected. Theo seriously considered abandoning the expedition entirely. It was disappointing, but he could always return before Black Snow arrived in the future. Unfortunately, that option disappeared the moment the dragon opened its eyes. The moment Theo turned around, he found himself locked in a direct stare with one of the oldest beings in existence. To his complete surprise, the dragon spoke first. Even more surprising was the fact that it spoke fluent human language. There was no hostility in its voice. Instead, the ancient dragon calmly referred to him as a selector and remarked that it had been a very long time since one had arrived. Theo quickly realized that the creature seemed surprisingly relaxed. It even introduced itself without showing the slightest trace of aggression. The dragon revealed its name as Lodbrok, explaining that the Ragnar clan knew her as the guardian dragon and the true owner of Winter Mountain. Every child raised within Ragnar had heard stories about Lodbrok. Trying to show proper respect, Theo immediately dropped to his knees and greeted her as his ancestor. That comment instantly caught the dragon's attention. Lodbrok found it amusing that a human would call her an ancestor. Theo explained that according to everything he had been taught, Lodbrok was the companion of Ragnar's founder Sigurd and the mother of Friedrich, making her the source of the dragon blood flowing through Ragnar descendants. Hearing that, Lodbrok immediately dismissed the story as nonsense. She bluntly stated that Friedrich must have been spreading ridiculous rumors. While she admitted that she and Sigurd had been companions, their relationship had been entirely different from what humans believed. She respected Sigurd because he was a contractor who willingly sold his soul to dragons, but there had never been any romantic relationship between them. In fact, she openly stated that humans and dragons could not even reproduce. Curious, Theo asked whether Ragnar's claims of dragon blood were simply propaganda. Lodbrok explained that the claim was not entirely false. Through the long-term contract between herself and Sigurd, portions of her dragon blood had been shared with him and eventually passed down through his descendants. Before Theo could continue questioning her about the history of his family, Lodbrok interrupted. The introductions were over. It was time to proceed with her actual duty as guardian dragon. Lodbrok explained that from the very founding of the Ragnar clan, an ancient covenant had existed. Any selector who managed to reach her would be granted the right to ask 3 questions. Theo felt an enormous sense of relief. At least, this was not another battle he needed to survive. Information could be more valuable than any treasure. If he wanted to eventually stand at the top of Ragnar, understanding the true history of the clan and the world was essential. Meanwhile, outside the cave, the second phase of the awakening ceremony continued. Axion Ragnar remained completely dominant on the leaderboard. His Thousand Dragons roar was already powerful enough to instantly kill most of the demonic beasts roaming the Winter Mountains. After another white tiger beast collapsed lifelessly into the snow, Axion calmly walked over and removed the green bell attached to its neck. With that kill, his total reached 57 confirmed bells. However, the beasts themselves were not his true target. More than anything, he wanted to find Theo. Unfortunately, every scout he sent out returned with the same answer. Theo was nowhere to be found. One of Axion's followers, Orion Gardner, smugly commented that Theo was probably scared now that he was forced to fight real monsters instead of participating in controlled tests. That comment proved to be a huge mistake. In an instant, Axion grabbed Orion by the throat. The man's eyes widened in terror as Axion slowly crushed his windpipe. Struggling to breathe, Orion desperately tried to apologize. Axion coldly explained that Orion clearly did not understand what true strength meant. In Ragnar, possessing power meant never having to fear anything. The Dark Tiger's mental state was visibly unstable. His hatred for Theo had reached an unhealthy level. The only reason Orion survived was because another messenger arrived, carrying a message from Ed Troyven. The message simply reminded Axion to hurry up and carry out the plan. Irritated, Axion threw Orion aside like garbage and ordered the messenger to tell his uncle to stop pestering him. Nobody in the world wanted Theo dead more than he did. Back in the dragon's den, Theo carefully considered his first question. Lodbrok had almost fallen asleep, waiting for him to make up his mind. Finally, he asked why she was still living here. The question seemed simple, but Lodbrok immediately understood his strategy. He was using broad questions to uncover hidden information. Praising his cleverness, she answered. The reason she remained here was because of a terrifying existence known as the Nameless Monarch. According to Lodbrok, the creature existed at the very edge of the world. Its body stretched across entire seas. For over 1,000 years, she had remained in her lair waiting for the day she might have to confront it. Winter Mountain and this dragon's den were merely an outpost in her mission to protect the world. Theo fell silent after hearing this revelation. During her explanation, he sensed something that shocked him. For the briefest moment, he felt fear coming from Lodbrok. That realization disturbed him deeply. An ancient dragon that had lived for over 1,000 years and possessed power approaching divinity was afraid of something. Whatever the Nameless Monarch was, it had to be unimaginably terrifying. Although he wanted to continue asking about the Nameless Monarch, Theo knew he had more important priorities. For his second question, he asked about the ancient dragon relics. Lodbrok explained that there were roughly 3 known relics. She mentioned the dungeon beneath Camellia Palace and the White Moonlight Blade. The final relic was much more complicated. It originated from an ancient dragon named Papnir. At some point, Papnir's soul shattered into 31 separate fragments. Those fragments were distributed among humanity to help them resist the Nameless Monarch. The relics could take countless forms. Some became physical items, others became experiences. Some even manifested as strange phenomena that could not easily be explained. The moment Theo heard that, countless memories flashed through his mind. His regression suddenly made sense. Reliving 20 years of life before being sent back to the past was exactly the kind of bizarre phenomenon Lodbrok described. The possibility that his regression itself was a relic immediately formed in his mind. If that theory was correct, then Theo himself carried one of Papnir's soul fragments. However, something still bothered him. Every relic seemed connected to a dragon, yet no dragon had appeared when he regressed. That inconsistency led directly to his final question. Looking straight into Lodbrok's eyes, Theo asked why he had been chosen. Why would fate choose someone as pathetic as the old Theo Ragnar to fight against an existence as terrifying as the Nameless Monarch? Rather than answering directly, Lodbrok responded with a question of her own. Why did he assume he was the only chosen person in the world? The simple response instantly changed Theo's perspective. He had been looking at the situation far too narrowly. Ed Troyven knew about relics. Curson knew about relics. The Black Dragon knew about relics. All of them actively searched for these treasures. Suddenly, Theo realized that they might also be chosen individuals. Perhaps they possessed their own fragments of Papnir's soul. Perhaps they had experienced events just as strange as his regression. Maybe some of them even received system messages similar to his. The possibility opened countless new questions. By the end of the conversation, Theo had learned 2 terrifying truths. First, a being known as the Nameless Monarch existed somewhere beyond the edge of the world, powerful enough to frighten even an ancient dragon. Second, Theo might not be the only regressor or chosen individual walking the world. With his 3 questions answered, the quest was officially complete. Lodbrok informed him that he would now receive his reward. Originally, Theo came here intending to obtain Amon's grimoire. However, after everything he had learned, his ambitions had changed completely. Lodbrok proudly gestured toward the mountains of treasure surrounding them. She explained that he could choose absolutely anything from her hoard. Gems, relics, weapons, elixirs, skill books, and countless priceless treasures were available. Whatever he selected would be worth a fortune beyond imagination. She urged him to think carefully before deciding. Theo slowly smiled. The reward he wanted was no longer hidden somewhere within the hoard. Looking straight at the ancient dragon, Theo confidently announced that he wanted Lodbrok herself. The answer was so unexpected that even the ancient dragon was left completely stunned. Theo's remark comes across as a joke to the ancient dragon king, who responds accordingly. However, she's done with kidding around and wants the Ragnar descendant to speak his real choice. Standing resolute on his words, Theo declares that he just told him what he wanted. First, the dragon pauses, and then asks to confirm if he's really serious. After receiving confirmation, the dragon exerts its menacing aura that makes the ground rumble beneath Theo's feet. Using the tantalizing dragon fear attack, the ancient dragon deems his words disrespectful and lashes at him for overstepping his boundaries. Feeling the sheer weight of the dragon fear attack, Theo does his best to stand his ground. That mere roar of the dragon is powerful enough to make blood come out of every crevice of his face. In response, he counters the roar with a lesser drake's fear of his own. Of course, it's a pointless attack in every sense of the word. Even Lodbrok thinks he's an idiot for challenging an ancient dragon's roar with an incompetent one. Determined on his feet, Theo shouts his request, reminding the guardian dragon that he was told to select any treasure from its nest. According to his own words, there wasn't a condition preventing him from selecting the guardian dragon Lodbrok as his desired treasure. He may be speaking confidently, but even Theo thinks this is a huge risk he's taking, one that he's willing to put his life on the line for. This beast, the guardian dragon Lodbrok, has firmly established the Ragnar clan with the help of the progenitor, Sigurd. Becoming her partner will mean for Theo to have proven himself as a legitimate warrior of the Ragnar clan. In order to prevent the atrocities of the dark past, he's willing to cast his life away for this opportunity. Theo demands the guardian dragon to surrender herself as she promised with her own words. The warrior begs for her aid with his aching voice. Just then, the guardian dragon sees a shadow of the legend of Sigurd. Seeing his image trailing Theo, Lodbrok releases her roar and accepts his request, much to Theo's shock. Seconds later, the dragon materializes into a smaller and more human-like state, her sharp golden eyes peering him down. Lodbrok has been impressed, so she's willing to give him a shot. She stands before him in her majestic beauty, causing him to go speechless for a few seconds. Lodbrok reminds him that she's over 2 millennia old, so there's no point thinking about those thoughts. Addressing the guardian dragon, Theo points to her chest, and he's not talking about the pair of personalities that you horn dogs are probably thinking about. He's referring to the hole, which was a result of a battle 50 years ago. Lodbrok lost her heart, and ever since then awaited her death. She's only got 3 more years in her before she dies. That's why she also can't leave her nest, which means she won't be of his aid in a direct manner. That's why, extending her offer again, she wants to know if he's really in it to select her as the desired treasure. This simpleton smiles and confirms that he hasn't changed his mind, and that he would like to select her as his desired reward. You know guys, under different circumstances, this would sound horrible. The system confirms the selection of the guardian dragon as his reward. Lodbrok deems it a foolish choice, but thinks it's just one of his qualities as the chosen one. The system has granted him the title of the guardian dragon's significant other, as well as the descendant of the progenitor of the clan. Promising to become even stronger and reach greater heights, Theo confesses that he will obtain the rest of the relics of the primordial dragon Fafnir. A soul link between the guardian dragon and the warrior is established, as Theo promises to find something that could very well substitute Lodbrok's heart. After all, among the relics of the all-powerful primordial dragon, he believes there has to be something miraculous to help her out. He also levels up after gaining the experience points as a result. Theo thinks it's only right for him to do that much in order to claim the title of the guardian dragon's significant other. You guys see what I'm talking about, right? She gives him a smirk and hopes to be in good care of her new partner. Yeah, this is going on Santa's naughty list. Lodbrok reminds him that she's still incapable of leaving the domain, so he's going to have to find a solution for himself until she hibernates for the time being. Also, she's got something for him, which appears to be an ancient book. Lodbrok explains that in order for a true soul to synchronize with her, it's necessary for him to read the artifact and awaken one's mind gate. She estimates that he'll be able to pull this off within a month, recommending that he take his time while skimming through. The system informs him about the bonus reward he just received. It's a grimoire called Amon. Inspecting its properties, Theo is impressed to find that it contains magical principles that date back to the beginning of time. It's a special book containing rich knowledge of everything in the universe. Theo is glad that he was able to get his hands on this baby, but his real concern is the duration she just mentioned. He asks Lodbrok what she means by 1 month. The guardian dragon expresses that it usually takes that long to awaken a person's mind gate, and asks if he's got something more important keeping him busy. Theo is disappointed to express that he's got to deal with the second stage of the awakening ceremony, which is happening as they speak. The problem is the exam is only 15 days long in duration, which means he's got less than half a month to work things out. That's why Theo wants to wait until the exam is over to get things going. Eyeing him down, Lodbrok unfortunately confesses that while it's possible, she won't allow that to happen. After all, she doesn't want him escaping so soon. That's why, for this dude, she wants him to open the mind gate even before the second stage ends. Until that time, Lodbrok will make sure that he stays here. Now, that's a bone-chilling threat. The total time for the exam to conclude is 13 days, or roughly 300 and then hours. So, he's got to wrap it up with that. A few days before the second stage of the awakening ceremony began, Axion met with his uncle to discuss the finer details of the plan. During their conversation, the Sky Dragon explained the true purpose behind the totems scattered throughout the Winter Mountains. Those safe zones existed because of special objects known as fiend summoning marbles hidden inside them. Each marble contained highly concentrated fiend energy, creating an aura that repelled nearby monsters and kept the surrounding area safe. To demonstrate, his uncle crushed one of the marbles in his hand. The moment it shattered, a fiend immediately appeared. He repeated the process several times, releasing multiple fiends around him. The demonstration made it clear how useful the marbles were. By carrying them, someone could summon fiends whenever and wherever they wished. After destroying the summoned monsters with his dragon spirit, the Sky Dragon reminded Axion that the second stage revolved entirely around hunting fiends and collecting bells. Since Theo needed points like everyone else, he would inevitably have to hunt monsters. Axion began understanding the outline of the plan. The summoning marbles would be used as bait to lure Theo into a carefully prepared trap. However, his uncle quickly corrected him. Simply killing Theo was not enough. They still needed information about the relics connected to Rose Palace. Axion openly admitted that he wanted to capture Theo, torture him, and force the information out of him. In response, the Sky Dragon harshly reminded him of reality. Despite his arrogance, Axion and Theo were not separated by some overwhelming difference in strength. Things would not automatically go his way. Theo's greatest weakness was not his power, but his compassion. Because he cared about the people around him, his allies could be used against him. The Sky Dragon specifically recommended targeting the dropouts gathered around Training Ground Number 4. Using them as hostages would be far easier than trying to overpower Theo directly. Although Axion hated the indirect approach, he reluctantly accepted the strategy. Fast-forwarding to the present, only 12 hours remained before the second stage concluded. Axion reflected on how Theo had once again managed to shock everyone. Just like during the first stage, Theo had remained hidden for nearly the entire examination. Despite that, he somehow occupied first place with an unbelievable total of 860 points. Axion considered it unfortunate that their plans had not worked out as intended. One of his followers suggested that perhaps the three scoundrels hired by the head counselor had already gotten to Theo. To him, that seemed like the only explanation for Theo's disappearance. Felix Ragnar, who currently occupied 7th place, voiced a similar observation. However, Axion immediately dismissed the idea and mocked Felix for his stupidity. He cruelly reminded Felix that there was a reason Osa Ragnar had become interested in Theo rather than him. The insult infuriated Felix, especially since he was genuinely trying to help. Axion could not care less. Rising from his seat with a sinister smile, he declared that if Theo refused to reveal himself, then he would force him out into the open. With both members of the Scaled Dragon Society and loyalists from Plum Blossom Palace under his command, he intended to continue his rampage until Theo had no choice but to appear. Hidden nearby, Ray Ragnar secretly listened to the entire conversation. Currently sitting in 3rd place in the rankings, she immediately realized how dangerous the situation had become. Elsewhere in the Winter Mountains, a group of Theo's companions had just managed to kill a frost lizard fiend carrying a yellow bell. They celebrated the achievement despite knowing their overall scores remained unimpressive. With only 12 hours remaining, they worried about Theo's absence. They had spent days gathering supplies and preparing for the examination together, yet he had vanished completely. Some of them believed he must be pursuing something important. After all, surviving the examination was the true objective, and rankings were technically secondary. Still, they wanted to see Theo claim 1st place once again and become valedictorian. Unfortunately, their casual conversation was abruptly interrupted. Without warning, a sword thrust pierced straight through Sybil's body. Orion Gardner stood behind him, having stabbed him without hesitation. The others stared in horror as members of the Scaled Dragon Society emerged. Terrified, they demanded to know why they were being attacked. They soon learned the truth. They had become targets simply because of their connection to Theo. Axion's faction intended to use them as bait to draw him out. These innocent students were being punished merely for existing alongside him. At roughly the same time, deep inside Lodbrok's hidden lair, Theo continued his training. The Guardian Dragon watched with obvious satisfaction as he rapidly mastered concepts that should have taken years to learn. She was particularly impressed by how quickly he managed to open his mind's gate. The system acknowledged his achievement by confirming that he had obtained an initial understanding of magical principles. Much of his success came from knowledge carried over from his previous life. Learning Amon's grimoire required both immense magical power and exceptional quality. Theo possessed both a mana haul and a dragon heart, giving him a natural advantage over almost everyone else. As a result, he learned at a speed that far surpassed ordinary people. During the process, he acquired a new lower-ranked skill known as Hatchling Synchro. The skill granted him the ability to read the memories and information contained within objects through psychokinetic magic. Lodbrok considered this proof that Theo was worthy of becoming her partner. The foundations had been laid, and the rest could be refined through future training. She also informed him that as his mastery increased, he would eventually begin hearing her voice directly. At higher levels, he would gain access to Lodbrok's power itself, allowing him to wield abilities similar to those once possessed by Ragnar's founder. Before that could happen, however, Lodbrok needed time to recover. She revealed that she only had 3 years remaining before something important would occur. Theo, however, remained optimistic and promised that by then he would have achieved even greater accomplishments. Satisfied with his answer, Lodbrok officially declared the primordial covenant complete. Offering a rare and sincere farewell, she expressed her hope that they would meet again soon. When Theo finally stepped back into the outside world, reality immediately hit him. Although he had gained incredible rewards, he still possessed 0 points, and only 12 hours remained before the examination ended. Even he had to admit that he was playing on an absurd difficulty setting. Taking stock of the situation, he quickly realized that hunting fiends normally would never allow him to catch up to the leaders in time. If he wanted first place, there was only one realistic option. He would need to take bells from other participants. Remembering how Axion secured first place during his previous life, Theo suspected that the same strategy was being used now. If he could defeat Axion and take his accumulated bells, he could instantly jump to the top of the rankings. Of course, accomplishing that was far easier said than done. Before he could continue planning, someone suddenly emerged from the forest behind him. The figure was badly injured and barely able to stand. Theo immediately recognized Ray Ragnar. Her condition was terrible. At first, he assumed she had encountered a powerful fiend. However, after noticing the clear sword wounds across her body, he realized another human was responsible. Concerned, he tried to ask what had happened. Ray could barely speak. With her remaining strength, she simply urged him to head west before collapsing into his arms. Using his newly acquired hatchling synchro ability, Theo examined the memories stored within Ray's sword. Instantly, a series of scenes played out before him. He saw Ray secretly observing Axion's group as they captured members of Training Ground Number 4. Theo's friends had been restrained, beaten, and treated like prisoners. The group discussed whether they should simply kill them. One of Axion's followers questioned why Orion had bothered capturing so many people when only a handful would have been enough for a hostage situation. Before they could proceed further, Ray revealed herself and confronted them. Axion warned her not to interfere, claiming that the matter was personal. Ray refused to stand aside and prepared to fight him. Disappointed that she had chosen Theo's side, Axion attacked. A brutal battle followed, ending with Ray suffering a devastating slash wound. Beyond that point, the memories became inaccessible because Theo's skill level was still too low. Even so, he had seen enough. Furious, he demanded answers after Ray regained consciousness. She explained that Axion's objective from the very beginning had been to capture Theo. When he failed to find him, he resorted to taking Theo's friends hostage instead. Hearing that made Theo's blood boil. His enemies from his previous life had not changed at all. The difference now was that he possessed the strength to fight back. He demanded to know where Axion was and what exactly he intended to do. Meanwhile, at Axion's camp, one of his followers revealed that Theo had been spotted near the northern cliffside. The information immediately caught everyone's attention. The group was confident that Theo had already encountered Ray, which meant he would inevitably come for them. Axion's excitement grew as he imagined finally cutting Theo down himself. However, a telepathic message suddenly reached him. The voice reminded him that there was no need to confront Theo personally. Their objective was not a fair duel, but obtaining information about the relics. Theo could simply be overwhelmed by numbers, while Axion focused on the larger mission. At the same time, they wanted him to activate the fiend summoning marbles and create chaos throughout the surrounding area. The distraction would make it easier to control the battlefield and pressure Theo into making mistakes. After hearing the proposal, Axion quickly agreed. If the plan brought him closer to crushing Theo, then he was more than willing to follow through. Ray desperately begged Theo not to go. From her perspective, charging straight into the trap was no different from throwing his life away. She explained that the situation had already spiraled far beyond a simple conflict between students. Even the Central Intelligence Bureau proctors were involved in the scheme. The people who were supposed to maintain fairness during the examination had already taken sides. The entire second stage had effectively become a massive hunting ground designed specifically to eliminate Theo. Because of that, Ray argued that going alone was the worst possible decision he could make. She urged him to seek help from trustworthy proctors or find some other solution before acting. However, Theo immediately rejected the idea. There simply was not enough time. Although he appreciated everything Ray had done for him, he could not ignore what was happening to his friends. The moment she revealed Axion's location, he intended to move. Ray could hardly believe what she was hearing. To her, Theo sounded completely insane. The odds were overwhelmingly stacked against him, and death was almost guaranteed if he went there alone. She pleaded with him to think carefully and choose the safer path for once. Theo's expression hardened as he listened. He declared that he had no intention of losing precious people a second time. He reminded himself of the promise they had all made to survive the second stage together. Ray responded by pointing out a harsh truth about Ragnar. Sacrifice had always been part of their world. Theo immediately threw her own actions back at her. If sacrifice was so easy to accept, then why had she stepped in to oppose Axion's cruelty? Why had she risked her life to protect innocent people? Deep inside, she had been unable to sit back and watch the horror unfold. Her actions proved that she understood exactly how he felt. The conversation forced Theo to relive memories from his previous life. He remembered watching everything he cared about burn to the ground, simply because he lacked the strength to stop it. He had been powerless in a clan that worshipped strength above all else. He was tired of losing people, tired of being manipulated, tired of watching others decide the fate of those he cared about. This time, he refused to repeat the mistakes of his past. Fueled by anger and determination, he demanded that Ray tell him exactly where Axion was. Elsewhere in the Winter Mountains, Remington Narcio stumbled upon a disturbing scene. He discovered abandoned supplies scattered across the ground, supplies that clearly belonged to Sybil and the others. Blood stained the snow nearby, immediately alerting him that something terrible had happened. As he investigated, he noticed two figures standing in the distance. One was Hulkus Lanka, currently holding 5th place in the examination. The other was Erica Lanka, who occupied 4th place. Meanwhile, Remington himself remained in 2nd place, trailing behind Axion. Back on Theo's side, he continued moving toward Axion's location at top speed. Along the way, a snow fiend attacked him. Theo effortlessly dodged its opening attacks and quickly ended the fight with a single, decisive strike. He had no interest in wasting time on unnecessary battles. His friends' lives were at stake. As he sprinted through the mountains, he reflected on the situation. Ed Troyven was clearly manipulating events behind the scenes, carefully ensuring Theo could be eliminated without drawing too much attention from the clan. The fact that members of the Intelligence Bureau were openly supporting Axion was proof enough. Theo continued cutting down monsters that blocked his path with Triple Dragon's Claw, all while considering the possibility that the proctors assigned to kill him would eventually restrain Axion if he became too reckless. Nevertheless, Theo knew that Axion's greatest weakness remained his impulsive personality. He was easy to provoke and rarely thought beyond his immediate emotions. Theo intended to exploit that flaw. Leaping into the air, he drove his blade through another fiend's skull and continued pushing forward. Meanwhile, Ray slowly gathered her thoughts. As she remembered Theo's actions over the years, she realized he had never truly changed from the boy she knew as a child. Despite her injuries, she decided she wanted to help him this time. Meanwhile, the hostages continued suffering under Axion's control. Theo's companions were being beaten mercilessly, while Axion stood over them like a tyrant. He was fully prepared to execute them for the slightest provocation. Once again, telepathic instructions from the proctors reminded him not to create unnecessary complications. Annoyed, Axion reluctantly lowered his blade and waited. He knew that 4 high-ranking swordsmen affiliated with the proctors had already been dispatched to eliminate Theo in secret. His uncle had repeatedly told him that he was not strong enough to defeat Theo on his own, a fact Axion absolutely hated hearing. He viewed Theo as little more than an insect, and could not tolerate the idea that others considered him a threat. Eventually, the person everyone had been waiting for finally appeared. Theo emerged from the snowy wilderness covered in blood from countless battles. He looked less like a participant and more like a warrior returning from war. His sharp eyes immediately took in the situation. He saw his injured companions scattered around the camp. He saw the men responsible for their suffering. Finally, his gaze settled on Axion. The moment he looked at his wounded friends, his grip tightened around his weapon. Axion instinctively reached for his sword, eager to begin their battle. However, the telepathic voice immediately ordered him to stay where he was. Following those instructions, Axion reluctantly released his weapon. Instead, he attempted negotiation. He calmly told Theo that if he revealed everything he knew about the relics, his friends would be spared. Rather than showing concern, Theo responded with a question that completely caught Axion off guard. He asked whether Axion was afraid of him. Theo's words were entirely deliberate. He understood Axion's personality better than almost anyone. Rather than negotiating, he began openly mocking him. Theo called him a coward who needed hostages, allies, and schemes just to avoid a straightforward confrontation. He accused him of hiding behind others because he was terrified of suffering a humiliating defeat. Axion's blood immediately began boiling. Instead of stopping, Theo continued pushing. He claimed that all the men surrounding Axion existed solely to protect his fragile pride. The hostage situation itself was proof of weakness. According to Theo, a true member of the Four Hounds would never resort to such tactics. He challenged Axion directly, asking whether he intended to behave like a real Ragnar or continue hiding behind others. Every word struck exactly where Theo intended. Axion's rage grew with each insult. Finally, Theo proposed conditions for a duel. If he lost, he would surrender both his life and any information he possessed regarding the relics. If he won, Axion would release all the hostages and allow them to leave. By that point, Axion had completely lost control of himself. He arrogantly laughed and reminded Theo of his place within the clan. The telepathic voice desperately tried to intervene, warning him not to fall for the provocation. The observer observers could clearly see that Theo was manipulating him. Unfortunately, Axion's pride would not allow him to back down. Ignoring every warning, he accepted the challenge exactly as Theo had planned. The hidden proctors immediately realized the situation was slipping out of control. Their original plan had never involved a fair duel. They quietly prepared to intervene if Axion found himself facing defeat. Before the battle began, Axion ordered his followers not to interfere and instructed them not to harm the hostages. If they were going to fight, they would do so, according to Ragnar tradition. The duel began with Theo launching the first attack. The opening exchange immediately surprised Axion. Soon, the battlefield erupted into a fierce clash between two elite swordsmen. Axion continued looking down on Theo, unleashing heavy attacks while trying to overwhelm him with raw force. Determined to demonstrate the difference between them, he unleashed Heaven Dragon Shout. The sheer power behind the technique was enough to make even Theo cautious. However, rather than retreating, Theo responded with a fully charged Triple Dragon's Claw. The attack sliced through Axion's technique and destroyed it completely. For the first time, genuine surprise appeared on Axion's face. Standing before him was not the weak Theo he remembered, but someone capable of directly challenging his strongest attacks. Theo immediately returned the mockery, questioning whether Axion was truly qualified to lecture him. Watching from the sidelines, Orion Gardner began sweating nervously. Until now, he had doubted the stories surrounding Theo's growth. After witnessing that exchange, he could no longer deny reality. Theo was genuinely powerful. In fact, there was a very real possibility that Axion could lose. Fear immediately gripped Orion. He even considered abandoning Axion and switching sides while he still had the opportunity. However, he ultimately discarded the idea. The Intelligence Bureau proctors were still watching, and they would almost certainly eliminate Theo regardless of how the duel ended. Choosing caution, Orion ordered his men to scatter and keep their distance. Nobody wanted to get caught in the middle of a battle between monsters. As the duel continued, Axion's thoughts drifted toward his past. Since childhood, he had been raised with the expectation that he would one day seize Ragnar's throne. Both his mother and his uncle had invested everything into his success because their own ambitions depended on it. Although he carried the Ragnar name, they had always viewed him as a member of the Troyven family first. Even now, he could not help acknowledging Theo's impressive performance. Charging forward again, he attempted another decisive strike. Unsurprisingly, Theo blocked it with confidence. Everything was unfolding exactly as Theo intended. Far away, news of Theo's reappearance and his confrontation with Axion finally reached the council. His supporters were overjoyed to learn that he had survived. His enemies were stunned that the three scoundrels had failed to eliminate him. Ed Troyven himself appeared strangely pleased that Theo was still alive. While nobody fully understood his intentions, he still hoped to extract information about the relics before eliminating Theo. He simply waited for the information to surface before sending high-ranking swordsmen to finish the job. However, new reports regarding the duel between Theo and Axion quickly arrived. The moment he learned what was happening, Ed became visibly alarmed. This was not how the plan was supposed to unfold. Back on the battlefield, Theo activated his secret movement technique known as Jester's Footwork. The technique dramatically increased his mobility and made him extremely difficult to predict. Axion swung repeatedly, but every attack missed. During the exchange, he finally realized how much stronger Theo had become. Narrowing his eyes, Axion studied his movements carefully before declaring that Theo was not actually as fast as he appeared. Having identified a pattern, he suddenly hurled his sword directly at Theo's head. The attack instantly triggered a painful memory. In his previous life, Theo had been struck by a similar sword-throwing technique. While distracted, he had suffered a devastating wound from the side. Axion smugly explained that even secret techniques followed predictable movement patterns. By understanding the pattern, he could predict exactly where Theo would appear next. Blood dripped from the blade as it reached its target. To Axion's shock, Theo survived by catching the sword with his bare hand. At that moment, a crucial mystery from his previous life was finally solved. The sword-throwing technique confirmed the identity of one of the people responsible for his downfall. Axion had been among those who betrayed him. He had been one of the individuals involved in the destruction of Rose Palace. Back then, Theo had died without ever learning who his true enemies were. Only after Rendon exposed certain truths did the pieces begin falling into place. Evelyn's investigation had already linked Rendon to Camellia Palace. From there, Theo had drawn his own conclusions. The people orchestrating everything belonged to the Troyven faction. Among them, only one person possessed such a distinctive sword-throwing technique, Axion Ragnar himself. What had once been suspicion was now undeniable proof. Consumed by fury, Theo gripped the sword and crushed it with his bare hand. As the broken pieces fell away, one question continued burning in his mind. Why were they so desperate to kill him that they would go to such extreme lengths? The sight of Theo crushing the sword with his bare hand left Axion completely speechless. Unfortunately for everyone who had plotted against him, Theo was no longer the powerless person from his previous life. This time, he was determined to protect both himself and the people precious to him. Without hesitation, Theo hurled the broken blade toward Axion. However, the attack was easily avoided. Axion mocked him, ridiculing both his aim and his pathetic attempt to imitate the sword-throwing technique. Yet Yet while he was speaking, something changed. A terrifying wave of bloodlust and killing intent erupted from Theo's body. The overwhelming pressure caused the surrounding mana to surge violently. Axion's eyes widened in shock as he finally realized the truth. Theo had been hiding a tremendous amount of strength all along. Before he could fully react, Theo vanished from sight. In the blink of an eye, he reappeared directly beneath Axion and unleashed a devastating strike. The force behind the attack sent Axion stumbling backward. For the first time in their confrontation, Axion found himself on the defensive. Theo relentlessly pressed the attack, eventually managing to graze Axion's face with a precise cut. Wearing a confident smirk, Theo continued provoking him, asking how much longer he intended to hold back his true strength. Suddenly, Axion retaliated. He grabbed Theo's arm and answered with a slash of his own, leaving a wound across Theo's face. The battle had reached a point where neither side held a clear advantage. They were fighting on equal footing. Theo disappeared once more, using his speed to create another opening. A powerful slash knocked Axion's weapon away entirely, leaving him defenseless. Seizing the opportunity, Theo prepared a fatal thrust aimed directly at his opponent's stomach. At that distance, even Axion should not have been able to evade the attack. Elsewhere, Remington continued tracking the blood trail left behind by the captors. Upon closer examination, he realized the marks were not from a battle, but from injured people being dragged across the snow. The situation immediately made him think of Axion. Although the idea seemed strange, Axion already held first place. Logically, there should have been no reason for him to act so recklessly. However, Remington quickly pieced together the truth. The entire operation had been designed to hunt Theo during the second stage of the examination. Hulkus was furious after hearing the conclusion. To him, using hostages and ambushes was the behavior of a coward. Erica, on the other hand, showed little surprise. She coldly remarked that such behavior was perfectly normal during Ragnar's awakening ceremony. Remington acknowledged that reality, but admitted it was exactly why he despised the Ragnar way. Too many people worshipped strength and ignored morality, crossing any line necessary to achieve victory. Erica warned him to watch his words, but Remington could not care less. Saving his friends was more important. He stated that Theo would have done the same thing in his position. Determined to help, Remington requested their assistance. Hulkus immediately agreed. Erica initially refused, claiming she had only come to meet Theo and had no interest in risking herself for weak people. Her brother immediately called her out for being heartless. Remington then pointed out that helping Theo now would likely benefit her later. Eventually, the three warriors continued moving toward the hostages' location. Unfortunately, they were intercepted before reaching their destination. Members of the Scaled Dragon Society suddenly appeared and blocked their path. Orion Gardner was particularly annoyed to see the white-haired Remington associating with people like Hulkus. Hulkus immediately exploded in anger and began cursing Orion. Remington calmly warned him to step aside and avoid unnecessary conflict. Orion refused. With no other option remaining, swords were drawn. The three allies charged forward and began fighting the members of the Scaled Dragon Society. Back at the hostage camp, Theo's thrown blade finally revealed its true purpose. It had never been intended to kill Axion. Instead, the broken weapon landed right beside the captured members of Training Ground Number 4. It was a tool for escape. One of the prisoners quickly realized this and dragged the blade closer. Sybil immediately began working at the ropes, binding him, desperately trying to free himself and the others. Meanwhile, Theo's duel took a sudden turn. Just as he was about to land the decisive blow, a new figure intervened. A high-ranking swordsman suddenly appeared between the two combatants and blocked the attack. The newcomer was Liam Troyven. Fully aware that interfering violated the rules, Liam openly stated that he was prepared to accept whatever punishment followed. Ignoring the consequences, he launched an aggressive assault against Theo. The remaining proctors praised Theo's impressive performance before returning his weapon to him. Interestingly, Axion did not seem angry about the interruption. Instead, he looked disappointed. Liam's swordsmanship immediately placed tremendous pressure on Theo. His attacks were faster, sharper, and far more refined than Axion's. Even so, Theo managed to keep up surprisingly well. Liam launched a powerful thrust that Theo successfully blocked. During the exchange, the high-ranking swordsman admitted to himself that Theo's defensive abilities were extraordinary. Surviving against both Axion and a veteran like himself was no small feat. Nevertheless, Liam understood that Theo's skill still fell short of his own. There were no neutral proctors nearby to witness what happened next, making this the perfect opportunity to eliminate Theo permanently. For the sake of the Troyven faction, Liam decided to finish him with a decisive aerial strike. However, the outcome was not what anyone expected. The person who ended up impaled was not Theo. In a shocking twist, Liam was suddenly stabbed from behind. The attacker was none other than Axion himself. Everyone froze in disbelief. Axion coldly reminded the others that he had issued a warning at the beginning of the duel. Nobody was supposed to interfere. The situation immediately descended into chaos. The other swordsmen demanded an explanation. Unable to understand understand why Axion had attacked one of his own allies. Axion furiously responded that their intervention implied he was incapable of winning on his own. To him, that was an insult he could not tolerate. Theo could only stare in disbelief. Axion had gone completely insane. At the same time, Axion finally acknowledged Theo's strength as a Ragnar warrior. Ever since childhood, his uncle had filled his head with dreams of glory, convincing him that he was destined to sit on the Ragnar throne. Axion openly admitted that Theo had become strong, yet in his mind, he still remained superior. He proclaimed himself the future strongest warrior of Ragnar, and declared that there was no possible future where he lost this battle. Anyone who stood between him and the throne would be cut down. With that declaration, he charged forward once again. Theo effortlessly avoided the attack by launching himself into the air. A counterattack immediately followed, catching Axion completely off guard. Meanwhile, Liam was revealed to still be alive, though barely. Gravely wounded, he desperately ordered his subordinates to help Axion. According to him, they needed to kill Theo immediately while they still had a chance. The other high-ranking swordsmen hesitated. After all, interfering had already led to Liam's downfall. Liam ignored their concerns and repeated the order. In his eyes, if Axion died here, they were all doomed. As the battle continued, Axion found himself being pushed further and further back. He could hardly believe what was happening. The person he had always mocked as a worm, an insect, and an idiot was completely outclassing him. Memories of his uncle's teachings resurfaced. Ed Troyven had always warned him that Ragnar was a world of unpredictable outcomes, where impossible situations could suddenly reverse themselves. Axion had never taken those words seriously. Now he was experiencing their meaning firsthand. Still, his pride refused to accept reality. Even while suffering severe injuries, he continued attacking recklessly. His movements became increasingly desperate as he ranted about destiny, fate, and his right to rule. Theo listened to those words with complete indifference. To him, grand ambitions meant nothing. Ambition had been responsible for the deaths of countless people he cared about in his previous life. He had no interest in discussing destiny with a man like Axion. If Axion refused to surrender, then Theo would force him to submit. Drawing upon every ounce of his strength, Theo unleashed his power. A magnificent blue dragon materialized around him as mana surged violently across the battlefield. For the final time, he invoked Triple Dragon's Claw. His determination was absolute. He declared his intention to become strong enough to destroy anyone who stood in his path. The attack struck with overwhelming force. Theo's blade pierced straight through Axion. The impact shattered his defenses and ripped through his body. For a brief moment, everything seemed to freeze. Then, the destruction fully unfolded. When the smoke finally cleared, a corpse collapsed onto the ground. Axion's body fell separately from his severed head. The detached head tumbled through the air before crashing into the earth below. Blood stained the battlefield, marking the end of the conflict. There was nothing anyone could do anymore. The duel was over. Theo Ragnar stood victorious after finally exacting a measure of revenge against one of the people responsible for his tragic past. Nearby, Liam Troyven stared in disbelief at the gruesome sight. The young master he had tried so desperately to protect was dead. In the end, it was a fitting conclusion for a man whose arrogance had blinded him until the very last moment. Liam ordered his remaining men to kill Theo at all costs, hoping to at least get some revenge. The Troyven family's protectors, all high-ranking swordsmen, quickly snapped out of their shock and rushed forward. Theo remained standing, a bitter yet satisfied smile on his face. The situation was honestly terrible. Even if he had been at full strength, surviving a coordinated assault from 4 senior proctors would have been nearly impossible. But now, after killing Axion, his stamina was completely drained and his mana reserves were bone dry. At this point, all Theo could do was stall for a little longer with whatever strength he had left. Thankfully, according to his calculations, reinforcements should arrive any moment. And sure enough, just as the proctors closed in for their final attack, Remington, Narcio, and the Lanka siblings finally appeared. The 3 instantly positioned themselves around Theo, forming a solid wall of defense against the proctors. To Remington, protecting a comrade in danger was simply common sense. Seeing the dependable Silver Lion standing before him, Theo finally felt a wave of relief. Erica Lanka secretly glanced at Theo and was pleasantly surprised that the famous rising star was also incredibly handsome. Meanwhile, Holkus Lanka was absolutely hyped to meet someone strong enough to kill Axion and still stand against multiple elite swordsmen. Inspired by the arrival of reinforcements, Sybil forced his battered body back onto his feet and joined the fight once more alongside his young master. Remington then pointed his sword at the corrupt proctors and openly listed every one of their crimes. Interfering with a sacred tradition was an unforgivable offense, and he had no problem personally passing judgment on these scumbags. With even more witnesses now present, the situation became even messier. The proctors instinctively turned toward Liam Troyven, waiting for their leader's next move. Realistically, they were doomed no matter what they chose. Their original mission had been to uncover information about the Rose Palace's artifacts, but they had failed completely. They couldn't eliminate Theo, the biggest obstacle in their plans, and to make matters worse, the young master had died under their watch. With countless witnesses and overwhelming evidence exposing their actions, the entire operation was basically finished. Even so, the proctors still believed Sir Liam would somehow find a way out. Liam eventually reached a simple conclusion: when things become too complicated, take the simplest route, kill everyone. He still had a hidden trump card: monster marbles. If every candidate at the site died, they could simply claim that an abnormal monster outbreak had wiped everyone out. Their failed torture and assassination plot could then be disguised as a tragic accident, erasing all traces of the Troyven family's involvement. Driven by desperation, Liam threw 25 high-grade monster marbles onto the ground. If they staged everything perfectly, there was still a slim chance of salvaging the situation. Even at the very end, the proctors chose to place their family's interests above everything else. However, before the marbles could even transform, Liam suddenly felt an intense pain explode through his stomach. For the second time that night, the poor guy got stabbed from behind. This time, the blade belonged to Selford Gardner, the White Dragon clan's supervisor. Beside him stood another supervisor, Aaron Bacchus. At the same time, reinforcements from the White Dragon clan, Plum Blossom Palace, and Daffodil Palace arrived as well, including Natasha Coppell and Sally Gardner. Liam, that crafty bastard, finally collapsed onto the cold ground. Selford immediately ordered the remaining traitors to surrender unless they wanted to die on the spot. The Troyven proctors had nowhere left to run. Behind them stood Theo Ragnar, the clan's brightest young talent, while seasoned veteran supervisors blocked the path ahead. The moment Theo realized everyone was finally safe, the last bit of strength holding him up disappeared. As he collapsed, Ray Ragnar, the very woman who had warned him not to go earlier, caught him before he hit the ground. Before losing consciousness completely, Theo quietly thanked her for the warning. As the traitorous proctors were dragged away in chains, Remington immediately dropped his heroic facade and rushed over to Theo with genuine concern. The Lanka siblings quickly joined in. Erica wanted to make sure Theo remembered her, while Hulkus was already eager to arrange another duel. Soon after, the boys from Training Ground 4 came running over as well, sincerely thanking their young master. Every single one of them was crying uncontrollably. Feeling the overwhelming gratitude, loyalty, and concern from his people, Theo Ragnar smiled. This was the exact kind of strength he had always longed for. Out of everyone, Ray seemed to understand his true nature the best. As his consciousness slowly faded away, Theo made one final request. He only wanted enough bells to secure first place. Shortly after the traitorous proctors were arrested, news of the incident reached Ragnar headquarters. Ed Troyven couldn't believe what he was hearing. The entire round table of Ragnar's top figures fell silent as the messenger repeated the report. The news of Axion Ragnar's death struck the room like a bolt of lightning, and when the Sky Dragon learned that his nephew had died during a test that had secretly been arranged to assassinate another fledgling, he nearly lost control on the spot. Meanwhile, the announcement ceremony for the second round of the blooming ceremony finally began. The survivors gathered at the starting point, and it was obvious from their faces just how brutal the test had been. Everyone looked exhausted and beaten up. Stepping forward to address the candidates, an elderly man first praised them for enduring such a grueling trial. The one officially declaring the end of the ceremony was none other than one of the legendary 9 dragons, the Zenith Dragon, Pharaoh Ragnar. The moment everyone recognized him, the entire new generation was left completely starstruck. After all, every member of the Ragnar family knew who the Zenith Dragon was. The old monster rarely even appeared at formal events, so seeing him in person felt unreal. Pharaoh then announced the results. Out of the 87 participants, only 45 had passed. While that number sounded low at first, it was actually above the average survival rate. In fact, it was proof of just how ridiculously talented this year's batch was. Some even believed this could become the greatest generation in Ragnar history, and even among such an insanely talented group, one candidate had shined brighter than everyone else. The old man also reminded everyone that simply passing the second round automatically promoted them from apprentice status to entry-level members. At this point, they had every right to be proud. Those who passed were now officially qualified to work as Ragnar inspectors under various factions. To make things even more exciting, the Zenith Dragon moved on to announcing the rankings. Unsurprisingly, first place belonged to Theo Ragnar, with an absurd total of 1,121 points. Nobody could believe it. The guy who had been sitting at 0 points until the final moments had somehow climbed all the way to first place. But considering he had literally taken Axion's head, it suddenly made perfect sense. Remington Narcio secured second place with 926 points, while Erica Lanka claimed third with 843 points. Ray Ragnar ranked fourth with 789 points, and Hulkus barely managed to grab fifth place. Pharaoh continued announcing the rankings until he reached the 45th and final passing spot. These top-performing candidates candidates were practically guaranteed prestigious positions within the clan. However, the blooming ceremony wasn't over just yet. There was still a hidden third round, one reserved only for the absolute elite. When Pharaoh asked those who had collected enough bells to participate in the secret ceremony to raise their hands, only the usual monsters responded. In the end, just 4 people had qualified for the final trial. The hidden portion of the ceremony revolved around the quality breathing method. By gathering enough bells, participants gained access to ancient inscriptions hidden within them. But simply reading the words wasn't enough. Understanding those cryptic messages required exceptional insight and talent. Those capable of comprehending the teachings could integrate those visions into their own fighting style and earn the right to participate in the final assessment. In Theo's previous life, he had been lucky enough to obtain a single bell, but back then, he couldn't understand even a single word hidden inside it. Things were different now, thanks to hatchling synchronization, an ability that allowed him to perceive the thoughts and essence of things. Theo could interpret the encrypted messages as vivid images and experiences inside his mind. He witnessed countless scenes of legendary heroes and ancient warriors training and perfecting their craft. Those visions gave him a deep understanding of the hidden truths in an incredibly short amount of time. Normally, it was rare for even one person to qualify for the final trial, yet this year, there were 4. As far as Theo remembered, neither Ray nor Remington had originally managed to comprehend the quality breathing method during this ceremony. It seemed that Theo's actions had altered their destinies as well. Once the icy platform opened, Pharaoh invited the top 4 to demonstrate what they had learned. Since he ranked first, Theo Ragnar stepped forward first. With Axion gone, Theo knew the future would change drastically from now on. But instead of worrying about what lay ahead, he felt calm and completely at peace. For the first time, he possessed all the tools necessary to build a better future. As Theo walked toward the center of the field, sparks began crackling around his feet. In seconds, those tiny sparks transformed into roaring thunder. After examining countless bells, Theo had finally discovered and synchronized with his natural attribute, thunder. To demonstrate his comprehension, he activated the first stage, imbuing his mana with the thunder attribute. Then came the second stage, expression, where he manifested that thunderous mana into reality. Seeing Theo standing there like the literal god of thunder sent the boys from Training Ground 4 into a frenzy. Normally, reaching this level alone would already earn someone the title of genius. But Theo Ragnar was on an entirely different level. There wasn't even a word capable of describing his talent. Using the dragon heart beating inside his chest, Theo advanced to the third stage of comprehension, control displaying absolute mastery over his thunder attribute. Erika Lanka was practically drooling as she watched the strongest man of her generation dominate the stage, while Hulkus looked like a kid witnessing a live Dragon Ball battle. Even the Zenith Dragon admitted that he had never expected such an advanced level of understanding in someone so young. Everyone assumed this would be the end, since control was already considered the ceiling for most prodigies. But Theo wasn't done stealing the spotlight. After perfectly demonstrating control, Theo pushed his thunder mana to an even higher realm. The entire field was suddenly illuminated by a brilliant golden-yellow light, making it seem as though a super attack was about to erupt. Opening his eyes sharply, Theo drew his sword as wild lightning exploded around him. With a single swing, he unleashed a ranged lightning slash. Finally, he had obtained a long-range attack, but the attack didn't stop there. The lightning slash gained a life of its own, taking the shape of a ferocious thunder dragon charging across the battlefield. This was the fourth stage of comprehension expansion. The moment everyone witnessed it, complete silence fell over the audience. Every single person stood there with their jaws hanging open. Theo then directed the thunder dragon straight toward Pharaoh Ragnar himself. Naturally, the old man merely chuckled. Rather than feeling offended, he was delighted to witness a talent capable of reaching expansion at such an age. Before the thunder dragon could strike, Pharaoh casually raised a hand and summoned tiny droplets of water from thin air. Those seemingly harmless droplets compressed themselves to an unbelievable degree and effortlessly blocked the massive thunder dragon. The Zenith dragon wasn't angry that Theo dared attack him. If anything, he was thrilled to have discovered such an extraordinary gem. The crowd was completely speechless. Was this monster really someone from their own generation? Clearly in a much better mood after Theo's performance, Pharaoh rewarded him with an additional 1,000 points. Of course, Theo had already anticipated the old man's tendency to favor exceptional talents, and had intentionally planned this stunt. With the bonus, Theo's score skyrocketed to an unbelievable 2,121 points. Reaching 1,000 points alone was usually enough to dominate an entire generation, yet Theo had more than doubled that. His achievement could only be compared to the legendary Lord Thorkel himself. Inspired by Theo's performance, Pharaoh then invited the remaining candidates to demonstrate their abilities. Remington Narcio, who had synchronized with the water attribute, successfully reached the third stage, control, earning an extra 500 points. Ray Ragnar attained the second stage, expression, perfectly matching her icy personality and gaining 300 additional points with her ice attribute. Likewise, Erika Lanka also reached expression, earning another 300 points while showcasing her fire attribute, which suited her fiery personality perfectly. The Zenith Dragon couldn't hide his satisfaction. In most years, even a single candidate crossing the 1,000-point mark would dominate the entire ceremony. This year, however, there were 4 individuals who could have easily claimed first place in any other generation. Still, the gap between first and second place remained absurdly massive. Theo Ragnar simply couldn't be compared to ordinary geniuses. Once the demonstrations ended, everyone except the 4 third-round candidates was dismissed to prepare for the upcoming nomination ceremony scheduled for the following week. Meanwhile, Theo, Remington, Ray, and Erica stayed behind to receive instructions for the next stage of their journey. Suddenly, an overwhelming killing intent erupted from the peak of the snow-covered mountain, instantly blanketing the entire region. The pressure was so terrifying that the top 4 candidates nearly collapsed to their knees on the spot. Even with all the knowledge Theo possessed about the future, he had never heard of anything like this happening before. Standing beside them with an unusually serious expression, the Zenith Dragon officially announced the beginning of the next stage of their lives. However, Theo wasn't just shocked by the pressure itself. He could feel something incredibly familiar hidden within it. The energy pouring down from the mountain was unmistakable. It belonged to Lodbrok. According to the Zenith Dragon, the final stage of the blooming ceremony was a secret trial reserved only for a select few. The candidates who qualified would have a face-to-face meeting with the family head himself. Nobody knew exactly what happened during this meeting because everything depended entirely on the patriarch's mood. Sometimes, this encounter could even result in a candidate being selected as a future contender in the battle for the clan head position. In fact, every one of the current 5 frontrunners in the succession race had participated in this very trial. Being chosen as a candidate for the throne was considered one of the greatest honors in the Ragnar clan. This meant that Kyle Ragnar himself was currently waiting at the summit for this year's top talents. But Theo couldn't stop thinking about the familiar energy. If Lodbrok's power was really coming from the mountain peak, then only one possibility remained. A chilling thought suddenly crossed his mind. Could his father be the one who had taken the ancient dragon's heart? After giving the signal, the Zenith Dragon instructed the top 4 to climb the mountain, overcome their fear, and meet the family head. Unfortunately, that was much easier said than done. The pressure crushing them was so immense that none of them could even take a single step forward. Seeing his fellow candidates struggling, Theo quickly shared an idea. Instead of resisting the pressure head-on, they should synchronize their mana with the pressure's wavelength and neutralize it. Remington immediately understood what Theo meant. In theory, if they could create an opposite wave using mana, they could cancel out the hostile force. Essentially, this trial was also testing whether they possessed sufficient control over their mana. Erica, meanwhile, listened to their discussion with complete confusion. She had absolutely no idea what the 2 brainiacs were talking about. Remington enthusiastically began explaining the vibrational properties of mana, but Erica just stared at him as if he were speaking some alien language. Finally, she cut him off and bluntly summarized the solution in the simplest way possible. Just use mana with the opposite properties to counter the pressure. Then she scolded Remington for overcomplicating something so straightforward. While the others continued arguing, Theo had already closed his eyes and focused entirely on finding a solution. Mere seconds later, a thick and powerful aura erupted around him as he successfully neutralized the crushing pressure. When the others asked how he solved the puzzle so quickly, Theo shamelessly declared that such a feat was only natural for the future clan head. His outrageous confidence left the other candidates speechless, while the Zenith Dragon simply maintained his usual unreadable expression. Without waiting for anyone else, Theo dashed straight toward the snowy forest leading to the summit, leaving everyone behind in the dust. Seeing this, the Zenith Dragon warned the remaining candidates to hurry up because the points for this trial would be awarded based on the order in which they reached the top. Those words immediately lit a fire under everyone. The race had officially begun. Once the last candidate disappeared into the forest, the Zenith Dragon quietly chuckled to himself. Even at his old age, he had never wanted to take a disciple as badly as he wanted Theo. Meanwhile, back at Camellia Palace, a certain elf came charging through the front gates while laughing loudly. It was none other than Kirsten, the legendary demon craftsman, and she was once again searching for her daughter, Cecilia. Kirsten practically kicked open every door in the palace while shouting Cecilia's name. Judging from the maid's reactions, this had become an almost daily occurrence ever since young Master Theo had risen to fame within the clan. Eventually, Kirsten barged straight into an important meeting and finally found Cecilia. For what felt like the 100th time, Cecilia reminded her mother to maintain proper decorum inside the palace. But Kirsten couldn't care less about formalities. Why would she? She was about to become disgustingly rich. Although she was already wealthy by normal standards, Theo's rise had caused orders to flood into her workshop non-stop. Her business had finally exploded in popularity across the entire clan, and considering she was practically the living embodiment of capitalism, Kirsten couldn't have been happier. Cecilia was naturally happy for her mother, but her own thoughts were elsewhere. She had always believed that Theo would achieve great things, and seeing him succeed made her proud. However, watching her son constantly place himself in dangerous situations filled her with anxiety. As a mother, she couldn't stop worrying. What if he got seriously injured? What if the pressure and attention became too much for him? Standing on the sidelines while Theo risked his life made Cecilia feel helpless. Since she couldn't directly protect him, she decided to focus on the one thing she could do: too, making sure her son always looked absolutely flawless. While Kirsten excitedly rambled about expanding her business into accessories alongside weapons, claiming that this move alone could increase her profits tenfold, Cecilia suddenly came up with an idea. Hoping to help Theo in a more meaningful way, she asked her mother to create a special prosthetic arm. At the same time, high atop the snowy mountain, Kyle Ragnar burst into laughter after hearing Theo boldly proclaim himself as the future clan head. Speaking to a small blackbird nearby, Kyle calmly stated that he wasn't the type of father who would crush his child's ambitions. In fact, youthful ambition was something that needed to be tested. After all, he himself had once possessed the same burning desire as Theo. The endless graveyard of ownerless swords covering the mountaintop stood as proof of that relentless ambition. More than anything, Kyle Ragnar desired the prosperity of the Ragnar clan, and to achieve that goal, he was willing to eliminate absolutely anyone who stood in the way. Looking across the endless sea of swords, he casually remarked that adding one more grave to the collection wouldn't make much difference. Strangely, the little blackbird seemed genuinely worried about this year's candidates. Kyle simply responded that when the greater good of the clan was at stake, his blade recognized no blood ties. And then came the shocking revelation. Kyle Ragnar already knew that Theo was a regressor. At long last, father and son finally met at the mountain's peak. The moment Kyle Ragnar saw Theo's battered and exhausted state, the playful smirk on his face vanished. The cheerful and carefree father Theo knew was nowhere to be seen. Standing amidst the countless swords of his fallen enemies, Kyle looked less like a man and more like death itself. Climbing the mountain had taken Theo nearly 4 hours, even though it normally would have taken him only one. The overwhelming pressure covering the entire mountain had slowed him down tremendously. Looking at his son, Kyle calmly asked if Theo knew what the Graveyard of Blades truly represented. Every Ragnar child had heard the legends surrounding this place and the story of their father. This graveyard embodied the very meaning of being the head of the Ragnar clan. It was a position burdened by endless threats, endless enemies, and absolute loneliness. The clan operated under the law of the strong, meaning the family head had to stand above all others. Kyle then asked Theo a simple but terrifying question: did he truly possess what it took to claim that throne? Without even hesitating, Theo confidently answered yes. However, Kyle immediately warned him not to throw around such absolute answers so lightly. During his own rise to power, Kyle had personally sent countless people to their deaths. Not everyone could shoulder that much hatred and resentment. Standing in this very place always reminded him of the bloody path he had walked. Even now, he could still hear the curses and vows of revenge from those he had slain. Despite hearing all of this, Theo's resolve never wavered. He already knew exactly what kind of person he wanted to become. Everything stemmed from his previous life and his thirst for vengeance. If he could claim the throne, he could finally end the endless bloodshed consuming the clan. That goal mattered more than anything else. Of course, there was no way he could honestly reveal that to his father. So, like a true Ragnar, Theo chose to answer not with words, but with his sword. Kyle immediately grinned. His son clearly knew how things worked in this family. Since Theo had chosen to answer with his blade, Kyle declared that he would no longer treat him as his son, but as a challenger. On top of that, Kyle was curious to see what Theo had learned from a certain special individual. The moment he said that, Theo became certain that his father was referring to Lodbrok. This all but confirmed Theo's suspicion that Kyle Ragnar had indeed taken the ancient dragon's heart. Instinctively, Theo prepared himself for battle, but it was already too late. In less than a fraction of a second, Kyle casually sliced him cleanly in half. Theo didn't even realize what had happened at first. Suddenly, he couldn't feel the lower half of his body anymore. Death had come for him once again. Split apart like nothing more than a piece of meat, Theo slowly felt his life slipping away. Kyle hadn't been holding back in the slightest. This terrifying ability was known as the Heart Sword. After cutting down his own son, Kyle turned toward the worried blackbird nearby and calmly assured it that there was no need to panic. Only those with truly unbreakable resolve could escape the effects of the Heart Sword. While it was undeniably a cruel trial to impose on someone still undergoing their awakening ceremony, Theo should be able to return if his determination was genuine. However, if Theo possessed only half-hearted resolve, then it would be better for him to die here and become nothing more than an empty shell. Kyle had no use for a regressor who might one day bring disaster upon the clan. Theo's soul soon found itself drifting inside an endless void located somewhere between life and death. He could once again feel the familiar sensation of death slowly grinding away what remained of his existence. Quickly accepting reality, Theo understood why he had died. After all, surviving an attack from a demigod was never realistic to begin with. As he floated in that endless darkness, Theo reflected on everything he had accomplished in this life. He tried convincing himself that he had already done enough. He had successfully taken Camellia Palace away from the Troivans. He had killed Rendon and Axion, the very bastards responsible for ending his previous life. Anything beyond those accomplishments would have simply been a bonus. Compared to his first life, this second life had been much shorter, but it had also been far happier. Maybe it wouldn't be so bad to finally let go and rest peacefully. As Theo gradually accepted death, his will began fading away. One by one, the final fragments of his soul started evaporating like morning morning dew. Just as the last traces of his existence were about to disappear forever, the griffin residing inside his sword suddenly intervened. The giant bird forcibly entered the endless void and immediately started scolding Theo. If Theo was seriously planning to give up this easily, then the griffin was going to be extremely pissed. Hearing the bird's sarcastic voice trash-talking him reignited something deep inside Theo. That single spark, combined with the griffin's harsh words, was enough to snap him out of his loser mentality. No way was this place going to become Theo Ragnar's final resting ground. Drawing upon his indomitable will, Theo's soul rapidly reconstructed itself. He had already surrendered once in his previous life, and he absolutely refused to let his story end here. After restoring his soul, Theo pushed himself even further and manifested a sword capable of cutting through the endless void itself. He remembered the vow he had made long ago. His body might break, his mind might shatter, even his soul could be torn apart, but Theo Ragnar would never yield. Standing within the empty abyss, Theo swung his blade with every ounce of his desperate determination to live. The slash he unleashed became the purest and strongest strike he had ever produced. It was sharp enough to sever even the very possibility of fading out of existence. In an instant, the illusion of death shattered completely, and brilliant light flooded into the darkness. Theo suddenly opened his eyes and found himself back atop the mountain. He had successfully broken free from the heart sword's death illusion. Thanks to the griffin residing within his sword, he had avoided becoming an empty vessel devoid of a soul. Standing before him, Kyle Ragnar observed his son with an unreadable gaze. The ruthless demigod finally smirked and acknowledged Theo's success. It had truly been a life or death challenge, and against all odds, Theo had passed. A full week flew by after the final round of the blooming ceremony, and before anyone knew it, the day of the nomination ceremony had arrived at the clan headquarters. Among those in attendance were the Lanka siblings, both waiting anxiously for their names to be called. Well, Erica was relaxed. Hulkus, on the other hand, looked incredibly uncomfortable. The giant hated crowded places, and Erica wasted no time teasing him for acting like a nervous baby. To be fair though, his anxiety was understandable. Every major figure in the Ragnar clan was present, the commanders of every unit, all 9 dragons, the former clan head, and even the current patriarch himself. Still, Erica warned her brother that if he kept looking so terrified, nobody would want to recruit him into their faction. She also couldn't resist bringing up the fact that despite collecting so many bells, Hulkus had still failed to obtain an elemental breathing method. Hulkus was still incredibly salty about that. On top of that, Erica refused to tell him what happened when she met the clan head at the mountain peak, which only made him more frustrated. Hulkus argued that if Theo had been in her position, the guy would have definitely shared the secret already. As a member of the Lanka family, whose entire existence revolved around serving as Ragnar's sword, Hulkus had already made up his mind. He had decided to devote himself to the coolest, strongest, and most ambitious guy in their generation, Theo Ragnar. In Hulkus's eyes, Theo had it all: strength, character, and overwhelming ambition. The glazing was absolutely unreal. Even though the two had barely spoken, Hulkus had already decided to bet his life on the young master. Since the patriarch apparently wasn't taking Theo directly into the clan head's manor, there was still a chance for ordinary recruits like Hulkus and the countless Theo fans to join whatever faction their idol eventually chose. The loud chatter filling the arena was suddenly interrupted by the booming sound of ceremonial drums, signaling the official start of the nomination ceremony. Without wasting any time, the announcer called forward the overall valedictorian of the current generation, Theo Ragnar. The crowd instantly erupted into cheers. Both civilians and swordsmen alike celebrated the young man who had once been ridiculed and mocked by everyone around him. Theo calmly accepted their applause with a smile as he stepped before the clan's higher-ups. Among the crowd, Evelyn silently cheered for the young master she had personally helped raise. Deep down, she hoped Theo would join the white-armored dragon cavalry, though she knew that was little more than a selfish wish. Theo had proven himself beyond doubt. As valedictorian, he had dominated every category and outperformed every single one of his peers. Just as he was about to choose his faction, an unexpected figure suddenly stood up from among the 9 dragons. It was Ed Troyven, the Sky Dragon himself and director of the Central Intelligence Bureau. The atmosphere instantly became tense. Many spectators worried that the madman might try something reckless to avenge his nephew Axion. Naturally, that would have been suicide considering the number of monsters gathered in the arena. Even the announcer firmly ordered Ed to sit back down. Theo himself assumed the man was still grieving Axion's death, but he wasn't particularly worried while standing under the protection of so many powerful figures. To everyone's complete shock, however, Ed suddenly displayed a bright, fake smile and formally invited Theo to join the Central Intelligence Bureau as its new deputy director. The entire audience was dumbfounded. Theo had literally killed the man's nephew, and somehow he was being rewarded with one of the most prestigious positions in the clan. Being named valedictorian carried tremendous significance within the Ragnar clan. Once sitting at the very bottom of the succession hierarchy, Theo had finally spread his wings and soared upward. Stories about his accomplishments had already spread throughout the clan like wildfire. Everyone was talking about how he had killed Axion and fought evenly against senior proctors. His rise from complete failure to top genius resonated deeply with countless apprentice swordsmen. The public's perception of Theo had completely flipped. The so-called idiot of Ragnar no longer existed. In his place stood a monstrous genius with limitless potential. As Theo stood at the center of the stage, the system suddenly chimed. He had successfully completed the third scenario quest and received an ether core as his reward. Theo was pleasantly surprised. It had been so long since he last heard from the system that he had almost forgotten about the quest entirely. Considering how long it had taken to complete, this ether core had to be something incredible. Unfortunately, before he could even examine his reward, he still had to deal with Ed Troiven's suspicious offer. Activating observation on Ed, Theo confirmed exactly what he had already suspected. The Sky Dragon intended to take him under his wing and use him as a pawn to uncover the secrets surrounding the primordial dragon relics. Ed likely suspected that Theo already possessed one of those relics. Of course, there was absolutely no chance Theo would ever bow his head to a Troiven. Crushing that cursed family was literally one of his life's greatest goals. The demon dragon, Julius Ragnar, immediately called Ed out, accusing him of disguising his desire for revenge behind official business. Ed simply laughed off the accusation. While he admitted to harboring some resentment as Axion's uncle, he insisted that as director of the Central Intelligence Bureau, he only wanted to recruit the most talented candidate available. Julius merely clicked his tongue. Ed Troiven was still the same slippery bastard as always, constantly scheming behind the scenes. Before the argument could escalate further, the announcer quickly intervened and ordered the 9 dragons to stop interrupting the ceremony. When Theo was asked whether he already had a faction in mind, he calmly answered that he had not made a final decision yet. Instead, he wanted to hear what every faction had to offer first. In other words, he had effectively started a bidding war for his services. The first person to jump in was the sword dragon herself, Osa Ragnar Plunus, the director of the Plum Blossom Palace. She offered to take Theo as her direct disciple and make him a junior lord. Since Lady Plum Blossom had no children of her own, becoming her disciple was essentially the same as becoming her adopted son and future successor to the Sword Dragon title. It was an absurdly attractive offer. Unsurprisingly, other major figures soon joined the bidding war, but before anyone could continue, a thunderous figure suddenly crashed down from the sky. Wrapped completely in bandages and wearing a mask, Robert Ragnar, the Black Dragon and leader of Black Snow, had arrived. The audience was stunned. Most people had never even seen the man appear publicly before. Apparently, he had been observing Theo since the very beginning of the awakening ceremony. Robert admitted that Kyle had been right about the boy being interesting. If Theo joined Black Snow, Robert would immediately grant him the title of Null Snow. Within Black Snow, agents typically operated in complete secrecy. However, Null Snows were different. They were the highest-ranking officers in the organization and were allowed to maintain public identities and gain fame. In Theo's previous life, there had only been 8 Null Snows, and reaching that rank had been nearly impossible. Yet now, the title was being handed to him on a silver platter. Not wanting to miss out, the Zenith Dragon Pharaoh Ragnar also made an offer, inviting Theo to join Zenith Academy after being thoroughly impressed during the third trial. 4 of the 9 dragons had now personally extended offers to Theo, proving just how valuable he had become. Naturally, Julius Ragnar, commander of the White Armored Dragon Cavalry, also stepped forward. Unlike everyone else, however, Julius refused to offer Theo any special privileges. His own subordinates nearly exploded in frustration, yelling that this wasn't the time to cling to principles. Evelyn, however, wasn't surprised in the slightest. The White Armored Dragon Cavalry lived by a simple creed: honor had to be earned. Julius wanted to remain fair to every recruit, but he proudly promised Theo full support and the honor of becoming a true dragoon. Theo respected that honesty. Just as he was about to finally make his decision, a seductive voice suddenly echoed directly inside his mind. It belonged to none other than the former clan head, Hilda Ragnar. Completely out of nowhere, she asked Theo whether he was a regressor. Judging by her tone, she already knew the answer. Keeping his composure, Theo pretended not to understand what she meant. Hilda merely praised his acting skills and wondered aloud what kind of life he had lived during his previous cycle. The mention of cycles immediately shook Theo. Did that mean regression wasn't limited to a single do-over? While Theo internally suffered an existential crisis, the rest of the arena was still waiting for his decision. Asking for more time, Theo tried to organize his thoughts. Hilda found his reaction amusing and assured him there was no need to hide. After all, she herself was also a regressor. The difference was that she had already exhausted all the cycles available to her. In other words, his ridiculously attractive fine-ass grandma had lived through multiple regressions. That revelation completely shattered Theo's understanding of reality. Hoping for answers, Theo immediately asked her what exactly these cycles meant. Hilda seemed genuinely surprised that he didn't know something so basic. Apparently, Kyle had never told him anything, which honestly wasn't surprising considering the Patriarch's deep hatred toward regressors. In fact, Hilda thought it was strange that Kyle had allowed Theo to live at all, even if he was his own son. That probably explained why Theo had been forced to undergo such a brutal life-or-death test atop the mountain. Pleased by Theo's hunger for knowledge, Hilda promised to explain everything later. If Theo truly wanted to uncover the secrets of the Ragnar clan and the world itself, then he needed to seek her out after the ceremony. Suddenly, Theo realized that during their mountain encounter, His father had given him nothing but the merciless heartsword treatment. Knowing now that Kyle hated regressors only made him even warier of the patriarch. Perhaps Kyle had even taken Lodbrok's heart because the ancient dragon welcomed regressors. Although defeating a dragon of that caliber sounded impossible, Kyle Ragnar was hailed as a demigod for a reason. The man was simply built different. Theo knew that if he wanted answers about regression, he would eventually need a very long conversation with Grandma Hilda. But first, he had to make his decision. Puffing out his chest confidently, Theo finally announced that he had chosen his faction, but we're not revealing what he picked. As expected, Remington Narcio, the runner-up of the entire batch, chose to join the Zenith Academy and officially became the disciple of the Zenith Dragon. Honestly, it was a match made in heaven. Both master and disciple specialized in water current breathing, making the pairing almost perfect. In Theo's previous life, Remington had returned to the Narcio clan and trained independently. Eventually, he would lead a bloody rebellion against the Ragnar clan itself. And trust me, having the Silver Lion as your enemy never ends well. But this time, things had changed. Thanks to Theo's influence, Remington chose to remain within Ragnar instead of leaving. For now, it was only a temporary farewell between rivals. Both young men would continue growing stronger in their respective factions, carrying a promise to meet again one day as even greater warriors. In such a short amount of time, they had become genuine brothers in arms. Meanwhile, Rey Ragnar naturally returned to Daffodil Palace, where her mother, the Ice Dragon, ruled supreme. Honestly, there was no better place for someone like Rey. As for Sybil and the rest of the boys from Training Ground 4, they desperately wanted to follow Theo into his chosen faction. Unfortunately, their grades simply weren't high enough to gain admission there. Although it saddened Theo to part ways with his comrades, he understood that this separation was necessary. He looked forward to seeing each of them spread their wings and walk their own paths. After the ceremony ended and everyone began dispersing, the Lanka siblings approached Theo. Hulkus awkwardly tried to act like ending up in the same faction as Theo had been nothing more than a coincidence. Theo, of course, politely greeted both siblings and sincerely thanked them for helping him during the second stage of the blooming ceremony. Erica immediately informed Theo that she intended to collect that debt someday in the future. After all, she had a thing for strong men, and apparently so did her gigantic brother. Before their conversation could continue, one of the supervisors ordered the recruits to focus because their commander was about to arrive. Naturally, Theo had chosen the most honorable military unit in the entire Ragnar clan, the White Armored Dragon Cavalry. It was the perfect place for him to build influence and begin his campaign toward becoming the next clan head. The legendary demon dragon, Julius Ragnar, personally led the cavalry. Theo would have to postpone his conversation with Grandma Hilda for now. At the moment, it was time for the rookies to declare their ambitions. Hulkus loudly announced that he intended to become an amazing dragoon. Some recruits declared that they wanted fame and glory. Erica boldly proclaimed that she would become the strongest of her generation, though accomplishing that would be incredibly difficult. One recruit simply wished to earn Commander Julius's acknowledgement, earning himself some rather strange looks from everyone around him. Finally, it was Theo's turn. Knowing that the Great War would inevitably arrive in 5 years, Theo fearlessly declared that he would become the commander of the White Armored Dragon Cavalry within that same time frame. Saying something like that directly in front of the current commander required an absurd amount of courage. Surprisingly, Julius wasn't offended in the slightest. In fact, he loved hearing grand ambitions from young recruits. He reminded them that regardless of why they had joined the cavalry, they should never forget one thing. Every drop of blood and sweat they shed while serving this unit would eventually become legend. The struggles of today would become tomorrow's pride. The cavalry's shield would never break, and their swords would never yield. From this moment onward, they were bound by their creed and must always watch each other's backs. At the end of the long road forged through blood and hardship awaited nothing but glory. With those inspiring words, the demon dragon officially welcomed the new recruits. As if to demonstrate the cavalry's might, Julius's partner suddenly descended from the skies. His massive flying dragon, Gullah, made an incredibly intimidating entrance. This gigantic beast symbolized everything the dragoons stood for. Moments later, countless other wyverns and dragons darkened the skies as they flew overhead in formation. Riding atop them were the senior members of the cavalry. Each rookie would now be assigned a personal handler for the day, because the admission test was about to begin. To officially become dragoons, the recruits first had to obtain partners of their own. The sight of countless dragons soaring through the sky was breathtaking. Every child born into the Ragnar clan had once dreamed of having a flying dragon companion. Much to Theo's surprise, his assigned handler turned out to be none other than Evelyn. Seeing her back in the cavalry rather than training ground shocked him. Curious, Theo asked whether she had finally returned to active duty. With a bright smile, Evelyn revealed that she had indeed resumed her duties thanks to her brand new prosthetic arm, crafted by the demon craftsman Kirsten herself. A few days earlier, Cecilia and Kirsten had personally visited Evelyn to thank her for supporting Theo all this time. At the time, Evelyn had been in the middle of training the boys from Training Ground 4. True to her nature, Evelyn immediately downplayed her own contributions, insisting that Theo's achievements were entirely the result of his natural talent. Cecilia, however, disagreed. She believed that Evelyn's encouragement and unwavering support had played an enormous role in shaping Theo into the person he had become. Knowing that her son had someone as dependable as Evelyn by his side, Cecilia wanted to repay her somehow. Even then, Evelyn continued speaking poorly of herself. Kirsten didn't like hearing that. The elf explained that people who shine brightly enough to guide others through darkness often fail to realize just how radiant they truly are. Kirsten could see that hidden brilliance inside the one-armed swordswoman and wanted to help her shine even brighter. Now, thanks to her new arm, Evelyn had reclaimed the life she loved most as one of the white-armored dragon cavalry's elite dragoons. Apparently, Cecilia had even told Evelyn that Theo himself was responsible for arranging the favor, allowing her to ride her beloved dragon once again. Theo had absolutely no idea any of this had happened behind the scenes. Even without him knowing, his mother continued proving that she was simply the best mom in existence. Deeply moved by everything that had been done for her, Evelyn swore her loyalty to Theo and pledged to become his personal sword. Theo gladly accepted her oath as the two flew toward the dangerous nesting grounds of the white-armored dragon cavalry. The White Dragon Nest was an incredibly hostile place and hardly suitable for human habitation. Despite its name, it primarily housed numerous species of flying wyverns rather than true dragons. It was also where the cavalry conducted its admission test. Failing to bond with a suitable partner meant immediate disqualification from the cavalry, though outright failures were rare. Theo wasn't particularly worried about himself, but he did feel slightly concerned about the brutish Lanka siblings. Evelyn explained that choosing a partner wasn't based on strength or logic. It was more about instinct, chemistry, and pure vibes. When you found the right partner, you simply knew. Their first stop was the territory of Opterex, massive brown-scaled wyverns known for their tyrannical and predatory nature. Next, they visited the lair of the poisonous Avery species. These serpentine wyverns could spray deadly violet poison mist and strike enemies using lethal stingers. They then observed the blade dragons, Sigia, which were surprisingly docile herbivores that preferred living underground and relied on ambush tactics for defense. Flying high above them were the velociraptors, speed dragons that were small, intelligent, hunted in packs, and breathed fire from their mouths. These four categories made up the majority of the cavalry's wyvern population. Unfortunately, Theo didn't feel any connection with any of them. Instead, memories from his previous life resurfaced. 6 years after the Great War began, a horrifying mutated wyvern had attacked the White Dragon Nest. The beast massacred hundreds of mounts belonging to the cavalry, burned 8 villages to ashes, and killed dozens of warriors. The Ragnar clan had ultimately classified it as a Class 2 calamity and named it the Evil Shadow Dragon. In the end, it had taken both the Demon Dragon and the Sword Dragon working together to finally bring the monster down. The creature earned its name because of its terrifying ability to hide within shadows. If possible, Theo would absolutely love to bond with that anomaly. Recalling his memories carefully, Theo remembered one extremely obvious characteristic that distinguished the beast. After searching for quite some time, he finally spotted exactly what he had been looking for. Meanwhile, while the recruits searched for partners, Commander Julius relaxed atop the dangerous cliffs alongside Gulla. His peaceful moment was interrupted by the arrival of the sword dragon, Osa Ragnar Plunus. Surprisingly, Julius didn't seem bothered. After all, he had just recruited the greatest talent in the clan's history. Osa, however, had come precisely because of Theo. She knew Julius intended to mold the boy into one of the cavalry's future pillars. Julius neither confirmed nor denied her suspicions. He knew that careless words often led to downfall. Nevertheless, Osa could easily tell that Julius was planning something much bigger than he was willing to admit. Fortunately, she hadn't come to argue. Instead, she proposed something unprecedented for Theo's sake: joint mentorship. Despite Theo already belonging to the cavalry, Osa suggested that both factions work together to guide the young prodigy. Such a proposal was practically unheard of, since Ragnar factions almost never cooperated or bent tradition for a single recruit. Back to the action, Theo and Evelyn flew toward a remote corner of the nest that Theo had spotted from afar. As they got closer, they found 4 young wyverns ganging up on a single bluish-white wyvern. Evelyn immediately recognized the poor creature. Apparently, the cavalry had been aware of this particular wyvern situation for a long time. No matter what methods they tried, nothing worked. The other wyverns constantly ostracized him because he wasn't considered pure-blooded. The poor guy was the offspring of a female wyvern and a male vapor. Yes, somehow a wyvern and a vapor had actually reproduced. The problem was that vapors were Class 1 demonic fiends that lived deep within the Demon Sea. These monsters were basically living calamities. If even one of them ever managed to cross the Great Wall, entire regions could be devastated. Not only were they absurdly dangerous, but they were also ugly ghost-type monsters that specialized in dwelling within shadows. Hearing this, Theo immediately connected the dots. So that was how the future evil shadow dragon had gained its terrifying shadow abilities. It had inherited them from its vapor bloodline. Naturally, the birth of this hybrid caused a massive uproar within the cavalry. Many opposed allowing it to remain in the nest, but in the end, the commanders decided to keep the creature under observation. Unfortunately, That decision only led to years of bullying and rejection from the other wyverns. Isolating the creature wasn't a solution either, leaving the cavalry completely unsure of what to do. Hearing about the hybrid's miserable life deeply resonated with Theo. Being ostracized simply for being different was something he understood all too well. The cavalry had named the lonely wyvern Umbra, meaning shadow in the ancient tongue. Theo smiled the moment he heard that name. Somehow, he just knew he had finally found his partner. Without giving Evelyn any warning whatsoever, Theo suddenly stood up on the saddle and announced his decision. Before Evelyn could even land properly, the absolute madman jumped off the flying wyvern. No preparation, no parachute, no safety measures. He was simply too excited to meet Umbra. Watching the young master casually skydive under her supervision nearly gave Evelyn a heart attack, but Theo didn't care. In his previous life, Umbra had become a monster, feared across the continent. This time, Theo wanted to give him a different future. Theo had been given a second chance at life, so why shouldn't Umbra receive one as well? Channeling mana throughout his body, Theo descended like a bolt of lightning from the heavens. On his way down, he drew several swords and launched them at varying speeds. Activating hatchling synchronization, he seized control of the blades through psychokinesis. Using them as temporary footholds, Theo literally ran through the air while descending, completely ignoring the laws of gravity. Learning psychokinesis was already impressive, but using it in such an absurdly creative way left even Evelyn speechless. Theo's growth rate was genuinely monstrous. Down below, the wyverns bullying Umbra hissed aggressively at the newcomer. Umbra himself refused to back down and growled right back. Watching the entire scene unfold reminded Theo of his own past as Ragnar's so-called idiot. Back then, all he could do was silently endure everyone's insults and mockery. But those days were gone. He was no longer that powerless boy. Sparks erupted around Theo as Thunder Dragon breathing activated. Once he entered range, he sent his blades flying toward the bullies. Charged with overwhelming amounts of lightning and empowered by his dragon mark, the attack terrified the wyverns. Theo could have easily killed them, but he intentionally held back and merely scared them away. Tails tucked, the bullies immediately fled. Landing gracefully, Theo openly scolded the cowardly wyverns for relying on numbers. Then, when he turned toward Umbra, his expression softened. Umbra, however, remained wary. Growling defensively, the hybrid prepared to attack at the slightest sign of hostility. Yet, when Theo finally approached, Umbra chose to retreat instead, taking flight and disappearing into the mountains. Evelyn eventually caught up and warned Theo that approaching Umbra wouldn't be easy. The hybrid had every reason to distrust others. She advised Theo to take things slowly, but Theo disagreed. Right now, what Umbra needed most wasn't caution, it was companionship. After all, why would a creature continue living near the nest, despite being constantly rejected? The answer was simple. Umbra was lonely. Emotional wounds often hurt far more than physical injuries. Considering the hybrid's condition, Theo doubted he could have flown very far. As expected, after searching the nearby peaks, they found Umbra resting atop a rocky outcrop. Even though he was exhausted and injured, Umbra immediately forced himself to stand when the humans arrived. Countless dragoons had attempted to tame him before, but every single one had failed. Given his experiences, Umbra's caution toward humans was understandable. Theo asked Evelyn to fetch some food while he tried connecting with Umbra personally. Slowly walking forward, Theo was immediately met with wyvern fear. Without hesitation, he countered with Lesser Drake's fear. For a moment, man and beast clashed through pure aura alone. Eventually, Theo's overwhelming presence steadily suppressed Umbra's. The hybrid braced himself for violence, but instead, Theo gently poured a healing potion over his wounds. As the medicine worked its magic, Umbra felt his injuries rapidly heal, and some of his strength return. Once the worst wounds had been treated, Theo gently petted the lonely hybrid. Umbra was completely confused. His entire life had consisted of nothing but pain, rejection, and loneliness. Yet now, a human was showing him genuine kindness. Thanks to his dragon heart, Theo could actually feel Umbra's emotions. He sensed the burning rage Umbra held toward the herd that had rejected him. At the same time, he could feel the heartbreaking sadness born from Umbra's desire to still belong among them. But stronger than anything else was the crushing loneliness buried deep inside the hybrid's heart. Theo also sensed Umbra's conflicted feelings toward him. The wyvern remained wary of this strange human who had suddenly appeared and offered warmth. Yet deep down, Umbra desperately hoped that warmth wouldn't disappear. He didn't want Theo to leave. In response, Theo solemnly promised that he would never abandon him. Then, to solidify their bond, Theo presented Umbra with the precious gem he had received from his previous mission. The shiny treasure instantly captivated the hybrid. Although Umbra tried acting like a tsundere and resisting temptation, there was nothing he could do when Theo personally placed the gem around his neck. Theo sweetened the deal even further by promising that if Umbra stayed with him, there would be plenty more treasures in the future. He even proposed decorating future saddles and armor with priceless gemstones, creating the flashiest equipment imaginable. They might even need to rob someone's grandmother to afford it. Ironically, that grandmother would probably be Theo's own grandma. Somewhere far away, Kirsten suddenly felt an ominous premonition that her savings were in grave danger. Completely won over by promises of friendship and endless shiny treasures, Umbra roared joyfully and officially accepted Theo as his master. The moment their bond was formed, Theo unlocked the wyvern taming skill. The skill would increase in power as Umbra's trust grew, and would also provide both rider and mount with a permanent 10% boost in strength. A short while later, Evelyn returned while dragging 2 bulls behind her. She was utterly shocked. The supposedly untamable hybrid was now cuddling affectionately with Theo. After happily devouring the bulls, Umbra even offered some of the meat to Theo like an affectionate puppy. When Evelyn asked how Theo had accomplished the impossible, he simply replied that he had treated Umbra's wounded heart first. The gift had merely finalized everything. At this point, Evelyn had accepted that Theo was simply a natural charmer, whether dealing with people or beasts. Seeing Umbra willingly lower his neck and back as a sign of complete trust, Evelyn congratulated Theo on officially passing the test. Then she suddenly realized that Theo wasn't planning on simply sitting ceremonially on Umbra's back. He fully intended to fly. Evelyn panicked immediately. Theo had never received any formal flight training, and riding a wyvern without reins or a saddle was basically begging for death. Theo simply grinned and reassured her that the wyvern taming skill would compensate for his lack of experience, and so, man and wyvern took to the skies. Watching Umbra soar through the air with childlike excitement, Theo couldn't help but wonder how such a pure-hearted creature had eventually transformed into the dreaded evil shadow dragon. After flying across the entire nest, Umbra led Theo toward a gigantic waterfall. Passing straight through the crashing water, they entered a hidden crystal cave concealed behind it. Despite all his previous experience working with black snow, Theo had never known this cave existed. Looking around at the countless shimmering crystals, he immediately understood why Umbra loved this place so much. But then Theo discovered the true reason Umbra would eventually become the evil shadow dragon. The hybrid had been feeding on ghost spirit flowers growing throughout the cave. These flowers normally thrived deep within the demon sea by absorbing demonic energy. Since dragons and demons supposedly possessed opposing energies, Theo couldn't understand how Umbra had survived consuming them. Regardless, the flowers needed to be destroyed. Umbra strongly objected, but Theo promised not to touch the beautiful crystals, eventually calming him down. Venturing deeper into the cavern, Theo stumbled upon something even more shocking, an emaciated corpse chained to a wall. Judging by its condition, the man had been dead for at least 10 years, yet decomposition was strangely minimal. While the cave's cold temperature helped preserve the body, Theo recognized another factor at play. The corpse still radiated immense magical power, suggesting that this individual had once been an incredibly powerful martial expert. Deciding to investigate later, Theo turned away from the body, but the moment he did, the supposedly dead corpse suddenly opened its eyes with overwhelming hatred burning within them. Then, with a resentful scream, the corpse shouted a single name, Kyle. The moment the chained corpse came back to life, Umbra instantly reacted. Without hesitation, the young wyvern slammed the undead creature deep into the cave wall, roaring furiously at the thing that dared show hostility toward his master. But even after being pinned, the corpse kept screaming the names Kyle and Robert Ragnar over and over again. Realizing that his new companion might be in danger, Theo moved to intervene. Big mistake. The corpse suddenly lunged and sank its rotten teeth into Umbra's foot. Acting on instinct, Theo threw himself in the way and sacrificed his own arm to protect Umbra. The corpse immediately latched onto Theo instead, refusing to let go while endlessly cursing Kyle and Robert Ragnar from beyond the grave. Whoever this mysterious dead man was, he clearly had a deep connection with both Theo's father and the Black Dragon. Thankfully, Evelyn arrived just in time. Using the white-armored dragon cavalry's shared technique, Blade Barrage, she unleashed countless thrusts in an instant and practically erased the corpse's head from existence. Theo was finally freed, but the damage had already been done. Falling to his knees, he apologized for causing trouble as unbearable pain spread throughout his entire body. The bite had injected him with a deadly toxin infused with demonic energy. Without immediate treatment, Theo would die an agonizing death. Panicking, Evelyn tried to carry him back to headquarters, but Umbra aggressively blocked her path and repeatedly nudged her away, almost as if he was trying to communicate something. Sensing his partner's intentions, Theo asked if Umbra knew a way to save him. Despite Evelyn's objections, Theo decided to put his life entirely in Umbra's hands. According to everything Theo knew, even conventional treatment offered less than a 30% survival rate. Since Umbra had evolved into a Class 2 demonic fiend by feeding on ghost spirit flowers, Theo reasoned that the wyvern must have encountered this corpse before, and somehow learned how to counter both corpse toxins and demonic energy. Before losing consciousness, Theo asked Evelyn to trust Umbra and follow his lead. Acting immediately, Umbra gathered numerous ghost spirit flowers from around the cave and broke off several crystal fragments before bringing them to Evelyn. Understanding what the wyvern wanted, Evelyn crushed the materials together using mana, creating a dark purple concoction. With no better options available, she carefully fed the mixture to Theo. Then, both Evelyn and Umbra anxiously waited. As soon as the mixture reached Theo's chest, his dragon heart suddenly began beating violently. Mana exploded from his body, rapidly overflowing into the surroundings. Slowly, the lightning attribute surrounding Theo started changing. The once brilliant electric energy became darker and darker until it eventually transformed into pure black lightning infused with corpse poison. Once the the process was complete, the black lightning re-entered Theo's body and activated his system. Body cleansing purification had begun. At the same time, Theo successfully acquired the trait of the evil shadow dragon. While Theo was literally fighting for his life, Commander Julius Ragnar was receiving devastating news back at headquarters. Black Snow had thoroughly verified a recent report and confirmed its authenticity with an 89% certainty. Overcome by emotion, the demon dragon accidentally shattered his office desk. Things had been going so well recently that perhaps he should have expected bad news sooner or later. Even so, this tragedy was beyond anything he anticipated. Trainer Isvan, captain of the White Armored Dragon Cavalry's 5th platoon, along with 15 of his men, had all perished in battle. Meanwhile, Theo's purification continued. Body cleansing purification was an ancient secret art capable of removing impurities from the body and dramatically improving one's magical aptitude. Normally, it required multiple incredibly powerful experts channeling their mana for days. And even then, it only worked reliably on children under 5 years old. For Theo to undergo this process naturally required an absurd series of coincidences. The corpse toxin flooding his body contained immense magical energy and demonic essence derived from ghost spirit flowers. Umbra's antidote then acted as a stabilizer, creating the perfect balance between poison and purification. Instead of dying or simply being cured, Theo began absorbing the toxin's power directly into himself. Eventually, Theo woke up to find both Evelyn and Umbra waiting anxiously beside him. Feeling slightly exhausted, he apologized for making them worry. Both of them visibly relaxed in relief. Upon checking his status window, Theo nearly lost his mind. He had effectively become the second incarnation of the evil shadow dragon. The purification process alone had granted him 85 additional stat points, an absolutely ridiculous amount. Theo now understood that the crystals filling the cave were concentrated masses of pure energy. Their power had diluted the ghost spirit flowers' toxicity, transforming them into potent medicine. Trusting Umbra had been one of the best decisions Theo had ever made. A Ragnar body was already considered nearly perfect, but after undergoing body cleansing purification and inheriting the evil shadow dragon's traits, Theo now possessed the potential to reach the absolute peak. The next mystery to solve was the identity of the corpse itself. Looking more closely, Evelyn noticed that the cave walls were covered with neatly inscribed writings. It turned out to be a journal left behind by the dead swordsman. According to the journal, the man had hidden in this cave after being defeated by Kyle and Robert Ragnar. He had intended to recover, bide his time, and eventually take revenge. Unfortunately, Robert had severely damaged his mana haul, and surviving solely on ghost spirit flowers only accelerated his decline. Over time, the man's sanity completely deteriorated before he could enact his revenge. Realizing that he would die carrying eternal resentment, he eventually chose to leave behind everything he had. Melting down his treasured emerald serpent sword, he sealed away his legacy, hoping that someone in the future would inherit it and fulfill his final wish. The journal then described the flying sword technique of the god of Tempest. Theo and Evelyn immediately realized the truth. This corpse belonged to none other than Hector Ragnar, the legendary Wind Baron. 40 years ago, history claimed that the Wind Baron had died after losing to Kyle Ragnar during the Succession War. In reality, he had survived, only to spend his final years alone in a hidden cave before dying a miserable death. The revelation left Evelyn utterly shaken. Overcome with guilt, the ever-loyal swordswoman immediately fell to her knees. Even though Hector had lost the battle for succession, he was still a legitimate Ragnar heir and former throne candidate. From Evelyn's perspective as a vassal, killing him even in his deranged state was a capital offense worthy of execution. Theo immediately dismissed her concerns. In his eyes, the creature she had destroyed was no longer Hector Ragnar, but merely a mad spirit consumed by hatred. Besides, she had only acted to save Theo's life. Wanting to resolve the issue completely, Theo ordered Evelyn to forget everything that happened inside the cave. However, if she still felt guilty, he had a different proposal. Theo wanted Evelyn to inherit Hector Ragnar's legacy. Naturally, she vehemently objected. She believed herself unworthy of wielding techniques that rivaled even those of the 9 dragons. But Theo refused to budge. In his opinion, there was nobody more deserving of carrying on the Wind Baron's legacy. By inheriting it, Evelyn would also allow Hector to finally rest in peace. More importantly, becoming a legacy disciple would erase any possibility of her being punished for Hector's death. Since Evelyn had already sworn herself to Theo's service, he believed this path was only natural. Deeply moved by Theo's trust, Evelyn Nereville bowed with absolute reverence and formally pledged her eternal loyalty as his vassal. This time, Theo chose to indulge her strict adherence to tradition. Drawing his blade, he formally knighted Evelyn and accepted her oath, engraving their bond upon both heart and soul. From that moment onward, Evelyn officially became Theo Ragnar's first sword, with Umbra serving as witness to the newly forged lord-vassal relationship. By the time sunset arrived, Most of the recruits had already returned to White Armored Dragon Cavalry headquarters. Hulkus proudly boasted about returning before Theo, only for his confidence to be instantly shattered when Theo finally arrived, riding the most bizarre mount anyone had ever seen. Many veteran dragoons immediately recognized Umbra as the troublesome half-blood nobody could tame. Seeing that Theo had succeeded where everyone else had failed, they simply chalked it up to him being the greatest prodigy of the millennium. After submitting their report, Evelyn asked about Commander Julius's whereabouts. Other dragoons explained that the commander had rushed to his office after receiving urgent news. Moments later, Julius himself returned alongside Gula, making an intimidating entrance. The atmosphere instantly became heavy. Julius apologized for delivering bad news immediately after the admission test, but every veteran and rookie present would be deployed to Fort Blanky at once. Confusion spread through headquarters. Only Theo understood what was happening. The Ceres Merchant Guild hostage incident at Fort Blanky had finally begun. Behind the scenes, this entire operation was connected to the theft of the Dragon Slayer sword, Balmong, an essential piece in Ed Troiven's future coup. One dragoon questioned how untrained recruits could possibly be deployed so soon. Julius bluntly revealed the truth. Trainer Isvin and the entirety of 5th Platoon had disappeared. Since Black Snow estimated their deaths with 89% certainty, all available personnel would temporarily assume the identity and responsibilities of 5th Platoon. Evelyn was assigned as acting captain. The rookies now had only 3 days to cram all of their basic training. Although Julius refused to believe that the legendary Isven had truly fallen, he burned with the desire for revenge. With that, the commander left. Theo couldn't shake the feeling that these changes might be another butterfly effect caused by his own actions. If his interference had altered history, then he intended to see things through personally. At that exact moment, the system notified him that a hidden quest had begun. The quest to obtain the Dragon Slayer sword, Balmong, had officially started. After enduring 3 brutal days of non-stop basic training, the newly formed 5th Platoon was finally deployed. The weather around the northern stronghold was freezing to the point of being unbearable. On top of one of the watchtowers, a lone bandit guard suddenly noticed something enormous blocking out the moonlight. At first, he couldn't make sense of what he was seeing. Then realization hit him. It was an entire battalion of wyverns from the White Armored Dragon Cavalry. Before the terrified guard could even raise the alarm, the watchtower exploded into pieces. Under Evelyn's command, bombs rained down from the skies as the dragoons turned their wyverns into literal World War II-style bombers. The aerial bombardment was executed with terrifying precision, reducing key sections of the stronghold to rubble almost instantly. Panicked bandits desperately rushed inside the fortress, hoping its walls would protect them. Unfortunately for them, they were far too slow. The dragoons had already dismounted and begun cutting down every surviving straggler. Evelyn calmly directed her troops, and the cavalry slaughtered every bandit they encountered. This was the price of provoking the White Armored Dragon Cavalry. Meanwhile, the man responsible for smuggling the legendary Dragon Slayer sword, Balmong, was feeling incredibly lucky. He had left the stronghold before the attack began and believed all that remained was to deliver the sword, collect his reward, and spend the rest of his life enjoying unimaginable wealth. Sadly for him, he had been doomed from the very beginning. A mysterious hooded figure casually beheaded him before he could even celebrate. With Balmong successfully smuggled out, the hooded figures could finally move on to the next phase of their plan. Rolling out long-range cannons, they prepared to exterminate the cavalry. Back inside the fortress, the dragoons had already secured complete victory over the bandits. Many of the veterans were laughing and joking about how ridiculously easy the operation had been. Theo, however, couldn't shake the feeling that something was terribly wrong. There was no way the original 5th Platoon had been wiped out by enemies this incompetent. Activating hatchling synchronization, Theo peered into the memories of one of the captured bandits. He confirmed that Balmong had indeed been stolen, but surprisingly, none of the bandits had ever actually seen the sword. Even the higher-ranking bandit leaders had been operating blindly. While the veteran dragoons dismissed Theo's concerns as simple rookie nerves, Theo's instincts screamed that disaster was coming. Suddenly, Theo was struck by a horrifying premonition. Without saying a word, he sprinted away from his comrades and slashed at an ordinary-looking wall. Hidden behind the bricks were massive stockpiles of highly volatile explosives. The entire operation had been a trap from the very beginning. Theo immediately took charge, screaming for everyone to evacuate and abandon the fortress. But before anyone could react properly, the unmistakable whistle of incoming artillery echoed through the air. Theo desperately shouted warnings, but his voice was drowned out by thunderous explosions as cannonballs struck the fortress with deadly accuracy. The first barrage hit its targets perfectly. Then the mysterious hooded attackers began reloading. From every direction, they bombarded the already explosive-filled fortress, determined to exterminate the new 5th Platoon completely. Their orders were absolute. Not a single survivor could be allowed to escape. Elsewhere, the mastermind behind the operation sat alone beneath the moonlight. It was Emil Ragnar, the former mistress of Camellia Palace. Cradling the headless corpse of her son Axion in her arms, The grieving woman had completely lost her sanity. She wanted Theo Ragnar dead at any cost. Back in the fortress, the explosions created chaos, allowing many captured bandits to attempt escape. Evelyn immediately ordered an execution spree. The dragoons ruthlessly put down every escaping criminal, while the fortress continued collapsing around them. Even Evelyn was beginning to suspect something deeper was happening. There was no way the original 5th platoon had fallen to these pathetic bandits. Suddenly, another artillery shell exploded near her position, and Evelyn narrowly avoided being blown apart. With the second bombardment underway, she prioritized the safety of her troops and ordered a full retreat. By then, the remaining rookies had finally regrouped with Evelyn's battalion. Now reunited, the new 5th platoon desperately needed an escape route. Theo suggested heading toward the outer walls opposite the direction of the artillery fire. However, under the immense stress and pressure of the situation, Theo unexpectedly opened his mind gate. Instantly, his thought process and sensory perception expanded to an absurd degree. The entire layout of the fortress suddenly unfolded before his eyes, as though he were seeing a blueprint. The sheer amount of information flooding into his mind almost overwhelmed him, and Evelyn had to physically pull him back to reality. Just as everyone prepared to flee toward the exits, Theo abruptly stopped them. With absolute certainty, he declared that running outside would only get them killed. Instead, they needed to move deeper into the fortress. Trusting Theo completely, Evelyn immediately ordered everyone to follow him. 21 lives now rested entirely in Theo's hands. Thanks to his enhanced perception, Theo had already seen the final trap awaiting them outside. More artillery combined with a coordinated ambush force. By combining his newly unlocked mind gate with hatchling synchronization, Theo was essentially reading the memories of the very buildings themselves. He was seeing the Matrix. Hidden explosives waited to the left. Incoming artillery targeted the right. The only safe path lay down the central staircase leading underground. Following Theo, everyone sprinted for their lives, while Evelyn stayed at the rear to ensure nobody was left behind. Unfortunately, their escape route ended in a dead end. Panic spread instantly. To make matters worse, the ceiling above them began collapsing as enormous chunks of debris rained down. Outside, the hooded Troivan agents celebrated what they believed was a successful extermination. Having exhausted every artillery shell, they prepared to enter the ruins personally. Even if Theo's body had been blown apart, they intended to gather enough remains to prove his death. But things didn't go according to plan. At the last possible moment, Theo unleashed a desperate slash that shattered the floor beneath the platoon. Everyone plummeted into a hidden underground chamber, narrowly escaping death. Below, they encountered several surviving bandit guards, but Evelyn's dragoons made short work of them. Hulkus alone practically demolished them. Beyond the battle, Theo discovered an underground prison. To everyone's shock, among the prisoners was Captain Isvan himself. After being freed, Isvan explained everything. The Central Intelligence Bureau had orchestrated the entire operation. However, neither Isvan nor his men looked particularly enthusiastic about their rescue. All of them had suffered horrific injuries and lost limbs, including Isvan himself. Evelyn was furious. She had always suspected Ed Troivan was involved in shady dealings, but she had never imagined such blatant treason. The idea of Ragnar clansmen raising swords against fellow clansmen was unforgivable. According to Ragnar law, treason deserved only one punishment: death. Still, Isvan cautioned the younger soldiers against acting recklessly. Their enemies had planned this operation meticulously. Facing them head-on with their limited numbers would be suicide. Their immediate priority should be contacting Black Snow agents stationed nearby. Unfortunately, Theo pointed out an unpleasant truth. The fact that no reinforcements had arrived likely meant the hidden Black Snow agents had already been eliminated. Nevertheless, Theo had a plan. Since the traitors wanted a perfect cover-up, they would eventually enter the ruins personally to confirm everyone's deaths. Believing themselves victorious, they would inevitably lower their guard while searching through corpses. The cavalry could exploit this by hiding among the rubble and launching an ambush of their own. Captain Isvan carefully studied Theo as the young prodigy explained his strategy. The old captain immediately realized that Theo had recently opened his mind gate, an astonishing achievement for someone so young. Feeling both old and inspired, Isvan admitted that he had nearly given up too soon. Thankfully, the next generation clearly possessed exceptional leaders. Reignited by Theo's courage, Isvan rose to his feet, literally standing on his one remaining leg, and rallied his men. The original and new 5th platoons would fight together. Soon afterward, Troivan agents flooded the ruins, methodically searching for bodies. They overturned every piece of debris, brutally executing any survivors they found. Yet, despite searching for quite some time, they discovered only dead Black Skull bandits and not a single dragoon corpse. The western sector was empty. The eastern sector yielded nothing. Even the ambush teams stationed outside reported that nobody had escaped. Realizing something was wrong, the enemy commander immediately ordered his men to halt the search, but it was already too late. Blood erupted across the battlefield as the hidden cavalry launched their counterattack. Evelyn nearly pierced the traitorous captain's head with her opening strike. A fierce clash erupted between the two opposing captains. The Troivan captain attempted every dirty trick imaginable, but Evelyn was far too skilled to fall for such tactics. Gracefully evading his attacks, she quickly regained control of the battle. The captain desperately screamed warnings to his men, ordering them to reform their ranks, but most of them had already been cut down by the elite dragoons. With the truth of their betrayal now exposed, Evelyn declared herself the executor of Ragnar law, and sentenced every traitor to death. Refusing to surrender, the Troivan captain fought desperately, exchanging blows with Evelyn and launching surprisingly competent counterattacks. Deep down, he couldn't understand how these wyvern-riding bastards had survived total annihilation. That brief confusion proved fatal. Seizing the opening, Evelyn unleashed a devastating strike that narrowly missed decapitating him. She relentlessly pressed her advantage, carving through his flesh and leaving him bleeding from countless wounds. Finally, Evelyn addressed the surviving members of the Central Intelligence Bureau and demanded their surrender. The moment the ambush succeeded, the battle had already become checkmate. Any remaining resistance was completely futile. Those who surrendered willingly would be spared and await proper judgment. Before any of his subordinates could even consider surrendering, the Troivan captain roared out an order authorizing the use of their secret technique. Every dragoon immediately froze in shock. The fact that the Troivans still had a hidden trump card this late into the battle was incredibly alarming. Moments later, one of the agents suddenly went completely feral and launched himself straight at Theo. The difference was immediate. His physical abilities had skyrocketed to an unnatural level. Theo instantly recognized the technique, reverse blood surge, a forbidden art that massively increased a person's strength at the cost of rapidly burning away their life force. Even for someone as monstrously talented as Theo, fighting a single opponent under the influence of such a technique was extremely difficult. Unfortunately, one opponent quickly turned into many. The remaining Troivan agents all converged on Theo at once, completely abandoning self-preservation in their desperate attempt to take his head. Seeing the young master surrounded, one of the heavily injured officers from the original 5th platoon stepped in without hesitation. The veteran threw himself between Theo and the incoming blades, using his own body as a shield. Mortally wounded, the officer peacefully told Theo to run before finally succumbing to his injuries. Watching a good man sacrifice his life to protect him awakened something deep inside Theo. A primal rage erupted within him. Fueled by fury, Theo unleashed the strongest triple dragon's claw he had ever produced. Pushing himself beyond his limits, he tapped deeper into his mind gate. Instantly, the world slowed to a crawl. Theo could clearly perceive the positions of every enhanced enemy around him. Using that heightened perception, he unleashed another triple dragon's claw, this time with even greater power and precision. His blade moved through impossibly intricate trajectories, avoiding allies while completely annihilating every enemy in its path. The display left even the veteran dragoons speechless. When the dust finally settled, the battlefield had been transformed into a horrifying landscape carved apart by Theo's attack. Out of all the traitors, only the Troivan captain remained alive. Seeing firsthand how terrifying Theo had become, the captain abandoned all thoughts of survival. The young master had grown into far too great a threat to the Troivan family. Even if it cost him his own life, he was determined to drag Theo into the grave alongside him. Activating reverse blood surge on himself, the captain shot forward like a human missile. Meanwhile, Theo's senior dragoons were still standing around in complete awe, too busy admiring the rookie to notice that Theo himself was barely conscious. Opening his mind gate and unleashing such a powerful technique had exacted a devastating toll. His mana hull had become twisted and unstable, making further combat almost impossible. To make matters worse, the fanatical captain was now showing signs of mana hull detonation. The madman intended to sacrifice himself and blow up everyone in the area. Theo tried preparing a defensive response, but his body simply wouldn't cooperate. Thankfully, his first sword finally stepped onto the battlefield. For the very first time, Evelyn unleashed the God of Tempest technique she had inherited from the Wind Baron. Using a technique called Squall, she launched the suicidal captain high into the sky. After tossing him into the air, Evelyn followed, gathering an enormous amount of wind mana at her fingertips, before releasing it in the form of a violent maelstrom. Theo watched in complete amazement as Evelyn manipulated the wind with incredible precision, wrapping it around the captain's unstable mana hull and forcibly suppressing the impending explosion. Once the detonation was neutralized, finishing the battle became trivial. Evelyn effortlessly sent the traitorous captain crashing back down to the earth. With the final enemy defeated, the tension finally left Theo's body, and exhaustion consumed him completely. Hulkus, Erica, and the other dragoons immediately rushed toward Theo, expressing their endless gratitude for saving everyone's lives. As the first rays of dawn illuminated the battlefield, Theo smiled contentedly. Without question, the two greatest contributors during the entire operation had been Theo and Evelyn. The pair had practically carried the entire platoon to victory through sheer strength and leadership. At long last, everyone could finally relax. The grim atmosphere that had dominated the night gave way to celebration and relief. The darkness had passed, and a new dawn, led by the shining star of Ragnar's younger generation, had arrived. However, while the white-armored dragon cavalry cavalry celebrated their survival, absolute chaos was unfolding elsewhere. Back inside the miserable halls of Rose Palace, Lady Emil Ragnar had completely lost her mind. Ed Troyven had her pinned in a chokehold while furiously cursing her. It turned out that Emil had acted entirely on her own during the stronghold operation. Without authorization, she had stolen the Sky Dragon's seal and used it to forge official orders. The massacre of the white-armored dragon cavalry and the assassination of Theo Ragnar had never been part of Ed's immediate plans. Thanks to Emil's recklessness, the entire Troyven family was now standing on extremely thin ice. Still consumed by grief, Emil snarled that she only wanted revenge for her beloved son Axion. She wanted to tear Theo apart piece by piece and slaughter everyone connected to him so that Axion could finally rest in peace. Ed found her behavior utterly pathetic. In his eyes, abandoning one's duty to the family over the death of a single child was unforgivable. In a fit of rage, Ed crushed Axion's already rotting, headless corpse beneath his foot. Worse still, they had now lost Balmong, the Dragon Slayer sword, the single most important piece in the coup they had spent decades preparing. From this moment onward, Emil would no longer be recognized as a daughter of the Troyven family. As she looked into her brother's cold eyes, she felt as though their terrifying father himself was staring down at her. Before leaving, Ed ordered the palace attendants to lock Emil away permanently. She would never be allowed to see the outside world again. Since the possibility of information leaks could not be tolerated, all remaining palace attendants would also need to be eliminated. The moment Emil realized she was truly about to be sealed away and forgotten forever, her madness vanished and she desperately begged for mercy. Ed, however, showed absolutely none. He casually slaughtered every attendant inside the palace, venting his frustration over the collapse of his meticulously crafted plans. Thinking back on everything that had gone wrong recently, Ed realized that nearly every failure could be traced back to a single person, Theo Ragnar. The Sky Dragon had finally reached his limit. More than anything else, he now wanted to personally rip that boy apart with his own hands. With the first mission officially ending in success, Theo finally got some breathing room to check out the loot he had picked up. During all the chaos at the stronghold, he had managed to secure the legendary Dragon Slayer sword, Balmong. Unfortunately, there was one huge problem: the sword was currently sealed. The moment Theo tried picking it up and getting a feel for the weapon, Balmong instantly rejected him. A violent shock surged through his body, forcing him to drop the blade immediately. Well, it wasn't called the Dragon Slayer sword for nothing. The sword's very nature was the complete opposite of Ragnar blood. If Theo wanted to wield it, he would first have to uncover the secrets hidden within the mystic. Mystics were relics left behind from the primordial mythic age. They were incredibly rare treasures, almost mythical in existence. Whoever successfully awakened one would gain powers similar to the heroes of ancient legends. These weren't ordinary artifacts. They were world-changing items capable of altering the course of history itself. In his previous life, Ed Troyven had eventually discovered Balmong's secrets. Remembering the Sky Dragon's actions back then, Theo already had a rough idea of the location where Ed had truly risen to power. Until he could investigate that place himself, Balmong would simply remain sealed away inside his inventory. A sudden knock interrupted Theo's thoughts. Standing outside was Evelyn. Despite it being late at night, she had come with an urgent message. Commander Julius wanted to see Theo immediately. Over in Julius Ragnar's office, the atmosphere felt strangely heavy, despite the polite conversation taking place. Sitting across from the demon dragon was Captain Trainer Isvan. The old veteran had come to discuss retirement. Losing both his leg and his beloved wyvern, Rosinante, during the last mission, had finally convinced him that his days in the cavalry were over. He admitted, albeit reluctantly, that he was no longer the warrior he used to be. With the years he had left, Isvan wanted to return home and spend his remaining days mourning the countless comrades he had outlived. Julius could see that the old man's mind was made up, so he quietly approved his retirement. While sipping tea, Isvan brought up Theo and revealed that the boy had already opened his mind gate. Hearing this instantly put Julius in a good mood. Theo had crossed the boundary, separating ordinary humans from true monsters. Even more impressive, Isvan was certain Theo hadn't been born with an opened mind gate. He had forcefully broken through the bottleneck himself. That meant Theo's vessel for power was about to expand dramatically, perhaps to a degree even Julius couldn't imagine. The commander was already looking forward to helping Theo fill that larger vessel and accelerate his growth even further. Having delivered his final report, Isvan left Julius with one last piece of advice. The future of both the white-armored dragon cavalry and the entire Ragnar clan now rested in Julius's hands to guide and shape. Later that night, Julius met Theo in the headquarters training ground. The commander praised him for his incredible performance during the recent mission, but Theo humbly credited his comrades instead. Julius then suddenly asked Theo about his martial theory. Theo misunderstood the question and began talking about combat strength and techniques. Julius immediately stopped him. That wasn't what he meant at all. Combat techniques were merely surface-level concepts. Martial theory was much deeper. It represented the world one's sword sought to create. Hearing it phrased that way completely stumped Theo. Up until now, he had only focused on chasing after the clan head's sword sword that he had witnessed firsthand. Julius expected that answer. Everyone started out that way. To broaden Theo's perspective, the commander drew his sword. In an instant, the entire arena transformed. The surroundings melted away and were replaced by a nightmarish hellscape, the demon dragon's isolation zone. Unlike Lady Plumbossom's beautiful and vibrant world, Julius's domain radiated nothing but overwhelming destruction. It was essentially a domain expansion born from his martial theory. Julius explained that his sword embodied the essence of demonics. Just standing inside that world made Theo feel suffocated. Then Julius began demonstrating his swordsmanship. Heavy slashes, vicious blade spins, lethal thrusts, and endless killing techniques flowed together seamlessly. Theo could only watch in awe and fear. Once enough momentum had built up, Julius shattered his own world and summoned a massive crimson tidal wave that surrounded Theo from every direction. Theo felt utterly helpless, as if he was being consumed by something far beyond human understanding. Once the demonstration ended, Julius asked Theo what he had understood. Theo answered with 2 words: strength and destruction. To his surprise, Julius said he was absolutely correct. Those concepts formed the very core of demonics. The demonic sword was direct and straightforward. It existed to destroy everything in its path, even if it meant breaking itself in the process. Julius himself embodied destruction and death. The commander then asked Theo what he had learned from Lady Plumblossom's sword. Theo described it as beautiful and flashy. Julius nodded approvingly. Osa's sword represented life itself. Like a seed sprouting into a flower, it grew slowly, adapted endlessly, and continuously expanded until it finally bloomed. Theo had now witnessed 2 completely different interpretations of martial theory. Seeing him deep in thought, Julius posed another question. Were life and death truly opposite concepts? Most people would immediately answer, yes. Julius hinted that reality might be much more complicated than that, but spoon-feeding the answer wouldn't be fun. With that, he dispelled his isolation zone and prepared to leave. Before walking away, Julius tossed a book toward Theo. The book contained an extensive written debate between Julius and Lady Osa regarding the principles of the sword. Somehow, Theo had unintentionally become the disciple of both the demon dragon and the sword dragon. The debate itself had taken place shortly after their conversation at the White Dragon Nest. Back then, after finishing the book, Julius had sulked because he realized he wouldn't be able to monopolize Theo's talent anymore. Osa simply wanted what was best for the boy, and Julius couldn't deny that. Theo's talent had already reached a level comparable to the other successor candidates. He was growing at an unprecedented speed, which meant he would inevitably hit a wall sooner than anyone else. This book was meant to help him break through that wall. Even so, Julius couldn't shake one lingering fear. What if Theo eventually became an enemy of the clan? History had shown time and time again that prodigies who grew this quickly often met tragic ends. Worse still, their teachings sometimes returned as blades pointed against Ragnar itself. After hearing Julius's concerns, Osa concluded that he was the perfect person to safeguard the book and watch over Theo. Once Julius was certain Theo wouldn't be corrupted by greed, he could pass on their teachings. Surprisingly, that day arrived much sooner than expected. Now, the combined insights of the 2 greatest swordsmen in Ragnar history rested in Theo's hands. Although Theo questioned whether he truly deserved such a priceless gift, Julius had already made his judgment. Deeply grateful, Theo accepted. Looking back, Theo realized that his meteoric rise had only been possible because of the countless people who had helped him unconditionally. Julius had supported him from the very beginning, even during the Rendon incident. Theo silently vowed to repay that kindness someday. Well, as it turned out, there was actually a way for Theo to repay Julius immediately. Unfortunately, it was going to be absolute torture. The demon dragon had been itching for a worthy training partner for quite some time. While the book would teach Theo intellectually, the real lesson would begin now, and it would hurt. Watching from the sidelines, Evelyn quietly looked away in pity. She even locked the training arena from the outside and wrapped chains around the doors while repeatedly apologizing to her young master. The brutal training session continued all night long without stopping. By sunrise, when Evelyn finally removed the chains and opened the gates, she found Theo looking like he had personally fought an entire war overnight. Julius had definitely gone overboard this time. More importantly, Evelyn had completed another assignment during the night. Deep within the underground detention cells, the captured captain of the defeated Troivan squad remained imprisoned. Even after being crippled, the man refused to reveal anything no matter what torture methods were used. So the cavalry simply left him to rot while Theo prepared an entirely different strategy. Leaning in close, Theo quietly whispered to Evelyn about the chain of events that would soon unfold over the next few days. A few days later, Theo finally paid a visit to the training grounds of the Plum Blossom Palace. As soon as he arrived, he politely greeted Lady Osa Ragnar Plunis, who had been waiting for him. After all, she had already heard that the book she and Julius wrote had greatly helped the young prodigy. Naturally, She wanted to see the results for herself. Without wasting time, Lady Plumblossom summoned a training sword into her hand. The moment she grasped the blade, the entire training ground was enveloped by the manifestation of her martial theory. Osa wanted to continue teaching Theo about the most fundamental aspects of swordsmanship, the tiny building blocks that people often overlook, despite them being the true roots of the sword. By the end of today's lesson, she hoped to have a deep discussion with Theo about how one could use a sword to nurture and blossom life itself. Before beginning, however, Lady Osa once again formally asked Theo to become her official disciple. But before giving his answer, Theo had a question of his own. He wanted to know whether she was asking as Lady Plumblossom or as the Heaven Dragon Swordmaster. Osa was genuinely surprised. Very few people even knew about that secret title. The Heaven Dragon Sword was an extremely secretive lineage that only ever accepted a single successor at a time, and currently, Osa herself was the sole inheritor. She immediately understood that Theo wanted to know her true intentions, so she answered honestly. There were no schemes, no hidden agendas, and no ulterior motives. From the complete teachings of Plumblossom swordsmanship all the way to the Heaven Dragon Sword itself, she simply wanted to pass everything she possessed onto Theo. A short while later, Theo walked out of the training grounds after finally making his decision. As he strolled through the beautiful halls of Plumblossom Palace, a group of arrogant faction members suddenly surrounded him. Apparently, some of the palace idiots had taken offense to Theo's naturally curt attitude. Since rumors had already spread that Theo was being considered as Lady Osa's newest disciple, these self-important seniors demanded respect from him. Theo honestly had no clue what these clowns were barking about. To him, it just looked like a bunch of insecure people desperately trying to protect their fragile egos. Besides, they weren't even his direct superiors, so rank didn't really matter. Unfortunately, these flowery mutts wanted to throw their weight around and flex on Ragnar's rising superstar for some easy clout. What they didn't realize was that Theo had already rejected Lady Osa's offer to become her direct disciple. Truthfully, Theo had been extremely tempted. Becoming the successor to not one, but two priceless sword legacies was an opportunity that almost nobody could refuse. However, he couldn't fully understand why Lady Osa valued him so highly when he had never actually done anything for her. That's when Osa revealed the truth. There was no grand reason behind it. Theo simply reminded her of a young Kyle Ragnar. The way Theo looked, acted, and relentlessly pursued his goals mirrored exactly what Kyle had once been like in his youth. Back then, Kyle had constantly chased his dreams and ideals without ever giving up. Every single day had been filled with endless hardships, yet Kyle never bent his principles or surrendered to despair. When Osa looked at Theo, she saw the version of Kyle she had once fallen in love with. How could she possibly sit back and do nothing? After hearing her honest feelings, Theo finally gave his answer. Although her offer was incredibly attractive, he chose to decline. Right now, he already had far too many teachers shaping his path. Julius had taken him under his wing. His senior dragoons, Evelyn, Selford, and Aaron, guided him constantly. Even his friends and comrades Remington, Hulkus, Erica, and the boys from Training Ground 4 had all helped shape the person he had become. Heck, Theo even considered Axion and Ed Troyven among his teachers, much to Osa's complete disbelief. Despite being his enemies, the hardships they forced upon him had played a huge role in forging the current Theo. His sword was constantly evolving because of everyone who had either loved him or tried to destroy him. Because of that ever-changing nature, Theo didn't feel worthy of inheriting and preserving a rigid sword tradition. Osa immediately understood. Theo's sword was wild, ever-changing, and impossible to confine. Hearing that was both disappointing and strangely beautiful. Even so, Theo still offered her something else. If he couldn't become her disciple, then he would gladly become her son. Those words deeply moved Lady Osa. After Theo left, Osa retreated to enjoy some wine, looking happier than she had in years. Even her attendant noticed the dramatic improvement in her mood. Fate had denied Osa children of her own, yet now a boy like Theo had willingly called himself her son. Naturally, she couldn't be anything but overjoyed. Seeing her master happy was enough to make the attendant happy as well. Wanting to thank Theo for effectively making her a mother, Osa decided to send a letter to her husband. More importantly, she intended to accelerate Theo's promotion exam. Her attendant immediately advised caution. Theo had only recently completed the awakening ceremony, and forcing him into the spotlight even faster would only attract more danger. But Osa wanted exactly that. The great storm approaching Ragnar was drawing closer, and she wanted to elevate Theo as quickly as possible before everything descended into chaos. This way, she could give her newly adopted son as much support as possible. Meanwhile, deep within the underground dungeon of the white-armored dragon cavalry, their lone prisoner finally woke up. The help he had been waiting for had arrived, an assassin sent by the Troivens to eliminate all loose ends. Without hesitation, the captured captain willingly exposed his neck, prepared to die in service to the family one final time. However, just as the assassin was about to strike, a violent sword wind exploded through the dungeon. Evelyn burst straight through the ceiling and immediately intercepted the assassin. She had been expecting this exact scenario from the very beginning. This entire setup had been Theo's trap all along. Without the advantage of surprise, the assassin stood absolutely no chance against Evelyn's swordsmanship. The Troivans had completely underestimated her, and now they were about to pay the price. Realizing things had gone south, the assassin desperately searched for an escape route, but Evelyn wasn't letting him leave so easily. Activating a secret technique of the god of tempest, she unleashed whirling squall and trapped him inside a raging storm. Since they were fighting in the confined space of a dungeon, dodging became almost impossible. Left with no other options, the assassin attempted to destroy all evidence by detonating his own mana hall. Unfortunately for him, Evelyn had already seen this exact stunt once before. It hadn't worked back then, and it certainly wasn't working now. She effortlessly subdued the Troivan cleanup operative. Elsewhere, hidden deep within an isolated forest, a secret black snow safe house hosted a very important meeting. Present were Theo, Evelyn, Commander Julius, and a black snow operative named Cleve, a null snow agent and one of the organization's highest-ranking members. Theo was honestly shocked to meet someone of that caliber so soon. During the meeting, they discussed the successful capture of the assassin. Black Snow had confirmed that he belonged to Serpent Season, a covert sub-organization operated by the Troivan family. The fact that the assassin had known exactly where to find the prisoner confirmed everyone's worst fears. There was a mole inside the white-armored dragon cavalry. That's why this meeting was being held in such a remote location to prevent any further leaks. According to Black Snow's intelligence, Serpent Season currently operated from an ancient castle located in the Kalhelm region. In just 3 hours, they would declare the operation compromised, destroy all evidence, and disappear. That meant they had very little time. Their mission was simple: ambush the base, capture as many members as possible, and extract evidence exposing the Troivans. Before the briefing concluded, Julius added one final item to the agenda. This mission would also serve as Theo Ragnar's promotion exam. Theo genuinely thought he had misheard him. He didn't believe he had earned a promotion opportunity this quickly. Julius agreed, which was exactly why he had dramatically increased the difficulty. As people rose through the ranks, promotion exams naturally became harder. However, assigning a mission that could potentially spark a full-blown civil war as a mid-rank swordsman promotion test was absolutely insane. Julius explained that since Theo had orchestrated the entire operation leading to the assassin's capture, it was only fair that he saw things through to the very end. Regardless of Theo's status as an heir, making plans behind the commander's back was unacceptable. Therefore, Theo had to complete this mission flawlessly if he wanted his promotion. Julius also reminded him that becoming a mid-rank swordsman would grant him the privilege of undertaking solo missions in the future. With the way events were unfolding, Theo was quickly becoming one of the central figures shaping Ragnar's future. As if perfectly timed, the system suddenly activated the 4th scenario quest, presenting Theo with an opportunity to sever the dark ties haunting his previous life. Filled with determination, Theo vowed to uncover the truth hidden beneath the rotten foundations of the clan, and with that, Operation Snake Cleanup officially began. Because there was a chance a mole had infiltrated the white-armored dragon cavalry, the entire operation was kept extremely small. Only 3 people were sent in: Cleve, Theo, and Evelyn. As swordsmen, they held the advantage in direct combat against Serpent Season's assassins, but the enemy heavily outnumbered them. Either way, the mission had to succeed. Meanwhile, inside Serpent Season's headquarters, the assassins had just finished compiling every piece of evidence connecting their organization to the Troivan family. While they were preparing for the possibility of failure, a tiny orb suddenly rolled into the room. Before anyone could react, it burst into a thick cloud of smoke, signaling the start of an ambush. In the next instant, heads were already hitting the floor. Cleve proved exactly why she carried the title of Null Snow Operative. The assassins barely had time to realize what was happening before they were slaughtered. Only one survivor remained, clutching a massive wound across his neck as blood poured out. Cleve had no intention of letting wounded prey escape, so she immediately finished the job and secured her section. She and Evelyn stayed behind to confiscate the documents, while Theo headed straight for the basement. Watching Cleve fight left Theo seriously impressed. If the blueprints from the briefing were correct, the staircase underground had to be close. However, rushing ahead came with a price. While prioritizing speed, Theo accidentally stepped on a hidden tripwire. In an instant, a deadly trap fired a storm of razor-sharp stingers directly toward his face. Thanks to his incredible reflexes, he narrowly dodged disaster before drawing his sword and deflecting the incoming barrage. Activating Hatchling Synchro, Theo scanned the entire area, instantly exposing every hidden tripwire, trap, and ambush waiting for him. It wasn't just the traps. Multiple assassins were lying in wait, ready to strike the moment he moved deeper. Rather than fighting them one by one, Theo pulled out several blades, infused them with black lightning, and unleashed his upgraded Thunder Dragon Breathing Dragon Mark. The hidden assassins were erased almost instantly. They were impaled and electrocuted at the exact same time, before they even had a chance to fight back. With the ambush eliminated, Theo calmly navigated around every remaining trap. The security underground was far tighter than anything above, confirming that something incredibly important was hidden in the basement. The moment Theo reached the castle's lowest level, the overwhelming smell of blood nearly knocked him back. The room was drenched in gore, and standing calmly in the middle of it all was a lone man, dressed in crimson robes and a matching red hat, preaching as if he were conducting a sacred ritual. The blood priest clearly wasn't pleased that someone had interrupted his crimson ceremony. Theo immediately recognized him as a member of the Holy Demon Church, a twisted cult that preached an inevitable apocalypse. They deceived countless people by promising that a divine savior would descend from the heavens to rescue the faithful. In Theo's previous life, this very organization would ignite the Great War that eventually brought the Empire to ruin. Staying on guard, Theo activated Hatchling Synchro and examined the priest. What he saw was deeply unsettling. Instead of ordinary mana, the priest radiated a blood-red aura fueled by a mysterious energy that completely ignored the world's natural laws. That strange power flowed through a shattered mind gate, making Theo suspect this was the mysterious grace that blood priests constantly spoke about. To the priest, Theo was nothing more than a non-believer, meaning he deserved the honor of becoming a sacrifice for the one true God. Without wasting another second, the blood priest lunged forward, reaching out with blood-soaked hands to grab Theo. Theo barely managed to parry the attack, only to realize the priest's flesh was unbelievably hard. It felt less like striking a human body, and more like clashing against solid steel. The two exchanged blow after blow, but every sword strike Theo landed proved completely useless. On top of that, every one of the priest's attacks carried overwhelming force. Theo knew that if the priest managed to grab him even once, the fight would end immediately. Then the impossible happened. The blood priest casually caught Theo's full-powered sword swing with his bare hand before throwing him across the basement and smashing him into the stone wall. Theo couldn't believe it. Blood priests were supposed to be among the weakest members of the Holy Demon Church. Yet this one was already monstrously powerful. His mana-infused attacks accomplished nothing, and using Triple Dragon's Claw inside the cramped basement would likely collapse the entire structure and bury both of them alive. For the first time in a while, Theo found himself completely cornered. As time seemed to slow around him, memories of Julius Ragnar's teachings resurfaced. The demon dragon had taught him that explosive destruction represented death itself, while the sword dragon had shown him that true swordsmanship followed the rhythm of life. Maybe life and death weren't meant to oppose each other, they were two halves of the same path. As the crazed priest charged once again, determined to crush Theo's skull and offer his blood as a sacrifice, Theo barely slipped away at the last possible moment. He continued dodging one fatal attack after another, frustrating the priest with every narrow escape. And somewhere in that desperate dance between life and death, Theo finally experienced a breakthrough in his martial theory. Life and death weren't opposites. They were part of the same cycle. Death marked the end of life, while life itself grew from death. Theo finally realized he had been spreading his power too broadly. Instead of dispersing it, he condensed everything into a single, blinding strike. Confident in his nearly indestructible body, the blood priest didn't even bother dodging. But the moment Theo unleashed his new technique, Dragon Flash, everything changed. The priest laughed at first, thinking it was just another sword swing. Then his confidence vanished as the blade tore straight through his supposedly invincible flesh. The attack rampaged through his body like it had a will of its own, sending him flying into the wall. Furious, the priest called Theo a seed of evil for achieving enlightenment through battle, claiming someone like him should never exist. Theo couldn't care less. Instead, he grabbed the priest by the face and activated Hatchling Synchro, hoping to uncover the truth behind the Holy Demon Church's mysterious power. The moment Theo entered the priest's memories, his consciousness was dragged into an endless void. It felt similar to his previous memory dives, but this time something was horribly different. His system glitched out, displaying nothing but corrupted text, before desperately warning him that he was about to face an existence far beyond his level and should run immediately. But there was nowhere to run. Then a terrifying voice echoed through the darkness, demanding to know who he was. Theo suddenly realized the endless void around him wasn't empty at all. It was only a tiny part of the eye of an incomprehensible being. Theo was fucked. He just disturbed the sweet, sweet slumber of this universe's final boss. The god that the Holy Demon Church worships finally knows of his existence. Growing irritated by his lack of response, the god demanded an answer. Forced to confront the grace that the cultists keep on raving about, Theo was completely paralyzed. It was as if, seeing through his very being, that God had uttered his name, Theo Ragnar. In fact, this existence has been searching for him, for he is considered a blight. Just before his soul was consumed, a brilliant golden light tore through the darkness. An avatar of the ancient dragon Lodbrok appeared, and ripped open the primordial god's monstrous form, rescuing Theo. Standing before a battle between two beings far beyond his imagination, Theo could only watch in shock. Lodbrok gently called him significant other before warning him that this enemy was far beyond anything he could challenge right now. Even if he one day reached the level of Sigurd Ragnar, victory still wouldn't be guaranteed. She told him to leave this battle to her, before literally smacking his soul back into reality with her tail. Theo returned to the blood-soaked basement. He was still shivering from the ancient terror that tried to consume him. Lodbrok has been standing up against a thing like that for eons all by herself. Meanwhile, the blood priest completely lost his mind, unable to accept that a non-believer like Theo had been acknowledged by the very god he had devoted his entire life to worshipping. Theo ended the fight by beheading him without hesitation. As Theo caught his breath, everything finally started making sense. The so-called god of the Holy Demon Church had to be the nameless sovereign that Lodbrok had hinted at before. Protecting the world from that terrifying existence had been her duty for ages, but without her heart, she only had about 3 years left to live. 5 years from now, the Great War would begin. The Guardian Dragon's death, the rise of the Holy Demon Church, and Ed Troiven's rebellion were all pieces of the same disaster. Still trying to process everything he had witnessed, Theo nearly collapsed before Evelyn caught him and helped him stay on his feet. Meanwhile, Cleve was genuinely impressed. Defeating a blood priest alone was an incredible achievement, and in her eyes, Theo had already done more than enough to earn his promotion. After wiping out every enemy inside the castle, Theo, Evelyn, and Cleve finally examined the evidence they had recovered. Unfortunately, the documents alone were only circumstantial and weren't enough to convict anyone. That's when Theo revealed a familiar box he claimed to have found hidden in the basement. Evelyn instantly recognized it as the same box she and Remington had been ordered to retrieve before the awakening ceremony. Inside were secret trade records between the Sarah's Merchant Guild and the Troiven family. As Cleve searched through the files, she found official transactions bearing Ed Troiven's personal seal. That was the breakthrough they needed. The records directly connected the Sky Dragon to the Holy Demon Church, giving them enough evidence to finally move against him. Their first target would be the Sarah's Guild. At last, history was about to change, and Ed Troiven's schemes could finally be exposed. When Julius Ragnar learned about the evidence, he was furious. While the documents technically only made Ed a prime suspect, Robert Ragnar's involvement changed everything. If the Black Dragon personally brought the report, then the investigation had already gone far beyond mere suspicion. Julius couldn't help but wonder if Robert had known about these secret dealings long before, but simply chose to wait. Instead of answering, Robert shifted the conversation toward Theo, praising him for defeating a blood priest alone. He insisted Theo's talents were far better suited for Black Snow, pointing out his sharp instincts, investigative skills, and ability to piece together huge truths from tiny clues. To Robert, Theo practically fought and thought like a Black Snow operative. Julius immediately shut that idea down. After refusing Osa's attempt to recruit Theo, he wasn't about to let Robert steal his best rookie either. Robert laughed when Julius called him Big Brother, reminiscing about the days when he, Kyle, Osa, and Julius had once been sworn siblings before taking their current positions. Julius knew Robert was only playing on old memories to get his way. Still, Robert tried to insist that he's just a big brother trying to look after a little brother. Before leaving, he effortlessly swiped some of the commander's wine bottles and demanded something more expensive he could steal next time. Julius helplessly cursed Robert as he cheerily hop-siped his way into the shadows. The Black Dragon also came by to see if there was a mole in the cavalry. He's quite relieved to find that this place managed to stay free of the Sky Dragon's clutches. Walking to the door, Robert's physical form disintegrated, blown to dust by the wind. He's looking forward to witnessing the fall of the Sarah's Guild. Ironically, while their downfall was approaching, the Sarah's family was busy celebrating a wedding. The higher-ups had gathered inside the Central Branch's chapel for the marriage between Naven Bacchus, introduced as the second son of the Bacchus clan, and Lily Ceres, the fourth daughter of Guildmaster Quadrak Ceres. Quadrak had arranged the marriage to unite the Ceres Guild with one of Ragnar's six-pillar families through blood. He could barely hide his excitement. This marriage was only the first step in his plan to gain noble status, before eventually taking revenge on the Ragnar clan for looking down on him. On the other hand, the Bacchus patriarch absolutely hated the arrangement. Although the alliance was humiliating, the family desperately needed the dowry to survive its financial crisis. Instead of sending a legitimate heir, he sent Naven, his illegitimate son. Naven found the whole situation hilarious. Knowing the clan elders were furious, he also doubted the Ceres family truly intended to help his clan. But with the Ceres store serving as collateral, he had his own plan to make his fortune through bloodshed while watching another cursed family collapse. During the ceremony, Naven flawlessly played the role of the perfect groom, promising to love and protect Lily. But instead of accepting his sweet words, Lily demanded proof. Curious, Naven agreed to hear her request, joking that he'd help with anything as long as it didn't involve money, even offering to hand over the Bacchus family seal just to annoy Elder. Lily didn't care about any of that. The only thing she wanted was Theo Ragnar's head, the man who had left her permanently scarred by cutting off her arm. Even Naven thought the request was insane. She was asking him to publicly assassinate a Ragnar heir. Quadrak immediately tried to silence his daughter, but Naven's response was even crazier. Without hesitation, he accepted the request, declaring that he would gladly behead Theo Ragnar to seal their marriage. Outside the chapel, the citizens of the Central Branch looked up in disbelief as dozens of wyverns filled the skies above them. Moments later, Theo, Evelyn, and Cleve leaped off their mounts and landed dramatically in front of the chapel. Unlike their previous mission, which relied on stealth, this operation was completely public. They had arrived under the banner of the Ragnar clan to carry out justice in broad daylight. Cleve stepped forward and loudly announced the Ceres Merchant Guild's crimes against the clan before presenting an official search warrant authorizing them to investigate every trace of treason. She warned everyone inside that anyone who interfered with the investigation would be executed immediately without exception, and gave the guilty one final chance to surrender peacefully. Despite knowing exactly how much evidence existed against him, Quadrak Ceres refused to back down. He mocked the warrant, claiming it could easily be forged, and accused the Ragnar authorities of trying to frame his family. Maintaining the image of an innocent and loyal merchant, he boldly declared that the Ceres family had always been faithful to Ragnar. Then he ordered his soldiers to attack the law enforcers. Watching everything fall apart, Patriarch Bacchus immediately tried to cancel the marriage and distance his family from the Ceres Guild. Unfortunately, Quadrak refused. As far as everyone present was concerned, the two families were already bound together by marriage. Believing Ragnar would have sent an entire army instead of only 3 people if they truly possessed undeniable evidence, Quadrak decided to gamble everything and use the Bacchus clan's strength to carve out an escape route. Before the two family heads could continue arguing, Navan Bacchus calmly stepped forward as if he had been waiting for this exact moment. To him, the chaos was nothing more than the perfect opportunity to present his wedding gift. Ignoring every order from Elder, he casually drew his sword before parkouring across the rooftops and charging straight toward Ragnar's forces. The moment Naven chose to fight, the Bacchus clan officially became accomplices to the Ceres family's crimes. Left with no better option, the Bacchus Patriarch reluctantly ordered his men to support Naven in battle. At the same time, Theo, Evelyn, and Cleve found themselves surrounded by city guards pointing countless spears at them from every direction. Even then, Cleve remained completely composed. She gave everyone one final warning to move aside before they too would be branded traitors. Just as tensions reached their peak, Navan landed directly between the 3 of them, effortlessly stealing everyone's attention. With a smug grin, he mocked the people of Ragnar for always threatening execution at the first opportunity. Then, without another word, he unleashed a massive circular slash that forced Theo, Evelyn, and Cleve to scatter and defend themselves. The instant Theo saw him fight, he froze. He knew exactly who this man would become. In the future, Navan Bacchus would earn the terrifying title of Ghost Sword, one of the greatest threats Ragnar would face during the Great War. After marrying into the Ceres family, he would fight alongside Ed Troyvin on the front lines and become a force of nature capable of throwing entire battlefields into chaos. And for reasons Theo still didn't fully understand, Ghost Sword Naven had already decided that Theo Ragnar's head would become his wedding gift. Instead of seeing only danger, Theo immediately realized this encounter was an incredible opportunity. Using knowledge from his previous life, he believed he could completely change Navan's fate. He told Evelyn and Cleve to continue the investigation while he dealt with the Ghost Sword alone. Evelyn clearly didn't want to leave him behind, but Cleve trusted Theo's judgment. Every second they wasted outside gave the Ceres family more time to destroy evidence inside the chapel. Naven casually warned Theo that, despite appearances, he was actually ridiculously strong. Theo simply smiled and matched his confidence. Before they resumed fighting, Theo asked him a single question. Was he committing open treason because he wanted to destroy the Bacchus family and avenge his late mother? The question instantly wiped the smile off Naven's face. Theo had brought up the one memory he hated more than anything. Rather than continuing the provocation, Theo calmly presented a proposal. Instead of fighting each other, he wanted to help Navan destroy the rotten Bacchus family together. At that exact moment, the system activated a hidden recruitment quest, giving Theo the chance to recruit the future Ghost Sword as an ally. It was an unbelievable opportunity. Navan was an absolute anomaly. Although he was unofficially the strongest swordsman in the Bacchus clan, possessing talent comparable to the legendary Thorkel Ragnar himself, his family never acknowledged him, simply because he was born as the illegitimate son of a woman from a brothel. Rather than bringing honor, his overwhelming talent only brought endless suffering to his mother until she eventually took her own life. Since then, Naven had lived with nothing except burning hatred for the family that had destroyed everything he cared about. Unfortunately, Theo underestimated just how sensitive that wound still was. The moment his mother was mentioned, Navan exploded with another devastating attack that nearly sent Theo flying. In Naven's eyes, there was absolutely no reason to trust a noble heir he had only just met. As far as he was concerned, The Bacchus family was already doomed, and he fully intended to go down with them. But Theo knew something the ghost sword himself didn't. Naven's hopeless outlook wasn't driven by hatred alone. It was also because he was suffering from ether fever, a disease caused by a body that couldn't withstand the overwhelming talent it possessed. Had his family treated him properly during the early stages, the illness could have been cured. Instead, they neglected him from the very beginning, leaving him with only about 5 years left to live. Even after hearing Theo expose his past with frightening accuracy, Naven still refused to believe him. Then Theo revealed the one piece of information nobody else in the world possessed. In his previous life, a cure for ether fever had eventually been discovered, but fate cruelly revealed it only a few days after Ghost Sword Naven had already died. At this point in history, Theo was likely the only living person who even knew such a cure existed. Looking Naven straight in the eyes, he confidently promised that he could cure the disease completely. The Bacchus family was destined to collapse no matter what happened, but Naven didn't have to disappear alongside them. If he chose to trust Theo and take his hand, he could survive, build a future that actually meant something, and be remembered not as a traitor or a forgotten illegitimate son, but as a hero who stood beside the Ragnar clan and helped change history. All Theo asked was for Naven to take one leap of faith. As Theo negotiated with Naven, Evelyn and Agent Cleve continued pushing toward the chapel. The city guards had already set up defensive barricades and anti-siege weapons to slow them down, but against fighters of their caliber, those defenses were little more than an inconvenience. The only annoying part was constantly deflecting waves of arrows. From a distance, they noticed something unexpected. Theo and Naven had completely stopped fighting and seemed to be having an actual conversation instead. Cleve was already losing patience. If it were up to her, she would have eliminated every hostile in sight and ended the mission immediately. The only reason she was holding back was because of Robert Ragnar's direct orders. The Black Dragon wanted Theo's abilities thoroughly evaluated for possible recruitment into Black Snow. As a Null Snow operative, Cleve's job wasn't just to fight, it was also to accurately assess the people who could shape Ragnar's future. Before the mission, she had even asked when she would finally be allowed to remove her restraints. Robert's answer was simple. If someone at the level of a bishop or higher from the Holy Demon Church appeared, she could go all out. Until then, she had to limit herself, even if she hated every second of it. Her biggest complaint wasn't the danger, it was that dragging the mission out any longer might force her to work unpaid overtime. Just as Cleve was getting more irritated, Naven suddenly landed beside them. Evelyn immediately looked around in panic, worried that something had happened to Theo. Instead, she got the biggest plot twist of the day. Theo and Naven were no longer enemies, they were allies. Somehow, after talking in the middle of their duel, Theo had actually convinced the future Ghost Sword to switch sides. Naven even apologized to Evelyn and Cleve for attacking them earlier, saying they were now fighting for the same cause, and there was no reason to hold grudges. At the same time, Theo's hidden recruitment quest was officially completed. Naven wasted no time proving his worth. He launched himself high into the air with a single leap, completely ignoring the city guards' defenses. The soldiers thought they had caught him in midair, but they couldn't have been more wrong. With effortless sword swings, Naven sliced through rows of anti-siege weapons as if they were made of paper. Anyone standing nearby met the same fate. While carving a bloody path forward, the Bacchus patriarch desperately yelled at him for betraying his own family. Naven laughed at the word family. Hearing it from the man who had ruined his life only made him angrier. Without hesitation, he finally did what he had wanted to do for years and split the patriarch clean in half. Evelyn watched in disbelief. The ghost sword truly lived up to his reputation of rivaling the legendary Thorkel Ragnar. Seeing the opening, Theo ordered everyone to push forward, while Naven's rampage kept the enemy occupied. With the path cleared, capturing Quadrak Ceres was finally within reach. Meanwhile, inside the chapel, Quadrak was beginning to panic as reports flooded in about his collapsing defenses. For the first time, he seriously considered destroying the documents that connected the Ceres Guild to the Troivans. One of his attendants urged him to start by burning those records immediately to minimize the damage, but Quadrak refused outright. No one except him was allowed to touch those documents. The terrified attendant tried to explain that preserving them would only make things worse, but greed completely clouded Quadrak's judgment. If the Troivan records were destroyed, how would he ever recover the fortune he had invested in them? Even with the authorities at his doorstep, he still cared more about money than survival. Then another voice echoed through the room, mocking Quadrak as nothing more than a pathetic mortal consumed by greed. Instead of panicking, Quadrak's face lit up. The one person capable of dealing with Ragnar had finally arrived. Outside, Theo, Evelyn, Cleve, and their newest ally, Naven, continued advancing through the city, leaving defeated enemies behind them. Suddenly, Theo stopped when hundreds of hooded figures began pouring out of the chapel. Leading them was a bishop of the Holy Demon Church. The cultists had gathered to carry out what they believed was their god's will. Overjoyed, Quadrak begged the bishop for help, believing their shared connection to the Troivans would save him. The bishop agreed to assist, saying Quadrak might still have some use when Judgment Day arrived. However, When ordered to hand over the Troivan documents, Quadrak immediately hesitated again. His obsession with protecting his fortune was now putting the entire operation at risk. The bishop had no patience for a greedy fool. Declaring that they no longer needed his wealth, he ordered Quadrak's execution on the spot. As the bishop grabbed him by the throat, the terrified merchant instantly dropped his pride and apologized, admitting he had been foolish. He desperately argued that killing him would only make covering up the Troivan connection more difficult. Realizing the pig still had some value, the bishop reluctantly spared him for the moment, giving him one final chance to burn the evidence. He also warned Quadrak that escape was impossible because their lord was watching everything. Terrified that the bishop might change his mind, Quadrak hurried toward the basement, desperate to destroy the documents before it was too late. Outside the chapel, Theo's party was greeted by a horrifying welcome courtesy of a blood bishop. As hundreds of hooded believers spread across the streets, the sickly bishop preached about the coming descent of their god, bathed in blood, while the brainwashed cultists repeated every word like mindless puppets. Theo's side only had 4 fighters: Theo, Evelyn, Cleve, and their newest ally, Naven, against an entire army of fanatics. They had expected the Holy Demon Church to be involved somehow, but seeing a bishop appear this early was a nasty surprise. The moment Theo saw the lifeless eyes staring through the cultists' crimson hoods, he didn't hesitate. He charged straight into the horde, cutting down anyone standing in his way. The cultists didn't value their own lives in the slightest. They threw themselves at the group with complete disregard for survival, caring only about killing in the name of their twisted faith. Even battle-hardened fighters like Evelyn and Naven were unsettled by the endless suicidal rush. Cleve, however, almost looked relieved. Robert Ragnar had ordered her to hold back unless someone at the level of a bishop appeared, and now that condition had finally been met. Without another word, Cleve drew both of her blades and unleashed her full strength. Her deadly blade dance carved through waves of cultists, leaving bodies scattered everywhere. She was done observing Theo's abilities. Now she intended to lead the assault herself. If it meant crushing everyone standing in Ragnar's way, she was prepared to reduce the entire city to rubble. Before she could completely lose herself in the slaughter, Theo quickly stopped her. He reminded her that the real objective wasn't simply eliminating enemies, it was securing the evidence before it could be destroyed. Cleve argued that now the Holy Demon Church had exposed itself publicly. Evidence hardly mattered anymore. Theo disagreed. In fact, he believed it mattered even more now. If the cult considered this operation important enough to send a bishop personally, then something inside the chapel had to be extremely valuable. After hearing his reasoning, Cleve reluctantly backed down and asked for his plan. Theo immediately linked his lightning gate with hatchling synchro, dramatically expanding his awareness while pushing his mind gate to its absolute limit. Within seconds, he had mapped the surrounding battlefield and found the fastest path straight to the chapel. While Cleve watched with curiosity, a blood priest tried taking advantage of the distraction and launched a sneak attack. Without even flinching, she spun around and instantly reduced him to a pile of flesh with a single slash. With the route calculated, Theo left the battlefield to his allies and sprinted toward the chapel. The sea of cultists felt endless, but Evelyn and Naven worked together flawlessly, carving open a path while Theo rushed forward. He never slowed down for a second. Using lightning daggers as temporary footholds through precise psychokinesis, he literally launched himself through the battlefield from blade to blade. He even named the brand new movement technique Lightning Dragon Rapid Propulsion, Dragon Gate. While speeding toward the chapel, Theo quickly analyzed the situation and concluded that the responsibility of destroying the evidence had almost certainly been given to Quadrak Ceres himself. After scanning the building with hatchling synchro, he easily pinpointed the guildmaster's exact location, allowing the 4th scenario quest to continue. Meanwhile, the battlefield behind him turned into an unexpected rivalry. Fighting side by side, Evelyn and Naven formed a terrifying duo that tore through cultists with ease. Never one to stay humble, Naven proudly introduced himself as Lord Theo's new first sword. The moment Evelyn heard that title, her expression immediately changed. Naven noticed and shamelessly doubled down, saying he'd only settle for being second sword if Cleve were his competition. As for Evelyn, he believed he was clearly the superior swordsman. To prove it, he effortlessly cut down several cultists who had been sneaking up behind her. Rather than arguing, he proposed a competition. Whoever killed more cultists would earn the title of Theo's first sword. Evelyn initially dismissed the idea as childish and refused to participate, but when Naven teased her for being scared of losing, she completely snapped. She immediately stole one of his kills in an incredibly brutal fashion, making it crystal clear she wasn't backing down. Watching her fight with the power inherited from the Tempest God's legacy, Naven couldn't help but grin. Instead of feeling annoyed, he was genuinely excited. Right in the middle of a battlefield drenched in blood, he had finally found a rival worthy of competing against. Deep beneath the chapel, Quadrak Ceres hurried toward the most secure room in the underground vault. Carrying a torch, He unlocked several heavy doors before finally reaching a chest filled with documents powerful enough to bring entire empires crashing down. To anyone else, they were evidence of countless crimes, but to Quadrak, they represented future profits from the Troivans. Burning them would erase a large portion of the evidence against him and might save him from being convicted of treason. Even then, his greed wouldn't let him do it. He had invested too much money into Ed Troivan's schemes to watch all that profit go up in flames. For several moments, he stood there frozen, unable to throw the torch. Then he remembered the Blood Bishop's warning. Realizing the cult would kill him without hesitation, he finally prepared to burn everything. But before the flames could touch the documents, Theo burst into the room like a bolt of black lightning and stopped him just in time. The moment Quadrak saw Theo, every emotion imaginable flashed across his face. Desperate to survive, he immediately begged for mercy. Theo didn't entertain a single excuse. With lightning crackling through the room, he declared Quadrak guilty of treason against the Ragnar clan and executed him on the spot. With the corrupt guildmaster dead, Theo's fourth scenario quest, Ties of Evil from a Past Life, was officially completed. After securing the room, Theo began searching through the mountain of documents. At first, he couldn't understand why the Holy Demon Church had deployed an entire bishop just to protect paperwork. The secret trade ledger he had already recovered was enough to expose Ed Troivan as a traitor. But Theo wasn't satisfied with merely implicating the Sky Dragon. He wanted to destroy the entire Troivan clan beyond recovery. As he searched through countless files, one document strangely caught his attention. It was titled Rose Palace Investigation Report. Inside were Ed Troivan's own handwritten notes regarding the primordial dragon relics. According to the report, Ed had already obtained 2 relics and believed another one was hidden inside Rose Palace, Theo's former home. In that instant, everything from Theo's previous life finally made sense. The discrimination, the false accusations, and the miserable fate that awaited both him and his mother had never been random. The report contained direct orders to eliminate Cecilia and Theo Ragnar simply because they might possess a relic. Reading those pages pushed Theo's hatred for Ed Troivan to a level it had never reached before. He quietly tore out every page, mentioning himself and Cecilia, before forcing himself to calm down. Revenge would mean nothing if he lost his composure now. While continuing his search, Theo uncovered an even greater prize. Hidden alongside the documents were 2 more cube-shaped primordial dragon relics that the Troivans had spent years collecting. By hiding all of their greatest secrets in one place, they had unknowingly handed Theo an unbelievable reward. Meanwhile, above ground, Evelyn and Naven continued holding the line against endless waves of blood cult fanatics. During the fight, Evelyn remembered watching Naven place second in the blooming ceremony 7 years earlier, before disappearing from the public eye. Naven was genuinely touched that someone still remembered him, but he quickly returned to teasing Evelyn, proudly reminding her that he was still winning their competition to become Lord Theo's first sword. Determined to wipe that smug grin off his face, Evelyn unleashed powerful wind blasts using techniques inherited from the Wind Thunder god, instantly evening the score between them. Their friendly rivalry was suddenly interrupted when the Blood Bishop's right-hand man ambushed Naven with a massive axe. Naven barely avoided getting crushed, escaping at the last possible moment. The powerful cultist swore he would never allow their god's grand plan to fail. Without missing a beat, Evelyn and Naven agreed that whoever killed this new enemy would officially earn the title of Theo's first sword. Both charged in, aiming to finish him instantly. Before either of them could land the killing blow, Selfred suddenly crashed into the battlefield atop his giant wyvern, slamming the cultist into the ground and pinning him beneath the beast's claws. Proud of his dramatic entrance, Selfred expected praise. Instead, both Evelyn and Naven glared at him for stealing their kill. Moments later, the rest of the white-armored dragon cavalry's 5th platoon arrived, after receiving reports about the alliance between the Holy Demon Church and the Ceres Merchant Guild. The city square immediately transformed into a full-scale battlefield, with wyverns tearing through the enemy ranks. The cultist's overwhelming numbers no longer mattered. As his followers were slaughtered around him, the Blood Bishop continued praying for the birth of a new sun beneath a blood-red sky and the arrival of the end times. Unknown to everyone else, Cleve had already dealt with him while nobody was paying attention, leaving the bishop crippled and driven completely insane. With the cavalry's reinforcements securing the battlefield, it only took a few more hours to wipe out the remaining cultists and restore peace to the region. With the battle finally over, the white-armored dragon cavalry traded swords for paperwork. Instead of hunting cultists, everyone, including Evelyn, was stuck helping the citizens recover from the damage caused by the brief war. To the dragoons, this desk job felt far more painful than fighting on the battlefield. Most of them would rather go back to cutting down enemies than spend another minute filling out compensation forms. Surprisingly, Erica Lanka turned out to be the perfect person for the job. Despite looking like a total brute, she was incredibly organized and efficient. Her brother Hulkus also enjoyed helping civilians process compensation for their damaged homes and property. Evelyn, however, was having the exact opposite experience. Every few minutes, another subordinate came running to her with more questions, and before long, she was completely overwhelmed. Eventually, she snapped, blasting the poor dragoons away with a powerful whirlwind just to get a moment of peace. While the cavalry handled recovery efforts, Theo and Cleve focused on organizing the mountain of evidence recovered from the Sarah's Guild. The collection included records about the primordial dragon relics, detailed plans for treason, and countless documents exposing the Troivans' crimes. After reviewing everything, Cleve congratulated Theo on officially reaching the intermediate rank, praising his irreplaceable contribution to the operation. She once again mentioned that someone with his talents truly belonged in Black Snow. Theo awkwardly dodged the recruitment topic, clearly not interested in committing himself to the Black Dragon's faction. Cleve then shared even better news. Thanks to the secret ledger Theo had recovered, the evidence was finally strong enough to authorize the arrest of Ed Troivan. Black Snow's elite arrest team had already been dispatched to the capital to capture the Sky Dragon, but before they could celebrate, a messenger burst into camp with urgent news. The operation had gone horribly wrong. Ed Troivan had been hiding his true strength all along. Now that his cover was blown, he no longer had any reason to hold back. He unleashed his full power, cutting through Black Snow's elite forces and leaving a trail of bodies behind him. Although Ed knew revealing his strength wasn't the smartest long-term move, he believed crippling Black Snow was worth the cost. He bitterly admitted that Theo Ragnar had completely ruined every plan he had spent years preparing. The Camellia Palace, Axion, the Dragonslayer sword, and now the Sarah's Guild, one after another, everything had fallen apart because of the very person everyone once called Ragnar's biggest fool. Ed's frustration had finally reached its limit, but instead of giving up, his hatred only grew stronger. Even though he had lost the Dragonslayer sword, he revealed that he had already secured a replacement powerful enough to continue his plans. Returning to his father, Ed prepared to obtain something capable of turning the entire situation back in the Troivans' favor. The war between Theo and the Troivan family was far from over. With the Saris incident resolved, Theo finally returned home to Camellia Palace. The estate was unusually lively, packed with nobles being measured and fitted for luxurious clothing. Kirsten wandered through the overwhelming chaos, barely able to navigate the endless stream of tailors and workers. If Cecilia hadn't found her, she probably would have gotten completely lost. Excitedly, Cecilia explained that she had started a brand new luxury fashion business using premium fabrics and precious jewels. She enthusiastically rambled about every detail of her new venture, but Kirsten barely heard a word. She was too busy admiring how genuinely happy her daughter looked. Cecilia's bright smile made her seem more radiant than any jewel in the palace. However, Kirsten hadn't come just to visit. She had important news. The moment she mentioned hearing rumors about Rose Palace, Cecilia's expression instantly changed. Fearing the worst, her first question was whether Theo was safe. Seeing her daughter immediately assume disaster broke Kirsten's heart, so she quickly reassured her that the news was actually good. Amal, the woman who had tormented Cecilia for so long, had been found dead alongside everyone in her camp, with their severed heads displayed across Rose Palace's walls. Hearing that, Cecilia finally let out the burden she had been carrying for years. Behind her cheerful smile, she had silently endured false accusations, constant threats, assassination attempts, and endless fear that Theo would be dragged into the same nightmare. Now, with Amal finally gone, that chapter of her life had at last come to an end. Moving to Naven, he tells Theo that he has turned into quite the celebrity. As for Theo, he is making tea, telling him that it took him long enough, asking him if he has wrapped things up. Naven says that he told Black Snows not to let it out, but he already knows about it. He says that the Bacchus clan will be dissolved. From the head of the clan to anyone who has signed the merchant receipts, they will all be stripped of their titles, at least. He laughs, saying that they are reaping what they have sown. With this, the Bacchus clan will be done for. Theo asks him if this is enough. Hearing this, Naven cannot figure this out, so Theo proposes something to him. He gets shocked because he says that he will become the head of the Bacchus clan. With a focused look, he says that if everyone besides him loses their title, he will be the only one who can become the head. Also, he should join hands with him for the coming war with Troivan. Naven laughs, realizing what is happening, and thinks to himself that he was aiming for this from the start. The power struggles between them are in the open, and a war with the Troivan is inevitable. The involvement between the Holy Demon Church and Troivan has been confirmed in the Sky Dragon Rebellion outside. This information is available on the notice board, and the people of Ragnar think that it is a declaration of war between the clans since they have been exposed. The Holy Demon and the Troivan won't stay silent. Naven says that these mean nothing to him since he has no time left. He also needs to be getting something in return. Theo laughs, saying he has done something about it, and he drops something on the table. It's a device, as he says that it is the cure to his disease. He hands him the recipe for the cure of the ether fever, and the main ingredient, an ether core. Although it is not publicly known yet, ether fever is caused by disrupted internal mana flow, The core will stabilize his monoflow. Navan says he didn't expect this. Theo gets shocked when he says that he had figured Theo would treat him just enough, and he wouldn't, and keep him on a leash, then suggests that he take what he wants, and then run away. Theo says he wouldn't mind if he did. Right now, the way Ragnar's obsession with power has a lot of problems. Both of them are victims of that culture, after all, and he doesn't want to dominate all this through strength, but trust alone. Hearing all this, Navan remains quiet. What Theo wants to build is not oppression or pressure, but trust. As he picks up the teacup, he says that he tried not to look down on Theo for being young, but not an immature romantic. After drinking his tea, he took out his sword, saying that he was Navan Bacchus of the Bacchus clan, and swears to serve him as the sword of Theo Ragnar. He says if this is enough for him, and Theo says that it is more than enough. After dealing with him, Theo gets up, wondering that the war with the Troivan is unfolding quicker than he had thought. But he is not worried, since everything is going smoothly so far, and it's time for him to open the treasure box. The second he touches one of them, a sub-quest pops up, telling him to conquer the 2 relics. As soon as Theo touched the artifact, he recalled that the only relics he had absorbed so far were those of the Lesser Drake and the Griffin, both of which had proven incredibly useful. When he opened the treasure box, he found a single ring inside. The moment he slipped it onto his finger, a system notification appeared, announcing that the primordial dragon relic, the Thirsted Ring, had been equipped. Instantly, the surrounding space twisted and distorted, teleporting him to the middle of a vast desert. Endless sand and towering rocks stretched in every direction. If this was truly the desert the system had referred to, it was far hotter than he had imagined. Sweat poured down his body as he wondered what he was supposed to do there. Another system message answered his question, informing him that he had entered the Guardian's territory and must survive for 72 hours. The announcement left him stunned, as the unbearable heat alone already made him feel as though he would collapse from a heat stroke. Before he could gather himself, the ground began to tremble violently. Moments later, a gigantic creature burst out from beneath the sand. The sight immediately gave Theo a sense of déjà vu. A massive desert worm, the dungeon boss, towered before him, making him look no larger than an ant. The monster instantly recognized him as an intruder and lunged forward, opening its foul-smelling mouth to devour him. Theo quickly widened the distance between them, summoned his sword, and activated the Thunder Dragon breathing mark. His attack looked powerful enough to split the battlefield, yet it barely left a tiny scratch on the creature's body. He was shocked that his dragon mark had been almost completely ineffective. In the next instant, the monster unleashed an overwhelming wave of lightning that turned Theo's face completely pale. He finally realized why his attack had failed. The creature was actually a thunderworm, meaning it possessed the same elemental attribute as his attack. The ugly beast repeatedly roared for the intruder to die while continuously firing thunder attacks. Although it wasn't particularly intelligent, it accidentally destroyed the mountain standing behind Theo, cutting off his escape route. It immediately tried to swallow him whole, but Theo narrowly escaped by relying on his incredible footwork to create just enough distance. After putting some space between himself and the monster, Theo glanced at the timer and was stunned to discover that everything had happened within only 5 minutes. With nearly 72 hours still remaining, surviving under these conditions seemed almost impossible. The thunderworm could freely travel beneath the ground, making it extremely difficult to target. Every time it resurfaced, it released devastating bursts of lightning that his own thunder abilities couldn't counter because they shared the same element. On top of that, the desert terrain gave the creature a massive advantage. While analyzing the situation, an idea suddenly crossed Theo's mind, bringing a confident smile to his face. He reached into his inventory and pulled out another relic he had obtained during his previous mission. As he continued narrowly avoiding the monster's relentless attacks, he decided to take a gamble and equipped the beautiful earring, hoping it might somehow change the situation. The system immediately announced that Theo had equipped the primordial relic, Ice Bloom Butterfly, and that he was about to enter the 3rd dungeon. However, an error message instantly followed, explaining that he was already participating in another mission and therefore could not enter a 2nd one. Theo had expected as much, but the next event caught even him by surprise. The surrounding space suddenly began to crack apart, as if reality itself were being torn open. An overwhelming wave of freezing cold burst through the widening rift. Another system notification appeared, explaining that the 2 dungeons were attempting to invade each other through the portal. Moments later, it announced the arrival of the Ice Bloom dungeon boss. The Guardian possessed a unique appearance, resembling a majestic dragon with elegant butterfly wings. Looking at Theo, the creature calmly remarked that it had been a long time since it had last seen a chosen one. The Guardian standing before him was none other than the fairy dragon. As the fairy dragon spread its wings, countless ice shards rained down across the desert. It declared that Theo would pay for his arrogance. Barely avoiding the deadly barrage, Theo realized this was far from what he had expected. Trapped between the thunderworm on one side and the fairy dragon on the other, there was nowhere left to run. If he truly had to survive for the next 72 hours, then all he could do was defend himself while waiting for the perfect opportunity to strike. Just as he prepared for a desperate battle, a massive wave of energy shot past him. Instead of targeting Theo, it was aimed directly at the fairy dragon, which quickly curled into a ball to block the attack. Confused, The dragon demanded to know what the worm was doing. The thunder worm gave only one response. It wanted the intruder dead. The fairy dragon agreed that there could only be one guardian. Watching the two monsters suddenly turn against each other, Theo was left completely stunned. A system notification soon appeared, explaining that the two guardians were fighting for priority. Their temporary understanding shattered instantly, as both colossal creatures unleashed their full power. Theo wisely stayed at a safe distance while witnessing the unbelievable clash. The battlefield erupted into a storm where lightning collided with ice. The fairy dragon's crystal-like body endured relentless electrical attacks, while the thunderworm screamed as waves of freezing frost tore through its flesh. Ice spears pierced the worm's thick hide, but the gigantic monster retaliated by wrapping its enormous body around the dragon, attempting to crush it with overwhelming force. Refusing to yield, the fairy dragon unleashed a concentrated beam of pure frost that froze part of the worm's body solid. Shattered ice covered the battlefield, while scorched sand filled the air. Both guardians continued tearing into each other without mercy, exchanging claws, fangs, and devastating elemental attacks. Though both were badly wounded, the fairy dragon eventually found an opening and launched a furious counterattack, ripping into the worm's side until it finally tore one of its limbs clean off. Seeing the perfect chance, Theo decided it was finally time to join the battle. He shot forward like a dark arrow, spinning his glowing blade, as he declared that the thunderworm would be his first target. Empowered by the chaotic energy surrounding the battlefield, his strike slammed into the already wounded monster, forcing it to let out a painful shriek. Without hesitation, Theo gave the white moonlight blade permission to unleash its full power. The spirit of the griffin, which had been eager to fight from the very beginning, finally emerged in its spectral form. The ethereal beast dived straight toward the shocked thunderworm, ripping apart the monster's spiritual essence with its phantom claws. The fairy dragon could do nothing except stare in horror as the battlefield suddenly fell silent. Theo landed gracefully on the now frozen ground, and moments later, two system notifications appeared. They congratulated him on hunting the desert worm and updated his subquest progress to 1 out of 2, confirming his suspicion that defeating a dungeon boss was the same as conquering its relic. With one guardian eliminated, Theo shifted his cold gaze toward the fairy dragon, the last survivor. Panic immediately filled the dragon's eyes as it begged him to stop and requested a chance to talk. Calmly, Theo asked what it wanted to discuss. The dragon insisted that this was not the proper way to conquer a relic, and proudly claimed to be the wisest among all guardians. It proposed a final test, offering to spare Theo if he could solve its riddle. The timing amused him. Without the slightest hesitation, Theo replied that he had already proven his wisdom. The confused guardian asked what he meant, only for Theo to reveal that his true wisdom was making the two guardians fight each other. The realization left the fairy dragon trembling in fear. Theo then stated that if it truly was the wisest guardian, it should accept the outcome it had created itself. Completely defeated, the dragon could only mumble that it would have given him the riddle anyway. A final flash of light engulfed its body, and another system notification appeared, congratulating Theo on successfully hunting the fairy dragon. Soon, Theo found himself back in his room, with the two opened relic boxes resting on the table before him. His gaze shifted to the ring on his finger, and he let out a long, exhausted breath before a triumphant smile spread across his face. He had successfully conquered both relics. The system confirmed that his subquest had been completed. However, before he could celebrate, he sensed an ominous energy pulsing from the white moonlight blade. A sinister presence stirred within the weapon, calling out to the griffin. Suddenly, a massive spectral eye emerged from the shadows, and a chilling voice echoed through his mind, addressing him by name. The spirit declared its desire to devour his heart before lunging at him with shadowy claws. Theo instinctively grabbed hold of the manifestation, struggling to keep it under control. Only then did he realize his terrible mistake. The blade had always craved flesh, and after returning from the relics, it must have absorbed the souls of both guardians. The corrupt energy exploded from his arm, as the griffin proudly declared that it had consumed both souls and had become far stronger than before. If nothing changed, Theo himself would soon be swallowed by its power. Darkness rapidly engulfed him until his entire world shrank into a black sphere, floating within an endless void. When he finally regained consciousness with a sharp gasp, he found himself standing inside a strange, colorless space. The shadows around him slowly gathered together, revealing the spectral forms of the guardians he had defeated. It quickly became clear that he was now trapped inside the griffin's stomach. The fairy dragon explained that the griffin had finally succeeded in swallowing him, and warned that it would soon devour his heart as well. The guardians mocked him for being a foolish chosen one, who had sought their power without even being able to control a single relic. Remaining calm, Theo simply asked what would happen once his heart was eaten. The fairy dragon answered without hesitation that he would die. The desert worm added that guardians themselves never truly died. They would merely return to their relic forms and wait for the next chosen one, while only Theo would disappear forever. After remaining silent for a moment, Theo reminded them of the mission entrusted to them by the ancient dragon. His words immediately caught both guardians off guard. He pointed out that their true duty was to assist the chosen one in defeating the nameless monarch, and if they allowed him to die, the entire world would once again fall into ruin. He accused them of abandoning that responsibility and questioned whether they only cared about themselves. Furious, the fairy dragon accused him of bluffing by using their master's name and threatened that they could simply wait for another chosen one. Unfazed, Theo challenged them to kill him immediately if that was truly what they wanted. He calmly stated that if they wished to witness the world's destruction because of their own failure, then they should go ahead. His fearless response left both guardians speechless. The silence was finally broken when the desert worm's crystal prison shattered. Both guardians reluctantly admitted defeat. The worm praised Theo's courage, while the fairy dragon admitted that it admired his confidence. Deciding to help him, the dragon announced that it would open a path for his escape, while the worm promised to do the same. A swirling portal gradually formed before Theo, and the guardians explained that opening the way was all they could do. Everything else depended entirely on him. Without wasting a second, Theo leaped into the portal, determined to teach the griffin a lesson. He emerged within another part of the creature's internal world, just as the griffin prepared to swallow the glowing orb that represented Theo's core consciousness. Convinced victory was within its grasp, the spirit suddenly let out a painful cry as Theo burst out from within, driving his own essence straight through the griffin. The spirit writhed in agony before collapsing in disbelief, unable to understand how Theo had escaped its stomach. Looking around wildly, it immediately accused the other guardians of helping him and abandoning their pride. Theo responded by grabbing the griffin's beak, silencing it. He reminded the talkative guardian that their relationship had begun through subjugation, not negotiation. Although the griffin pleaded for a chance to talk, Theo explained that constant fighting among the guardians would only weaken them all. After a moment of consideration, the griffin finally calmed down and accepted his reasoning. Just then, another familiar presence appeared. The lesser drake, the very first relic Theo had obtained, materialized before everyone and greeted the Chosen One. It asked whether the other guardians had forgotten about it before revealing that previous Chosen Ones had often controlled multiple relics by allowing the guardian spirits to keep each other in check. Curious, Theo asked about those former Chosen Ones, but the lesser drake simply replied that it was knowledge he did not need yet. Instead, it assured him that every guardian would help him grow stronger from this point onward, and that they were eager to see what kind of path he would carve for himself. The scene shifted back to Theo's room, where new system notifications appeared. The fairy dragon's blessing granted enhanced immunity, while the worm-eater buff increased both his resistance and attack power. At the same time, the corrupt darkness surrounding the white moonlight blade completely disappeared. Theo staggered slightly as the exhausting ordeal finally came to an end. He hadn't expected the guardians to survive within him instead of disappearing, but his attention soon returned to the blade, resting peacefully on his desk. Its sinister aura had vanished completely. Picking it up, Theo quietly reflected that everything had ultimately worked out for the best. Thanks to everything that had happened, he now possessed a far deeper understanding of the ancient dragon's power. As he gathered the relic boxes, he realized that, whether the guardians accepted it or not, their future was now inseparably tied to his own. Meanwhile, in a desolate, snow-covered graveyard filled with countless swords, two powerful figures stood facing each other. Robert Ragnar, known as the Black Dragon, asked Kyle Ragnar whether he truly intended to recognize Theo as a successor candidate. Kyle calmly confirmed it before asking if Robert was concerned because Theo was a regressor. Robert admitted that he was, prompting Kyle to remind him of his well-known hatred for regressors. In fact, Kyle himself had personally executed every Ragnar regressor he had ever encountered. He explained that this was exactly why he intended to test Theo with his own hands. To become an official successor candidate, Theo had to follow the proper procedure. In Kyle's grasp rested a terrifying greatsword, radiating a dangerous aura. It was none other than the Mad Dragon Sword, once wielded by the previous family head, the Mad Dragon Emperor, whom Kyle had personally slain. At that very moment, Captain Julius summoned Theo, informing him that the family head had ordered him to report immediately to the sword grave. The unexpected command left Theo completely stunned. The air inside the sword grave was painfully cold, and every snowflake felt like a frozen whisper drifting through the silence. As Theo walked across the icy ground, his footsteps echoed among the countless swords planted as monuments to fallen warriors. Unlike his previous visit, the oppressive atmosphere felt far heavier. He finally understood why. The resentment lingering within the grave had become far more intense because he himself now carried far greater burdens. Remembering his father's words from their last meeting, a grim smile briefly appeared on his face as their meaning finally became clear. Before long, Kyle Ragnar stood before him. Theo immediately dropped to one knee to greet the family head, but Kyle dismissed the formalities and began listing Theo's recent accomplishments with frightening precision. He mentioned the instructor, his brother Axion, the execution of the Master of the Rose Palace, the destruction of the Ceres merchant group, and the near-complete elimination of the Central Intelligence Bureau. He then revealed that every one of them had cried out Theo's name in their final moments, words that struck Theo like a physical blow. Before Theo could explain himself, Kyle coldly ordered him not to make excuses. A family head, he declared, must silently bear the weight of every consequence. With that lesson delivered, he presented Theo with the Mad Dragon Sword. Recognizing the infamous weapon, Theo knew it had belonged to the tyrannical former family head responsible for massacring thousands before being killed by Kyle himself. Sensing his reaction, Kyle questioned whether information about the Mad Dragon had been missing from Theo's previous life. That single question shattered Theo's composure. He had been exposed. Kyle's eyes glowed with murderous intent as overwhelming pressure filled the battlefield. He openly admitted his hatred for regressors, believing they selfishly treated the world like a chessboard that could be reset whenever they pleased. For that reason, he had vowed to personally kill every regressor he discovered. This was never a simple test, it was an execution. Even without being a regressor himself, Kyle's terrifying power overwhelmed Theo completely. He ordered Theo to wield the sword, explaining that surviving its resentment would earn him recognition. However, he would only acknowledge Theo Ragnar the human, while erasing the regressor from existence. When Theo asked what that truly meant, Kyle explained that everyone Theo had saved or met because of his regression would disappear entirely. They would cease to exist. Theo instinctively clenched his fists. Although he longed for his father's acknowledgement, accepting those conditions was impossible. Kyle gave him only two choices: die by refusing, or survive as the sixth successor after cleansing himself of his past. Without hesitation, Theo rejected the offer with every fiber of his being. The rejection was answered immediately. Kyle launched a devastating attack that sent Theo flying across the graveyard as blood stained the snow. The overwhelming gap in strength between father and son remained obvious. Kyle condemned him for allowing emotions to cloud his judgment, claiming he was no different from every other regressor, before striking him down once again. He questioned whether Theo intended to rely on regression whenever things became difficult. Struggling back onto his feet, Theo firmly declared that his father had misunderstood him completely. Everything he had accomplished until now was not to escape responsibility, but to protect everything that had been destroyed because of him. If earning acknowledgement required abandoning all of that, then he would rather throw away the acknowledgement itself. As his determination intensified, every sword planted throughout the graveyard began resonating with his resolve. Swearing that he would one day surpass his father, Theo charged forward with everything he had. Kyle effortlessly blocked the attack, releasing enough power to make the very sky appear as though it were cracking apart. Even after Kyle seized his arm, Theo utilized the abilities granted by his newly acquired guardians to maneuver through the raging storm of swords, finally landing a shallow but meaningful cut across his father's body. The battlefield fell silent. Behind Kyle, the colossal dragon spirit remained motionless, but the mad dragon sword suddenly shot forward and pierced Theo. Though the impact shook him to his core, he remained standing, bruised, battered, and bleeding. His will refused to break. Watching everything unfold, Robert Ragnar admitted that he had never expected Theo to fight back. Kyle quietly replied that Theo was unlike every other regressor they had encountered. Previous regressors had treated everyone around them as disposable tools, but Theo wielded his sword solely to protect others. For the first time, a faint smile appeared on Kyle's face. Officially acknowledging regressor Theo Ragnar, he declared him the sixth successor of the Ragnar family. As proof of that recognition, Kyle bestowed upon him the Mad Dragon Sword, explaining that it had once belonged to his own father, who had also been a regressor. Although they shared the same origin, they had walked entirely different paths, and Kyle expressed genuine curiosity to see where Theo's path would ultimately lead. A brilliant pillar of light immediately enveloped Theo, transporting him into complete darkness before revealing the unfamiliar sight of a modern city at night. People quietly waited at a bus stop, while his own reflection stared back from a glass window, the face of his weak past self. Believing everything was finally over, Theo suddenly awoke inside a luxurious bedroom. Sunlight streamed through the windows as he found his mother, Cecilia, smiling warmly beside him. She explained that the family head had personally carried his unconscious body home the previous night, shocking everyone. At that moment, Theo realized the brutal life-or-death confrontation had been nothing more than Kyle's test. Soon afterward, Evelyn entered alongside Captain Julius, who congratulated Theo for passing the family head's trial. While he was still processing everything, Evelyn excitedly revealed that the entire kingdom was talking about him. Outside, newsboys loudly announced the headline that Ragnar's sixth official successor had finally been chosen. The announcement quickly spread across the other successor candidates. One welcomed the new competition with excitement. Another mysterious woman standing beneath a full moon became intrigued, while a shadowy figure wearing a wide-brimmed hat angrily crumpled the newspaper. Far away in another frozen wasteland, a warrior in a tattered cloak listened as his subordinate, Ian, complained that Theo had become the newest successor and regretted not bringing him into the Black Iron Cavalry. Her captain, Thorkel Ragnar, calmly told her not to blame herself. Keeping his eyes fixed on the distant horizon, the Black Iron Cavalry captain quietly spoke Theo's name before deciding that the time had finally come to meet this remarkable newcomer. While Theo Ragnar focused on recovering, the entire political landscape shifted through bloodshed and betrayal. Strongholds fell, heads rolled, and chaos spread across the continent. After refusing to answer the Draker family's summons within the allotted time, the Troyven family had effectively declared war. That very night, The 9 dragons gathered for an emergency council meeting. It had become painfully clear that Ed Troiven's rebellion wasn't something he threw together overnight. He had been laying the groundwork for years. The council also suspected that the suspicious movements of the northern warlords were connected to his scheme. However, not everyone shared the same sense of urgency. Some of the older, more traditional elders dismissed the northern threat entirely and instead pushed to fill the Sky Dragon's vacant seat. Others wanted to reopen the long-delayed discussion about the clan's succession. Surprisingly, Robert Ragnar, the Black Dragon, agreed that the succession issue needed to be settled immediately. If the heirs started fighting each other while a major war was approaching, the Ragnar clan could collapse from within. The conservative elders immediately criticized the proposal, calling it inappropriate, until another of the 9 dragons calmed the meeting. Rather than arguing endlessly, he proposed gathering all the key figures at an upcoming event before deciding the clan's next course of action. Meanwhile, Theo spent his recovery period training inside Lodbrok's lair after getting completely overwhelmed by his father. Although the wounds Kyle Ragnar had inflicted were still visible, Theo had never felt stronger physically. Every movement was sharper, faster, and more precise than before. With flawless swordsmanship, he cut down an entire formation of candles in a single sequence. His body had recovered remarkably, but his mind was a different story. The lingering voices from the Mad Dragon Emperor's half-sword continued invading his thoughts, whispering for him to kill anyone who stood in his way and surrender to his deepest instincts. The more he trained, the louder those murderous impulses became. Despite that, Theo admitted the cursed sword wasn't entirely a burden. Thanks to those lingering traces, he had briefly glimpsed the realm once reached by the Mad Dragon Emperor himself. As he finished training, Lodbrok appeared and immediately noticed the strain those voices were putting on him. Theo confessed everything, explaining that although he could still control himself, the constant interference worried him. Lodbrok understood better than anyone, because the Mad Dragon Emperor was the one who had stolen her heart long ago. Seeing Theo overthinking everything again, she reminded him not to rush ahead. Last time he charged into something beyond his limits, he nearly died. There was still time to grow stronger. Before sending him away, Lodbrok personally examined the arm that had been reattached by the High Priest to make sure it had healed properly. Satisfied with the results, she jokingly scolded Theo for constantly leaving her nest a mess whenever he trained there. Cleaning up after him had practically become part of her routine. Back at Camellia Palace, Theo was greeted by an excited Sybil Drea, one of his biggest supporters. Sybil personally delivered an invitation from Daffodil Palace to attend the grand banquet celebrating Ray Ragnar's 18th birthday. Even Sybil found the timing strange. With war looming on the horizon, throwing a lavish celebration seemed completely out of place. Rumors suggested it would be one of the grandest events the clan had hosted in years. Theo immediately saw the hidden meaning behind it. This wasn't just a birthday banquet, it was a carefully planned political stage. After Ed Troiven's betrayal, the Ragnar clan's internal balance had been completely shaken. Axion's death had moved Theo into the position of 6th successor, while the Sky Dragon's treason had left a massive power vacuum among the 9 dragons. The banquet would serve 2 purposes at once. Outwardly, it would show rival factions that the Ragnar clan remained strong despite recent events. Behind the scenes, it would allow every successor and their supporters to size each other up before the coming storm. Sybil was amazed that Theo had already seen through the event's true purpose. Hearing that his idol would stand at the center of such an important gathering only made him more excited. As for Theo, if the clan's most influential figures wanted to see what he was capable of, then he intended to give them a performance they would never forget. The Daffodil Palace looked breathtaking beneath the winter sky. Inside its massive banquet hall, nobles from every influential family connected to the Ragnar clan gathered beneath dazzling chandeliers, enjoying expensive wine, luxurious food, and political conversations disguised as casual small talk. The atmosphere instantly changed the moment Theo Ragnar stepped through the doors. Conversations died, glasses stopped halfway to people's lips, and every pair of eyes turned toward the newest successor. Dressed in elegant dark winter attire, with an icy gaze to match, Theo completely stole the room. His entrance was flawless, and he knew it. Slowly scanning the hall, he made sure every influential noble was watching. Everyone understood that Ray Ragnar's birthday was only an excuse. The real reason they had gathered was to see the young man who had suddenly climbed into the line of succession. Theo had every intention of making an unforgettable first impression. As if on cue, another familiar figure entered behind him and made that impression even stronger. Theo heard calm, confident footsteps before Naven Bacchus greeted him with perfect respect, loudly addressing him as "my lord," so the entire banquet hall could hear. Theo couldn't help but smile. He barely recognized Naven. The man who had stubbornly kept his beard even during his sham wedding had finally cleaned himself up, looking every bit the dignified family head. Around the hall, whispers immediately spread. Everyone already knew about the fall of the Bacchus family and how Naven had emerged as its sole survivor and new patriarch. Despite everything, the Bacchus clan still remained one of Ragnar's 6 pillars. Seeing its new leader openly pledge respect to the 6th successor caused exactly the kind of stir Theo had hoped for. Sometimes, A perfectly timed entrance and a few carefully chosen words were enough to shake an entire room. But before Theo could continue speaking with Naven, both of their instincts suddenly screamed in warning. A mountain of a man had somehow walked right behind them without either of them noticing. The giant introduced himself with an easy smile as the fifth successor, Thorkel Ragnar, commander of the Black Iron Cavalry. Theo immediately recognized him. This was one of his greatest rivals. Towering over everyone nearby, Thorkel casually extended a hand for a friendly handshake. Every noble in the room silently watched, knowing they were witnessing the first meeting between the former leading heir and the rapidly rising successor. Thorkel smiled warmly, insisting there was no reason for Theo to stay so tense. He claimed he simply wanted to meet the young genius everyone had been talking about. He even joked that he was relieved Axion had been removed from the picture, saying Theo was a far more suitable choice to receive the Patriarch's recognition. On the surface, his words sounded sincere, but Theo trusted them about as much as he trusted a snake. In the Ragnar clan, where only strength earned respect, no true rival welcomed another with genuine kindness. Even so, Theo accepted the handshake, while politely complimenting Thorkel as the famous commander of the Black Iron Cavalry, subtly reminding everyone that he himself belonged to the white-armored Dragon Cavalry. Thorkel immediately caught the hidden message. Smiling even wider, he tightened his grip. In an instant, an overwhelming aura exploded from his body, crashing down on Theo with crushing force. To everyone watching, it looked like nothing more than a respectful greeting between brothers. In reality, Thorkel was using raw pressure to demonstrate the massive gap between them. The force became so overwhelming that Theo was driven down onto one knee. Still smiling, Thorkel calmly told him to relax and suggested he start calling him Big Brother from now on. It was a perfect display of how the Ragnar clan truly operated. Every smile hid a challenge, and every greeting was another battlefield. But Theo refused to stay down. Gritting his teeth, he fought against the suffocating pressure, forcing himself back onto his feet through sheer willpower. Thorkel's eyes widened in surprise. The young successor actually possessed enough strength to resist his aura. Standing tall once again, Theo smiled back and calmly addressed him as brother, proving that he had no intention of losing the very first clash between them. On the other side of the banquet hall, the Lanka siblings had finally arrived, and Hulkus was already complaining about being forced to wear a suit. Erica was doing everything she could to repair their family's reputation for acting like a bunch of barbarians, but her giant brother clearly wasn't making the job any easier. While Hulkus suffered through the formal outfit, another familiar face stepped into the hall. Remington Narcio, the Silver Lion, had arrived. Over the past few months, the handsome prodigy from the West had become one of the hottest rising stars in the clan, with many people even claiming he was starting to rival the Ascendant Dragon. Despite all the praise, Remington hadn't changed one bit. He remained humble as ever, and had traveled all the way north just to catch up with Theo and ask how life in the white-armored Dragon Cavalry had been treating him. Unfortunately, Lady Ray happened to overhear the conversation. Realizing he had accidentally ignored the birthday girl, Remington instantly turned into a guilty puppy and apologized over and over again. Ray simply laughed, knowing full well that everyone had gathered here for reasons much bigger than her birthday. Before the conversation could continue, an overwhelming pressure spread across the banquet hall. Two monstrous auras collided in the center of the room, instantly grabbing everyone's attention. The Lanka siblings didn't even need to look to know Theo had somehow gotten involved. Whenever chaos broke out, he always seemed to be at the center of it. On the surface, Theo and Thorkel Ragnar were simply greeting each other with a polite handshake. In reality, their auras were violently clashing beneath the surface, forcing everyone nearby to instinctively keep their distance. After a brief stalemate, Thorkel let go of Theo's hand and burst into laughter, joking that he wasn't a match for his little brother and surrendering on the spot. Theo immediately returned the respect, insisting he had only gained the upper hand because Thorkel had guided him. Thorkel smiled and pointed out that being too humble could sometimes come across as insulting, then admitted his praise was completely genuine. If they had fought at the same age, Theo would have won decisively. Coming from the most decorated young genius of Ragnar's recent generation, those words carried tremendous weight. Genuinely impressed, Thorkel raised a glass and called on every noble present to celebrate Ragnar's newest rising star. Once the applause resumed, he casually asked Theo whether the grand debut he had orchestrated for the clan's new successor had met his expectations. Theo thanked him but immediately saw through what Thorkel was really doing. Beneath the relaxed smile and easygoing personality was an incredibly calculating man. By displaying his own overwhelming strength while openly acknowledging Theo's talent, Thorkel managed to strengthen his own reputation and earn even more respect from the crowd. In one move, he completely shifted public opinion in his favor, while also preventing Theo from stealing the spotlight with his confrontation against Navin. Thorkel might have looked like a friendly mountain of muscle, but he was a terrifying political player who viewed the battle for the throne from every possible angle. After their silent contest ended, Theo spent the rest of the evening laughing, drinking, and catching up with his fellow graduates. Completely unaware of it, many noble ladies had already decided he was now the most desirable bachelor in the entire hall. While everyone else celebrated, one person watched everything from the upper floor with burning hatred. hatred. The Elder Dragon had originally planned to use Navin's reckless behavior to turn the banquet into his own stage, but Thorkel's appearance had ruined those plans. Furious that a mere bastard like Theo kept disrupting the clan's hierarchy, he searched for someone weaker to take his frustration out on. His gaze landed on Captain Evelyn Naravel. For once, she had left her armor behind and appeared in a beautiful dress that highlighted a side of her none of her comrades ever got to see. The dragoons couldn't stop complimenting how gorgeous she looked, but every compliment only made Evelyn more embarrassed. She felt completely out of place without her armor and wished she could change back immediately. Just as she was finally starting to relax and enjoy herself, the Elder Dragon walked over and dumped an entire glass of wine onto her head. The instant she heard his voice, years of buried trauma came rushing back. Trembling uncontrollably, Evelyn couldn't even bring herself to look him in the eye as he mocked her for daring to crawl out of her hole and mingle with nobility. Aaron immediately stepped forward, furious that even one of the 9 dragons would treat someone so cruelly. But Evelyn stopped him before things escalated. She knew challenging someone like the Elder Dragon would only end badly. Aaron had never seen the fearless captain so terrified and couldn't understand what kind of history existed between them. The Elder Dragon coldly reminded Evelyn that he had warned her long ago never to appear before him again. Then his eyes caught the prosthetic arm hidden beneath her elegant scarf. Without the slightest hesitation, he grabbed it and violently ripped it apart. The precious prosthetic Theo had arranged for her shattered into pieces before being tossed onto the floor like worthless junk. Mocking it as nothing more than a toy attached to useless flesh, he declared that trash belonged on the ground where it could be crushed underfoot. Finally, he ordered Evelyn to disappear before he personally tore her apart. Swallowing every ounce of humiliation, Evelyn quietly turned around and ran, while the Elder Dragon laughed, saying the room finally smelled better now that she was leaving. Aaron threatened to report everything to the Office of the Law, but the old man simply laughed at her. If she really wanted to report him, she was free to try. Eventually, she'd learn what Ragnar's so-called survival of the fittest truly meant. Meanwhile, Evelyn ran through the palace with tears blurring her vision. Every painful memory from her childhood resurfaced. The Elder Dragon wasn't just another noble. He was the man she had once called father. As a little girl, he had beaten her mercilessly, simply for calling him that, and she never understood why. She thought she had finally overcome those scars, but one encounter shattered all the progress she had made. Still crying, she ran straight into someone standing in her path. It was Julius Ragnar, the demon dragon. Confused to see one of his captains fleeing the banquet, he stopped her. The moment Evelyn saw a face she trusted, she completely broke down in tears. Back in the banquet hall, Theo and his friends were still enjoying themselves, drinking wine and sharing stories without the slightest idea that Evelyn had just been publicly humiliated. That cheerful atmosphere was shattered by a blood-curdling scream that echoed throughout the palace, followed by the horrifying sound of bones snapping. Every conversation stopped as the guests rushed toward the source of the commotion. Standing at the center was Julius Ragnar, the demon dragon, gripping the Elder Dragon's arm with terrifying force after hearing everything Evelyn had suffered. The moment Julius let go of the old man's shattered arm, the Elder Dragon stumbled backward while his personal guards immediately surrounded him. Julius coldly reminded him of the promise he had made years ago, that anything done to Evelyn would one day be repaid to him. Furious, the Elder Dragon instantly twisted the situation, accusing Julius of betraying the Ragnar clan and demanding that the Law Council arrest him for attacking an elder. Within moments, the council surrounded Julius from every direction and formally accused him of assaulting the Elder Dragon's chief counselor. They warned that even the commander of the white-armored dragon cavalry wasn't above Ragnar law. Julius didn't even bother reaching for his weapon. He simply stood there with overwhelming killing intent radiating from every corner of his body, making even the head of the Law Council break into a cold sweat. Julius then reminded everyone of the sacred oath sworn before Ragnar's elders 4 years earlier. Back then, the clan had unanimously agreed that Evelyn Naravel was untouchable. Since the Elder Dragon had deliberately ignored that agreement and humiliated her anyway, Julius considered his retaliation completely justified. By this point, Theo had also reached the scene and quickly pieced together everything that had happened. The moment he heard Evelyn's name, he realized this incident had never occurred in his previous life. His regression had changed history yet again. Evelyn had originally been born as the illegitimate daughter of Wolfgang Ragnar, a man obsessed with preserving pure blood despite fathering her himself. To Wolfgang, Evelyn's very existence was a disgrace that contradicted everything he believed in. He wanted her hidden away forever, so no one would discover the truth. Julius was the one who saved her by bringing her into the white-armored dragon cavalry after recognizing her incredible talent. Under his guidance, Evelyn steadily climbed the ranks until she became one of the youngest captains in the unit. But Wolfgang couldn't tolerate watching the daughter he despised become famous. Driven by fear that his own hypocrisy would eventually be exposed, He tried to murder Evelyn under the guise of an accident. He failed to kill her but severed her left arm, ending her career as a dragoon and forcing her into retirement as the instructor of Training Ground 4. It wasn't until Theo entered her life, secured her prosthetic arm, and helped her return to active duty that her fate finally changed. Looking at the chaos before him, Theo realized this entire confrontation existed because he had rewritten Evelyn's destiny. Meanwhile, Wolfgang shamelessly continued playing the victim. He loudly accused Julius of abusing the authority granted to one of the 9 dragons and showing contempt toward an elder who had supposedly dedicated decades to protecting Ragnar. Every word only poured more fuel onto Julius's already burning rage. The atmosphere grew so tense that everyone expected blood to spill at any moment. Realizing things were about to spiral completely out of control, Theo stepped between the two men. He calmly reminded them that today was supposed to celebrate Ray's birthday, not become the stage for a civil war inside the clan. Out of respect for Theo, Julius forced himself to suppress his anger, though the fury in his eyes never disappeared. Wolfgang, on the other hand, looked visibly irritated that his attempts to provoke Julius had failed. Instead of letting the argument continue, Theo proposed settling everything through Ragnar's ancient duel trial. Rather than fighting in the middle of a banquet, both sides could resolve the matter according to clan tradition. Wolfgang immediately rejected the proposal, insisting he was the victim and had absolutely nothing to prove. Theo patiently urged him to reconsider before the disturbance ruined the entire celebration. At that exact moment, another terrifying presence entered the hall. Neil Ragnar, the ice dragon and mistress of Daffodil Palace, finally arrived. Every step she took caused frost to spread across the floor as the temperature dropped throughout the room. Wolfgang tried making excuses yet again, but Neil shut him down before he could finish speaking. She had no interest in hearing anyone's justifications. For the sake of her daughter's birthday, she ordered both men to settle the matter through the duel trial, warning them that her patience had already reached its limit. With the ice dragon's decision made, neither side had much room to argue. The nobles quietly whispered among themselves, most believing Wolfgang's side held the overwhelming advantage. Even in retirement, his subordinates were elite inspectors with years of combat experience. Wolfgang himself shared that confidence. According to the duel trial's rules, each side would send representatives for the first 2 matches before the leaders settled the dispute in the final duel. Looking at Julius's side, Wolfgang saw only a one-armed captain and a so-called bastard child. In his mind, his men would easily win the first 2 matches, meaning he wouldn't even need to fight. Pretending to reluctantly accept, Wolfgang finally agreed to the duel trial. Soon, the banquet moved outside to a snow-cleared arena where the Law Council officially announced the rules. Mana was strictly forbidden. Everyone inside the arena would be protected under Ragnar law, and both sides swore not to seek revenge after the verdict, no matter the outcome. Among the spectators, Thorkel quietly watched everything unfold with a smile while sipping his wine. He genuinely admired Theo's quick thinking. If Theo hadn't intervened, Julius would have fallen straight into Wolfgang's trap and likely been politically destroyed through the corrupt legal system. Instead, Theo had found a solution both sides were forced to accept. When the first representatives were called forward, the entire crowd was stunned as Theo calmly stepped into the moonlit arena with his sword in hand. His friends knew he was a monster in battle, but they still couldn't help worrying. Standing opposite him was Gale Sword Beta, the Elder Dragon's personal aide and one of the strongest inspectors in the entire clan. Before the duel, Wolfgang secretly ordered Beta not to show mercy. If killing Theo inside the arena proved impossible, then he wanted Beta to leave the battlefield carrying at least one of Theo's arms as proof. While Wolfgang's side prepared to play dirty, Julius stood silently behind Theo, his anger finally replaced by concern that such a gifted young warrior had been dragged into a conflict that should have been his burden alone. Before the duel trial even began, Julius couldn't hide the guilt weighing on him. He apologized to Theo for dragging him into a personal conflict that should have been his burden alone. More than once, he questioned whether involving the young lord was really the right decision. Theo, however, never hesitated. With complete confidence, he simply told Julius to trust the process. From the very beginning, Theo had a bigger objective in mind. This wasn't just about punishing Wolfgang for what he did to Evelyn. It was also the perfect opportunity to put several plans into motion at once. He intended to settle a decades-old grudge, expose Wolfgang's true nature before the entire clan, and strengthen his own reputation in front of Ragnar's highest-ranking nobles. Every move from this point onward had already been carefully calculated. Once both fighters stepped into the arena, the Law Council referee announced the rules one final time before signaling the start of the first duel. Beta immediately adopted a cautious defensive stance, refusing to underestimate the clan's newest rising star. Theo, on the other hand, wasted no time. He charged straight in, forcing the veteran swordsman to meet him head-on. Their swords collided with explosive force, sending sparks flying in every direction. Since mana was strictly forbidden, neither fighter could rely on techniques or enhancements. Everything depended solely on physical strength, swordsmanship, and experience. The impact pushed both men backward, but neither stayed still for long. They instantly dashed forward again, colliding over and over at incredible speed. To the spectators, the duel became almost impossible to follow. All they could see were flashes of steel and hear the constant ringing of blades crashing together. Even Beta couldn't believe what he was witnessing. Theo wasn't simply surviving against him, he was matching him blow for blow. Still, Beta trusted that decades of real battlefield experience would eventually create the opening he needed. That opportunity seemed to arrive when Beta suddenly kicked dirt and loose stones into the air, creating a cloud that blocked Theo's vision. The veteran immediately capitalized on the distraction. Believing he had finally outsmarted the youngster, he lunged forward with a clean, decapitating strike. Out of respect for Theo's status as a successor candidate, Beta even intended to make it as painless as possible. But the instant his sword swept toward Theo's neck, Theo calmly leaned backward with a confident smile. The opening had been intentional all along. He had predicted Beta would rely on his experience and commit fully to the attack. With Beta's arm now completely overextended, Theo gained a perfect chance to counter. At the last possible moment, Beta sensed something was wrong and desperately threw himself backward. Even so, he noticed something even stranger. Theo had deliberately stopped his own finishing strike. The opportunity to end the duel had been right there, yet he chose not to take it. The reason had nothing to do with mercy. Suddenly, the familiar voices inside Theo's head returned. They whispered endlessly, urging him to kill everyone who had mocked, abandoned, and betrayed him. For a brief moment, his vision blurred as violent impulses overwhelmed his thoughts. Beta could tell something had changed. Theo stood completely still, almost as if he were fighting someone invisible. Unsure whether this was another trap or genuine hesitation, Beta refused to fall for the same trick twice. Eventually, pride got the better of him. Convinced he had figured Theo out, the inspector charged again with full killing intent. This time, Theo answered the voices himself. He quietly told them to be silent. If blood had to be spilled, it would happen because of his own decision, not because some mysterious force demanded it. With sheer willpower, he forced the madness back into the darkness. The instant Theo regained complete control, the entire battle changed. His movements became noticeably faster, sharper, and far more aggressive. Beta barely had time to react before Theo unleashed a relentless barrage of sword strikes from every direction. Steel flashed so rapidly that even experienced spectators struggled to keep up. One devastating slash cleanly severed Beta's arm. Panic instantly replaced the confidence on the veteran's face. Desperately trying to create distance, he defended himself with his remaining arm, but Theo refused to let up. Every escape route was shut down until a final overwhelming slash blasted Beta completely out of the arena. The force behind the attack was so monstrous that spectators sitting behind him would have been caught in the impact if Neil Ragnar, the ice dragon, hadn't stepped in and frozen the shockwave before it reached the audience. Even she couldn't hide her admiration. Without using mana, Theo had carved apart the battlefield with nothing but raw physical strength. Beta crashed unconscious into a massive crater, his arm gone, and his uniform reduced to scraps. Seeing there was no longer any point continuing, the referee immediately declared Theo Ragnar the winner of the opening match. As the crowd erupted into thunderous applause, Theo wasn't celebrating. Instead, he remained focused on the unsettling feeling lingering inside him. The bloodlust he had experienced was unlike anything before. It felt almost as if someone or something was guiding his hatred toward a specific destination. Oddly enough, surrendering to those emotions had dramatically increased his power. The temptation was obvious. If he ever learned to control that darkness without losing himself, he could become vastly stronger. But he also understood the danger. The same force that empowered him could one day consume him completely. For now, he simply buried those thoughts and turned his attention back to the duel trial. After the arena was repaired, everyone naturally assumed Theo would step aside and let another representative fight the second round. Instead, he stunned the entire audience by volunteering again. Wolfgang immediately interpreted the decision as arrogance and responded by sending out one of his strongest subordinates, the legendary Sword of Mystics and former Dragon Gate swordmaster, Paige Grayson. Even the Lanka siblings became excited after seeing the elderly warrior casually carrying an absurdly massive sword without relying on mana. Sitting nearby, however, Remington looked far less optimistic. Unlike Beta, Paige wasn't just another elite inspector. He was a famous elder whose strength was respected throughout Ragnar. Wolfgang clearly wasn't interested in simply winning anymore. He wanted Theo dead. As soon as the referee started the second match, everyone expected another fierce battle. Instead, Theo calmly raised his hand and surrendered. The entire arena froze. Even Paige stood there speechless. Theo politely explained that a mid-ranked inspector simply couldn't compare to a legendary elder, making the fight unnecessary. Although Paige looked visibly disappointed, the referee had no choice but to award him the victory. Only then did everyone realize Theo's real strategy. By intentionally sacrificing one round, he removed the strongest obstacle from the equation, while forcing Wolfgang, whose arm Julius had already broken, to fight in the decisive final match himself. When Theo returned to his side, Evelyn immediately apologized for dragging him into such a painful family matter. Theo gently reassured her that this wasn't her burden to carry alone. His words brought back every person who had changed her life. Julius had recognized her talent when everyone else rejected her, and welcomed her into the white-armored dragon cavalry. Even after she lost her arm, he never stopped believing she could return. Then Theo entered her life, gave her a new purpose, secured her prosthetic arm, and helped her reclaim the future she thought she'd lost forever. Looking back, Evelyn realized her past was filled with suffering, but it was also filled with people who genuinely cared about her. She could no longer keep running from the man who had destroyed her childhood. Before Julius could enter the arena for the final duel, Evelyn stopped him herself. She declared that she was done living as a victim. This fight belonged to her alone. The referee approved the last-minute substitution, and the one-armed captain stepped into the arena, wearing the same elegant dress from the banquet, rapier in hand. The moment Wolfgang saw his illegitimate daughter standing across from him, he burst into mocking laughter and asked if she had come to beg for mercy. Evelyn never reacted. She calmly looked him straight in the eyes and uttered a single word that shook the entire arena: father. The audience fell silent. Rumors of Wolfgang's illegitimate child had circulated for years, but no one imagined it was Evelyn. Desperate to save himself, Wolfgang immediately called her delusional, but Evelyn finally exposed everything. She revealed years of abuse, the beatings she suffered as a child, and how he later tried to murder her after she became a respected captain just to erase the stain on his reputation. Enraged, Wolfgang completely lost control and openly declared that, as an elder of House Ragnar, he had every right to erase his own disgrace. Without realizing it, he had practically confessed to every accusation himself. The nobles watched in disgust as the man who preached bloodline purity exposed himself as a complete hypocrite. Julius still wanted to step in and spare Evelyn from reliving her trauma, but Theo quietly stopped him. This wasn't Julius's battle anymore. This was Evelyn's chance to finally defeat the monster who had haunted her entire life. The moment the referee's whistle echoed through the arena, Evelyn wasted no time and immediately went on the offensive. With both her left arm missing and Wolfgang fighting with the arm Julius had broken earlier, the duel started on relatively even footing. The difference was that Evelyn had already spent years adapting to her handicap, while Wolfgang was struggling to fight under the same condition. She quickly seized control of the pace, forcing the Elder Dragon onto the defensive with a relentless barrage of precise attacks. Then, at the perfect moment, she revealed her trump card. Her stance suddenly shifted, and even Julius immediately sensed the change. Evelyn unleashed the legendary Wind Thunder God technique, Dogheart, a sword art long believed to be lost. Without relying on mana, she generated a storm purely through technique, moving like the calm eye of a raging cyclone. Her blade effortlessly deflected Wolfgang's attacks while continuously forcing him backward. The older spectators were stunned. They instantly recognized traces of the legendary Sword of the Windstorm, but couldn't understand how Evelyn had mastered such a forgotten art. Watching from the sidelines, Theo couldn't help but smile. This was exactly why he insisted on a mana-free duel trial. Without magical power deciding everything, true swordsmanship could finally shine. More importantly, Wolfgang's greatest advantage, his pure blood lineage and overwhelming mana, had been completely stripped away. Without those crutches, Theo knew the so-called Elder Dragon wasn't nearly as impressive as his reputation suggested. Even so, Wolfgang wasn't completely helpless. After decades, as one of Ragnar's strongest warriors, he still possessed incredible physical strength. Refusing to stay cornered, he forcefully broke through Evelyn's offense with sheer brute power, swinging his sword like a wild beast and finally creating enough space to counterattack. Regaining some confidence, the old man couldn't resist running his mouth. He arrogantly promised that he'd beat Evelyn until she cried, begged for mercy, and remembered her place. Those words would have shattered the old Evelyn, but not the woman standing before him now. She had long since stopped seeing Wolfgang as the center of her world. Julius had believed in her when no one else did. The white-armored dragon cavalry had become her real family. Theo had given her the chance to reclaim the future that had been stolen from her. Surrounded by people who genuinely cared about her, the fear that once controlled her life had finally disappeared. If Wolfgang wanted a contest of strength, then she would gladly beat him at his own game. Every strike she threw carried years of pain, resentment, and determination. The little girl who used to tremble before her abusive father was gone. In her place stood Captain Evelyn Naravel, a warrior determined to cut down the monster who had ruined her childhood. Watching her fight back without fear moved even the nobles in the audience, who realized they weren't just witnessing a duel, they were watching someone finally break free from decades of abuse. The battle reached its climax when Evelyn found the opening she had been waiting for. Without a moment's hesitation, she delivered one decisive slash that cleanly severed Wolfgang's arm. Silence briefly fell over the arena before the crowd erupted into cheers. The referee immediately declared the duel over and announced Evelyn as the winner of the final round, officially giving Julius's side victory in the duel trial. At that moment, reality finally hit her. According to Ragnar law, she had been declared not guilty. The burden she had carried since childhood seemed to disappear all at once. As she walked back toward Theo and Julius, she felt lighter than she had in years. She thanked both of them from the bottom of her heart. Julius had saved her when she was nothing but an abandoned child. Even after she lost her arm, he never stopped believing she could make a comeback. Then Theo completely changed the direction of her life by restoring her confidence, helping her return to the battlefield, and giving her a reason to move forward again. Thanks to them, She had finally defeated not only Wolfgang but also the fear that had haunted her for her entire life. Meanwhile, Wolfgang couldn't accept his humiliating defeat. His subordinates rushed over to help him and retrieve his sword, but the moment he saw his own reflection staring back from the blade, his rage completely consumed him. Throwing his men aside, he grabbed his sword and charged straight toward Evelyn, screaming her name with pure hatred while trying to kill her, despite the duel already being over. Before he could even get close, Julius instantly stepped in. The demon dragon grabbed Wolfgang with his only remaining good arm and effortlessly forced him back down, reminding him that he had gotten off lightly with only one arm gone. If he wanted to keep acting like a fool, Julius would gladly remove the other one and leave him looking like a mannequin. The tension inside the arena skyrocketed, as everyone feared another bloody clash was about to erupt. Just as the situation reached its breaking point, an urgent interruption suddenly echoed across the battlefield, stopping everyone where they stood. Just when it looked like everything was finally over, a messenger burst into the arena with urgent news. The Troyven family had officially launched their invasion, and every soldier was ordered back to their posts immediately. Julius clicked his tongue in frustration. The timing couldn't have been worse. He still wanted to settle things with Wolfgang properly, but the battlefield came first. Swallowing his anger, he turned away and ordered his trusted officers to prepare for war. The white-armored dragon cavalry would be leading the charge on the front lines. Meanwhile, Wolfgang was still too blinded by pride to read the room. He kept shouting that the duel trial wasn't over, but nobody paid him any attention anymore. Even Neil Ragnar had enough. The ice dragon warned him that if he ever disgraced the 9 dragons again, she'd personally turn him into an ice-covered pincushion. Wolfgang desperately tried hiding behind his status, claiming that touching him would insult the entire Elder Council. Neil simply told him to look behind him. Every elder had already turned their backs on him. None of them wanted to be associated with someone who had disgraced Ragnar by violating the sacred rules of the duel trial and attacking after losing. In a single night, Wolfgang lost far more than an arm. He lost his authority, his council, and whatever respect the Ragnar clan still had for him. Watching the once proud elder reduced to such a pathetic state gave Julius a sense of justice. For now, seeing the old tyrant lose everything was punishment enough. While Ragnar's leaders dealt with the political fallout, Ed Troyven was already putting the next phase of his plan into motion. His forces had successfully occupied the central plateau and were steadily advancing toward Castle Harmon. Reports confirmed that Ragnar's main forces, including the Lord's cavalry and the private armies of the 6 Pillars, were gathering at the plateau to stop the invasion. Exactly as Ed expected. He couldn't help laughing to himself. The clan's strongest warriors were focusing all their attention on the obvious battlefield while completely overlooking his true objective. To everyone else, the battle at the central plateau looked like the main event. To Ed, it was nothing more than a distraction. While Ragnar concentrated its strength there, he intended to quietly seize the real prize hidden elsewhere. Every chess piece had moved exactly where he wanted it, and his plan to take control was finally beginning to unfold. Far away in Bacchus territory, things looked strangely peaceful on the surface. Ever since the collapse of the Sarah's Guild, one of Ragnar's 6 pillar families had completely fallen apart. The guards stationed on the walls couldn't help gossiping about their new family head, Navan Bacchus. Since inheriting leadership, Navan had done nothing except lock himself inside and drink himself senseless every single day. With war approaching, many questioned whether he deserved to lead the family at all. Older guards, however, understood the reality better. The Bacchus family had lost almost everything. Their treasury was buried under debt. Their knights and longtime vassals had abandoned them, and most of the household had already been imprisoned. At this point, drowning his sorrows in alcohol was probably the only freedom Navan had left. To make matters even worse, Ragnar had supposedly sent reinforcements to strengthen the territory, but those soldiers looked just as hopeless. Leading them was Sybil Drea, alongside Eod Nuran and several of Theo's biggest fanboys. Officially, they were there to reinforce the defenses. In reality, they spent every night passed out drunk in the streets. Even during watch duty, they could barely stay awake. To the local guards, it felt less like support and more like Ragnar politely telling the ruined Bacchus family they were no longer worth caring about. What nobody realized was that one of the guards listening to those conversations wasn't loyal at all. Secretly working for the enemy, he slipped out of the territory after sunset and reported everything he had learned. Morale inside Bacchus territory had completely collapsed, making the upcoming operation almost guaranteed to succeed. As soon as the report ended, several hooded figures stepped out from the shadows. They had heard enough. It was time to move. Confident that the weakened territory wouldn't put up much resistance, the group quietly advanced toward the Bacchus estate under the cover of darkness. Just as expected, Captain Sybil, who was supposed to be guarding the walls, was lying there completely passed out, with a bottle still in his hand. One of the assassins silently climbed onto the wall, looked down at the sleeping captain with disgust, and cursed the useless drunk under his breath. Then, With flawless precision, he raised his dagger and drove it straight toward Sybil's head. Back at the white-armored dragon cavalry headquarters, Julius was caught completely off guard when Theo made an outrageous request. The young lord wanted permission to invoke independent operation rights, despite only being an intermediate inspector. Julius shut the idea down almost instantly. The clan was officially at war. Every soldier was needed on the front lines, and military operations took priority over everything else. There was no way he could make an exception, even for a successor candidate. Theo, however, calmly explained that his request was directly tied to the war effort and presented a stack of classified documents to back up his claims. The moment Julius skimmed through them, his expression completely changed. Theo revealed that the Troivan clan's attacks on Castle Harmon and the Central Highlands were nothing more than massive diversions. According to all the evidence he had gathered, the true objective of the invasion was the floating archipelago and the weakened Bacchus territory. Using reports collected over the past several weeks, Theo connected the dots. The Black Skull organization had already proven during the Sarah's hostage incident that they were secretly working with the Troivans. On top of that, Black Skull originally came from the floating archipelago, which used to control the Empire's maritime trade and gold flow. That explained where the Troivans had obtained the absurd amount of money needed to fund such a large-scale war. If they secured the archipelago, Ragnar would eventually face an enemy with limitless resources sitting right on its doorstep. Theo argued that reinforcing Bacchus territory should become an immediate priority before the enemy seized it. Julius understood the logic immediately, but there was still one huge problem. Nearly all of Ragnar's forces had already been deployed to defend Castle Harmon and the Central Highlands because those battles looked like the main invasion. The clan simply didn't have enough manpower left to reinforce another front. That's when Theo finally revealed the real reason behind his request. If the army couldn't spare an entire division, then he would personally handle the operation himself. He requested independent command authority so he could lead a small, hand-picked force to reinforce Bacchus territory, while simultaneously investigating the floating archipelago. If everything went according to plan, they'd not only secure an important strategic position, but also uncover and cripple the Troivan clan's financial lifeline. Julius couldn't help but admire the young man's vision. It wasn't just bold, it was incredibly well thought out. In the end, he approved Theo's request, but warned him not to overextend himself. As Theo walked out of headquarters, Julius quietly reflected on everything he had just heard. Somehow, Theo had gathered intelligence that even high-ranking officers barely knew existed. More importantly, instead of handing the information over to the Black Dragon and Black Snow, Theo had come directly to him. Julius immediately understood why. Theo wanted this mission kept completely off the books. Asking for permission had merely been a formality because, judging from the situation, the young lord had already started moving long before stepping into headquarters. Julius's suspicion turned out to be completely correct. While everyone believed Bacchus territory was poorly defended, Theo had secretly stationed his own people there days earlier. For weeks, Sybil Drea, Aod Nurin, and the rest of Theo's biggest fanboys had been acting like useless drunkards. Every night, they purposely got wasted in public, stumbled through the streets, and slept during guard duty. The local soldiers thought Ragnar had sent them as a joke. In reality, it was all part of Theo's plan. The bottles they constantly carried weren't even filled with alcohol, they contained orange juice. The act was designed to lure enemy spies into believing Bacchus territory was completely defenseless. And sure enough, the Troivan operatives took the bait. As soon as the assassins infiltrated the walls under the cover of darkness, Sybil instantly dropped the drunken act. Before the hooded assassin standing over him could react, Sybil drew his sword and cut him down in a single clean strike. When the bottle flew into the air and spilled orange juice instead of liquor, the stunned operative finally realized he'd been fooled from the very beginning. Sybil didn't even drink. After pretending to be a lazy drunk for days, he was finally free to fight seriously. The rest of Theo's squad followed suit, effortlessly wiping out the enemy vanguard. Their first real mission since the Blooming Ceremony had become an all-out battle against Troivan infiltrators. With the first wave eliminated, Sybil ordered his men to light the emergency beacon, so the entire fortress would know the attack had begun. Just as he was about to ignite the signal, one of the assassins he had supposedly killed suddenly sprang back to life after playing dead the entire time. Catching everyone off guard, the operative lunged straight at Sybil, who had no time to react. Before the hidden attack could land, a sword flashed across the battlefield, instantly decapitating the assassin. The man who saved them was none other than Naven Bacchus himself. Calmly wiping the blood from his blade, Naven scolded the boys for lowering their guard. If anything had happened to them, how could he possibly answer to Lord Theo? Embarrassed, Sybil immediately straightened up and apologized to the new head of the Bacchus family. Naven simply laughed it off and told everyone to relax, but only after finishing Theo's orders. With renewed confidence, Sybil lit the beacon while Naven watched from the highest point of the castle. Exactly as Theo had predicted, enemies came crawling toward Bacchus under the cover of darkness. Even Naven couldn't help wondering how Theo had managed to read the Troivan clan's plans with such terrifying accuracy. Once the beacon illuminated the battlefield, hidden crossbowmen lined the castle walls and unleashed a rain of arrows onto the exposed invaders below. The assault turned into a complete massacre. By the time Theo finally arrived, riding Umbra, his shadow wyvern, the battle was already well underway. Instead of jumping straight into the fight, he smiled as he watched his subordinates carrying out the operation exactly as planned. When dawn finally broke, the battlefield outside Bacchus Castle was completely covered with the bodies of defeated Troivan operatives. The mission had been an overwhelming success. Sybil proudly reported that the territory had been defended exactly as Lord Theo ordered. Theo couldn't help noticing that Sybil sounded even louder than usual, probably because this was the first time he'd ever led his own men through an actual battlefield. Theo praised the squad for their outstanding work, and hearing those words alone nearly brought Sybil to tears. The rest of the squad looked unbelievably jealous that their captain had received personal praise from Theo. Even Naven admitted he had underestimated the young inspectors. At first, he thought they were inexperienced rookies with little combat experience, but when the situation became critical, every single one of them stepped up. Their techniques still needed polishing, but they had proven themselves trustworthy and dependable. Hearing someone like Naven praise his followers made Theo feel like a proud older brother. Since Naven had grown fond of the squad, Theo proposed allowing them to become the foundation of the Bacchus family's new Knight Order. If the Ghost Sword personally trained them, Sybil and the others could grow into an elite force while also rebuilding the fallen household. Naven genuinely liked the idea, admitting it had been a long time since he had felt excited about the future. Satisfied that his men had found a place where they could grow together while advancing his own plans, Theo decided his work in Bacchus territory was finished. After saying his goodbyes, he mounted Umbra once again and departed for his next objective, the mysterious floating archipelago. Even Navan, who thought he was already used to Theo's unpredictable nature, couldn't help shaking his head. The archipelago was infamous for rejecting outsiders, and almost nobody could enter it freely. But if anyone had a way to pull off the impossible, it was Theo.